discussion and review revisions. We'll take a break at 3, and then 3:15 we'll continue on with that conversation. And we'll have a presentation. We've got a couple presentations here. One on State Street Master Plan and one's on high density residential, past, present, future. Does anyone have any questions or anything they want to bring up before we dive into State Street Master Plan? Nope. Good. Okay. Well, we'll turn the time over to the first presentation.
Jason, on the computer.
You're recording then?
What's that?
You're recording?
Yeah, I got it turned on.
Because you told me to remind you.
Yeah, just get out.
You're a little late. Sorry. I'm getting all this.
Oh, yeah.
And Jason, as we go through the presentation, if we can make it more like a Q&A.
Absolutely.
So
You bet.
we just have involved that way.
Yep. So just a little bit of background, well, maybe just more of a timeline of what we need to consider.
Jason, I can make it bigger.
This way the table up.
Yeah, move this.
Go back.
Back.
The other back.
The other back. Always a critic.
There we go.
They're good? Kind of small font, I guess. But.
Can you? Lower it.
Sorry.
Oh, is there?
No, do you have a book?
No. Try that.
Everybody can see that okay?
Yeah.
Not too blurry? Okay.
See the birds just fine. There we go.
Yeah.
Just stay right there. You stay right.
So as you know, just a brief reminder, the moratorium expires on February 9th, which is
Jason, just to clarify too, so that February 9th is 6 months after the original moratorium, so it's not 180 days, right? It's 6 months, according to the way it works.
Yes.
I mean, everybody goes like this, but we need to make sure we get through it.
Because if it's 180 days, it's like the 5th or something.
It's 6 months.
It is 6 months for sure.
February 9th. Yeah. So the Planning Commission does have a meeting on February 2nd, which is a week prior. February 9th happens to fall on a Wednesday as well. Just FYI.
We need to put some tinfoil on the rabbit or something. That signal.
So we have some. Well, to be quick, I guess. So in order to get things advertised in the paper, because any public hearing, any amendments to ordinances, anything like that needs to be published in the local paper. That's by state law, and so we have to have it in the paper by the 18th of January. Because they take a couple of days to get into the paper. There's a 10-day window that has to be in the paper. So in order to get it on the 3rd or 2nd of February, we need to have something decided we can schedule. We don't necessarily work on the ordinance itself, but the actual location or ordinances that we're amending needs to be published and noticed by February 18th, or January 18th, which is a week from Monday.
Is that's in front, what's driving that is the Planning Commission meeting?
Yes, because in order to get any application invested, or any ordinance amendment invested, meaning pending legislation, it has to be at least heard by the Planning Commission prior to that.
So we could call a special planning commission.
It's possible on the 9th,
So that's 10 business days.
assuming at the end of the day on the 9th, correct?
In other words, if we had to buy more time, could we defer the Planning Commission meeting and call a special one?
We'd have to be on the 9th, and no later than the 9th. Get another one?
Yeah, I got it. Let me just try. Sorry about this. Oh, that's not. Yeah. Do you have yours? Mine's a different.
But Jason, if we decided today, because we have a planning commission before the 9th, and then not as much time pressure.
Well, it's already scheduled for the 2nd.
2nd of,
February.
is there one before the 2nd of February? Without calling.
Not that we can get
special?
on. No.
Thank you,
No.
thank you.
But the timeline's required is at least 14 days to get into the paper and noticed so that we can have it on the schedule. You can't just hold the planning commission without noticing amendments to the ordinance.
So can I just ask a question? I'd always heard it was 10 days.
So it's 10 days in the paper, but it takes them a couple days to actually get it in the paper. So to be safe, in order to hit that 10-day notice, we give it to Jody at least 4 days prior.
And then just to clarify, calendar days, business days, what's that 10 days?
Calendar days.
10 calendar days.
So that fills in a day or two of factor in case we felt we have to get on the 9th and then it would, or 19th. We should be able to, thanks to
But I mean, Jason, so if we're, let's just say we make a decision now, we can always have a special city, planning commission in January, and we can hear it on the city council on the 25th.
Well, it doesn't have to be heard by the council.
It just has to
It
be.
just has to be go to the planning commission. It doesn't have to be recommended by the planning commission. It just has to be heard by the planning
Okay,
commission.
so we could say, hey, planning commission, you're going to meet on January, whatever.
As long as we have the time to notice it.
Okay.
That's the question. So if you decide something today, let's say, and Steve and I can make the corrections by Monday, then we probably could notice it and maybe have a special meeting on the end of January, whatever the date. But the 19th is too soon. Right? That's our next scheduled planning commission. We wouldn't be able to hit that meeting. And by the time you notice it for a special meeting in December, I guess the point is, if the moratorium doesn't expire until the 9th, then the 2nd would be sufficient to do it. Because all I would have to do is hear it, not necessarily decide. So they could actually continue the item for a week or 2 weeks, and it would still be vested on what we're proposing. So everybody clear on that? Am I clear as mud? So as we've thought about what to present, now this is,
Yeah, can you go back and just summarize what we finally talked about?
so what we're here tonight, or today, is to try to decide how you want to proceed. So our hope is that we have a decision today between the council on how we want to move forward, because it is going to take us a few days to make sure we get all the amendments. Assuming there's a lot of amendments, there's a couple simple amendments that may be easier, which we'll talk about. But we want to be able to have that decision because we only have a week to make all the amendments happen in order to get it noticed for the 2nd of February. Sorry. So our goal here today is to try to come up with exactly what the council wants based on the State Street Master Plan. The ordinances, the districts, not the master plan. That could be another discussion another time. But does that help there?
Yes, thank you.
So the first obvious one is to just take everything back to C2. So it seems maybe the high-density housing is the main issue that's happening. And so the easiest way is just to revert it back to C2. Now, there are some other, like Smith's, for example, across the street is actually C3. The Target is actually a PDE zone, and there's a couple of 7-Elevens a PDE zone. So we would take them all back to the previous zones. If they wouldn't all be zoned back to C2, we'd take them back to whatever it was prior to. And the majority of all those were commercial. There is some residential B areas that we take back to whatever residential zone it was at the time. That would require us to have a neighbor meeting. That would require us to make the notices in the paper. But we could hit the February 2nd meeting as long as we have a neighbor meeting. That's probably towards the end of January. That's an obligation on our part. We have to hold a neighbor meeting before it's presented to the planning commission, ultimately then the city council.
And then if we took it back to C2, we could put stipulation, maybe we don't want the height at 60 feet, we want it at 45 or whatever.
And if we know that today, we could make that as a recommendation as well, right? So the rezone would go forward and the text amendment to the C2 could also go forward at the same time. Yes.
So Jason, we didn't have any mixed opportunities with commercial and housing, it was all just commercial?
So C2 is straight up commercial. There's retail, there's office, or a mix of those, but not residential.
But anything that was done prior to State Street Master Plan that was a little different than C2 is in P.
Correct.
But don't we also, on the State Street, on 13 South State Street, Center Street, and 8 North, don't we have a moratorium, an ordinance that there's no high-density housing anyway?
That's within the PD zone.
That's
That was
PD.
taken out of PD zone.
So that's a PD zone. Back in set up units on that.
So when we amended the PD zone many years ago, we essentially wrote out residential uses within the PD zone. So people talk about this moratorium that we imposed a number of years ago. We didn't impose a moratorium, we actually wrote out residential uses out of the PD zone.
Because I thought it was all up and down.
So within 500 feet, and that's I think what Jamie's referring to. When we started the State Street Master Plan discussion, we actually had the council take out the option to do PDs, because that's all these high-density housing you see along State Street. Those are all done by PD zones.
Okay.
The process through planning commission, ultimately approved by the city council.
So that's still in effect.
So that's still in effect, right? So even if we revert it back to the C2, anything within 500 feet of State Street, 800 North, University Parkway, any major arterial or collector, you cannot have a PD zone that contains residential. So that's already in place.
That was February 2014, if I remember correctly.
Yes, well, I don't know the date, but yeah, it was prior to our looking at our State Street Master Plan. As part of that, as part of the overall process of implementing the State Street Master Plan, we also took out the option for any new PD in any property that's zoned residential. And residential extends from the OS5, so the 5-acre things of the holding zone that we have on the west side by the temple, right? That's a 5-acre all the way down to the R65, R6, any of those, R8, R12. So the way it stands now, we won't even accept an application for a PD zone in a residential zone. So that's already written out. The part of that was on purpose because we're focusing the density on State Street. So we're taking all the density out of any neighborhood and putting it along State Street. So that's also in place now. We're not proposing to change that, but that's just so you know that PD zones are not currently allowed in any. Not only are they not allowed, we won't accept the application. So.
Jason, we do have the PRDs, which is the 7 per acre, and that's still allowed.
So PRDs are still allowed in any residential zone except for an R6 or an existing PD zone. Right? So up to 7 units an acre, and that is a legislative thing with the planning commission. It's an actual rezone. There's a canned ordinance that the council can apply. If they apply it, then they have to have the concept plan and the elevations that are part of that rezone process. They're attached to the ordinance so that any future owner has to build to that standard, or buyer, or developer, or anything like that. So that's still an option.
You said except for an R6, right, Jason? R8s and bigger are subject to this PD zone, and smaller are also?
PRD.
PRD, excuse me, PRD.
Yes, that's
Thank
correct.
you.
Yeah.
Only the PRD. Do you know what the thinking was to only exclude R6?
Well, you're already getting the density bonus.
You're already getting
with
7
the
plus.
PRD, so
Gotcha.
yeah, we just took it out.
Thank you.
R6 already has a 6,000 square foot lots. So
Right.
And can you remind me on the PRDs, is it the 35 max height on those?
35, it's actually 30.
Oh, 30.
And the second story, so you can have a full basement and a main level, or you can have a main level and a second story that's 70% of the main level. So you cannot currently have a full 2-story home. It's either full basement 1 or 70% of the other. So
And that's the PRD, but the R6 is just residential standards.
correct. So R6 is just a residential zone.
So
You
with
just
the
have to be
PRD,
small.
how high could you go, did you say?
30 feet.
30 feet.
In the R6, you can go 35 feet. So it just.
But that's a home versus an apartment, or multifamily or
So
multi.
PRD can also have, and in fact, the council is probably going to be looking at some PRDs coming up in February and March. We have a couple out by the temple, and there's another one, but there's another one that's proposing a PRD
By
with
Walmart.
That's right, south of Walmart. They want to do smaller lots, but do single-family detached homes. So that's in a PRD allotment, 7 units, and the unit would be a lot in that case. So those are something that's going to come to the council. The council does have full discretion on whether to rezone it or not rezone it. But that's something that you'll be discussing as a normal process that applicants or property owners are bringing.
Is that supposed to be affordable housing with financing or no?
The one,
No?
good question. No. They're about 350,000.
That's
And
affordable housing now.
Yeah. That's,
It's not. I wouldn't suggest any of this is affordable.
They're not coming for affordable houses. What they don't want is an R8, and they have to build, they don't have to, but in order to justify the less lots, they're going to build bigger homes, which are going to be in the $600,000+ range, which is what they're doing in Spring, I believe. Same property. So they're wanting a smaller footprint so they can then get it at least down to where the 350 is more potential reasonable for people to buy.
But it's
So,
not.
Jason, so for example, if we did the C2 Tell me about the property, the Vasa property on 8th North, just for, like a specific spot. Is that now,
So Boston was C2 prior, and so we just proposed to go back to what it was.
so it's now residential?
No, it's part of the
Or to
district.
be part of,
It's part of the district
This is
now.
it right here. This
So-
is how it was on the C2.
So this is
because
2017.
everything then that was on State Street District will be C2.
Yeah, pretty much anything you see on this is an old map.
Okay.
2017, this was prior to any district being adopted. You can see red. That's the C2 representation. This is the Boston right here. So you can see all that. What is that? Maybe we should together do just the show.
Because, Jason, my question is, are we going to hurt some residential, some folks that might want to do residential that is kind of on the edge of the State Street District? For example, what if someone wanted to put some 55 and older homes where that Boston was?
They would have to do a PRD.
And I've never
But
seen us turn down, go from commercial to residential.
They'd have to rezone.
that's
But
what
I've never seen that happen. No.
So they'd have to come to us to have a rezone for that particular project, because right now it can only be commercial if it was C2.
Right. And a PRD would be the only option because a PD with a senior, 55 and older is not possible because it's within 500 feet.
But if they wanted to put R18,
They could.
then they could make application for an R18 rezone
Yeah, they could.
or an R112.
They could do that.
So the C2 is not going to take away opportunities for residential, even though it's C2, they can still apply. Like the 400 West property before everything had happened, that could have been a nice residential area. I mean, if C2 was in effect, that could have been residential. They'd have to come and apply for that.
It's been 500 feet. They could do a PD. They could probably rezone it to an RA and do a PRD. That's the potential.
But it has to come to us to approve it,
To
correct?
do that, okay.
So if you take it all back to C2, the only real option is to do a rezone to a different zone. And the only other option zone for any residential would be a PRD or a single family.
So, Jason, can you maybe, just for information purposes, give us the difference between a C2 and a C3?
So C3 was designed, and there's only one currently, which is the Pinehurst development in Smith. You can see on there was C3. The only difference that was in the C3 was some setback. When Pinehurst came in, there was concern with the neighbors to the north. They wanted to have some setbacks. And so the C3 has built into it some, like 3 office buildings that are south of Pinehurst, the shopping center. If you go on the backside, they're about 150 feet setback, but they're still 3 stories, so there was a distance requirement with the C3. That's the only difference between C3 and C2.
And so C2, it's not,
And 35 feet is the maximum for C3 versus 60 is C2.
It depends on the setback.
Well, the height maximum for C3 in the code ordinance is 35 feet.
I'd have to double check that because those office buildings are tall.
The C3 is supposed to be the transition. I thought they were too, and I drove by them, and they're 2 stories, and they would fit. I was curious as to.
So that could be.
Sorry, I'm not supposed to say.
The whole intent was the C3 is they had some concern when that was developed to make sure that they were within that.
and do we know how tall the Prudential building is on State Street? The glass building, do you know how tall that is?
Trim, what used to be trim building?
Yeah, by Wingers?
In the 40 range.
So what range? I can't hear you, Jason. I'm
Probably 48, I would imagine, somewhere in there. It might be a little taller.
48.
Okay, thanks.
I'll use my presentation.
Use your outdoor voice, please.
I don't have one, sorry.
I do.
I'm yelling at my kids.
Can I clarify? So a C3 has a height limit of 35 feet, but it does have says no portion of any building shall be located closer to a residential zone property than the distance equal to the height of the portion of the building. The most setback is required where the top of the structure is lower than the grade of the adjoining residential lot, as measured at some point within 5 feet of the property line along the entire length of the property line between the 2 properties. So it looks like it's 35.
And then the parking requirement, is it different on C2, C3?
Same.
So 4 per 1,000?
Oh, hold on. I read the wrong asterisk. I apologize. Is that 3? I need my reading glasses.
Hey, it's Ryan, I got some.
They're in my bag. So I read the wrong one.
They're
The
in your
maximum
pocket,
height
Ryan.
for structures located in the C3 which are set back no less than 150 feet from a residential zone shall be 60 feet. So it can be higher than 35 if the
As long
setback.
as it meets
It
the
has to go
Apologize.
150-foot buffer from.
So the one that's tallest, I think there's a couple shorter ones. There is one taller that's actually 150 feet. That's the reason it was built at the time, and it was actually prior to my time, but purpose was that it was to fit into that north boundary line.
So that's 150 feet from the property line.
So can you just kind of compare those two, the C2 versus the C3?
So the
as far as the
uses,
specific differences?
pretty much, the C3 is more designed for regional, so but the uses themselves are pretty much similar. As far as retail, as far as office, those types of things.
You
pretty
said
much-
regional, what does it mean?
So you're trying to get a regional job, like
Oh.
like a company that's located here, and there's no one else in the county except maybe Lehigh.
Oh, okay.
So people are going to drive specifically that place.
But as far as the setbacks, parking, is that
Same.
pretty much the same?
20-foot setback, things like that for parking.
C2 is proportional setback, right?
C2 is, equal to the height. Which
Okay.
is
But
what-
C3, we just read,
Is similar, except it does allow, it has a little different setback when it's next to residential.
okay.
35 feet unless it's 150.
So that's the caveat. When it's next to residential, then that buffering protection is associated. And then backing up a little bit, when we were back on the timeline, you said we have to have a neighborhood meeting. Is that for like one each district, one night, or one big meeting? What are your plans?
It depends. We could do one giant meeting, notice everybody, and then see who comes. It just depends. But we do have to have a neighborhood meeting and inform everybody that would be affected by the rezone. We probably wouldn't notice, well, we could, but probably make sure that we notice everybody that's affected by the rezone of the districts, which would be all fine with them. And then we, send the paper and whatever other things.
And so the standard was changed by the legislature or something, you only have to notice the people within the district, but we're going to notice everyone around the district.
So it depends on how you want to do it. So the city council, probably a year or two ago, it could have been longer time, doesn't catch up.
Yeah.
It's right now, if it has single-family homes or residential in nature that's not high density, it's a 500-foot requirement. If it has anything to do with high-density housing or PRD, for example, we would go 1,000 feet.
Okay.
So it just depends. We could do the districts, and typically we'll do 500 feet because we're not dealing with high-density housing as a project. It's taking it back to the C2 zone.
I would think that we would want to kind of go overboard on the noticing, just to make sure that it's dialed and it's legal and everything is covered and that it can't be undone, because that has been an issue in the past where the noticing was adequate. We would just want, where this is a significant change, we want to make absolutely sure that we're covered on the noticing.
So back to Small's point, the state legislature only requires us 300 feet. The council has taken it to the next level. So we do over and above what's legally required. So as far as legally required, Mayor, that would be covered, but we can definitely go more. I mean, that's not an
The
issue.
legal requirement, in our opinion, when we passed it, Mayor, was too low. 300 feet seemed like, you shot over the fence and that's the only guy who knows. And so we went 1,000.
1,000.
And so we're 3X with the legal requirement. Now, maybe that's not the moral requirement. Maybe that's not all we could do.
Yeah.
But I don't know how far you go until you're satisfied.
Yeah.
Everyone in the city gets notified. Then we had a Provo resident complain, well, I'm just across the border and you're building that in Orem. So
Yeah.
it's hard to know where you go to.
And I think it's great to go, 1,000 feet or whatever. I completely agree with that. I just want to make sure that however we do it, we're completely covered legally, because this is a significant change, and we don't want it to be done because of another
Yeah,
side.
I concur. My guess is we'll send out an email and some other things too to let people know.
Email blast. The only thing, when we implemented the State Street Master Plan, we also did the utility bills and all that, because we had time to make sure that because it cycles once a week or a month, there's no way for us to get it in the utility bill, so we use other methods to make sure, including mailing directly to the homeowner or the business owner, and then in the paper, and then Facebook. But the only, there's about probably 6,000 or more people that we would invite. So that, I guess, is our only issue we would have, is we hold it in the city center, for example, and we have 300 people come. That might be an interesting challenge. But on an average, on a big thing like that, we're going to get maybe 150, 200.
As far as that challenge, if we did put it out through the media channels in the city too, the more people would be aware of this is what we're doing, this is what's going on, might help mitigate some of
Yeah,
that.
the idea for that is to get people beyond. And we do have the ability to do an email blast to all the utility holders, and there's an email, we can do that as well. which would give about 26 or so thousand.
20,000.
Yeah, about 20,000 emails.
20,000
And then
emails?
when we live stream it too, of course, a lot of people then just choose to watch it. Remotely.
So, so the meeting, I don't, we obviously noticed it, the meeting notice it to make sure it was aware. And then we noticed the date of the city council meetings and the planning commission.
So it sounds like we're saying one meeting.
That's up to you. I mean, if you feel at one meeting, we'd probably be fine with one meeting because of the crunch of time. We could do two in a
Or
week.
just invite everybody to do and they come do it.
We could do north of center or south of center. And we could
I think one thing too, and we'll notice all these ways, people will show up saying, I never heard about this, and why didn't I hear it? That happens every time, right? And so, we'll go through all those. Somebody won't check the postcard. The post office won't deliver. So, I mean, those things will happen. So when this meeting comes, people show up saying, I never heard about it. We'll show you how we notice, but that will happen. It does happen every time. So usually that just depends on which way you wanted to go with the vote. So if you didn't want it, you'll say, hey, people didn't know about it. We can't do this. If you did want to do it, we'll say, well, we did let you know. You just, so you just have to kind of play that.
Is it a legal requirement as far as the size of the postcard that goes out?
No.
So, I mean, that is another thing that if we went to a little bigger postcard, because a lot of those are super small postcards, I can read my glasses.
The only thing that we did, and we designed it to be small, just economical, but we can definitely go bigger. It would just the cost of me passing on to the applicant. Or in this case, we would just
Darn it.
So what would that cost to do the,
It's that large of, you're looking at a couple $1,000.
One we did for State Street was about 9,000.
I can't remember. When we do our city
can you
mailings,
send it down when you
Everybody with an address, businesses, residents.
Yeah.
Everybody with a quorum within the city quorum limits.
So what do you think showed for that? 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 people?
You're talking about State Street?
At the rec center?
Each night was probably 300.
And then online or?
they didn't have it on online.
Yeah.
So we picked up a lot of that, like 300 for the meeting.
So the more quantity you have, the more we basically pay full mailing rate. So we pay, which is whatever it is now.
We all know about mailers, right, Tom?
I don't know how many people, so when you advertised for those meetings, how many people clicked on the link? How many people researched online? Could you tell any of that?
So we actually have a pretty good click link on our email blasts.
We usually get up 30-40% on the
Yeah.
click rate. I mean, the hard part is when you do physical mailings, you have no idea, right? So
But
I mean,
compare 30-40% to the industry. It's single digits.
oh yeah, we're much better.
It's good. It's a good response.
Yeah,
It's 10x what the industry gets.
yeah.
So really, your messaging has to be thorough too, what you're sending out, so they know if the meeting's important to them.
Yeah, and the card typically will have a link that you can go to the website where we put all the other additional information. So people can go, if they want anything more interesting or read about the ordinances or whatever, they can actually go to that link and everything that we have will be on that so we can read. Or they can call us directly and we can walk them through the link or we can answer questions.
40% is more than who vote.
We try our best to make sure that there's
You
a
gotta
link
hope
for
they
them
read
to
it.
not only find a link by themselves, but if they want to call, we're more than happy to walk through and answer questions.
So, I guess that's my question, so this is an open rate.
Yeah,
Is
You don't
there
know.
a link rate?
yeah. We
Like
can
if
go.
they
We
open
can
the
dive.
link, It's
Yeah.
open the email rate that you're talking
We
about.
can do both. We can do
You can
click
both?
click
Okay.
rate, so they clicked on the link, and we can do open rate.
Okay.
Yeah.
What defines what goes on the card? Is there a legal description or something that has to happen, or?
We basically describe what the amendment would be. So like a rezone, for example, they rezone this property from this zone to this zone, give them the address, give them the time of the meeting, the location of the meeting, and then give them a contact, not only an email. So if I were to send it out, I'd give my email, my phone number, and then a link, so they can go to a separate link. And without calling me, they can go to the link and find out the information. Then they have that phone number. So basically, legally, we make sure that they understand what the amendment is, and with the space that we have, we try to explain a little bit of what that means in layman's terms, right? So a lot of times it's just jargon but we try after that jargon to make sure that they kind of understand what it is. And if they still have a question, that's where we're hoping they call us and get the explanation.
I think to the extent that we can we have to do whatever we have to do legally, but if we can explain, in plain English, what this is, why we're doing it, I think we mainly get support as opposed to if people get something that's just saying this is happening, they might get all concerned and
Well,
riot.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mayor. I think unless we send out a really long document, because we used to send out letters which were just really cumbersome, and so now we work with a place to actually send out the postcards. Our intent was not to get everything on that postcard, but to give them the ability to either go to the link, give us an email, or phone, give us a call, so they can ask different questions. So a lot of times you get something in the mail like, yeah, that's junk mail to me, I'm going to throw it out. But if somebody looks at it and says, oh, that could be interesting, I'm going to follow up, I can go to the 3 different options to find out more. And so we're not necessarily providing everything, and not assuming that that's all they're going to get, because if they're really interested, I would hope that they would call us and find out what's going on, or email us, because we're quick email.
Or go to the link.
Yeah, we'll go to the
more
link.
fully
We
explain.
use QR codes for this.
Yeah, when we, State Street Master Plan meetings that we mailed out, we included, it was plain speak with a QR code. So people, of course, that was a formal mailer, but, and then we also included it in the email blast. So it wasn't like a legal notice, it was more of a.
More informational.
Exactly.
Hey neighbor, here's something you might want to look at.
So Jason, on the number 1, rezone the state, so the State Street District we have now, we had what, 5 or 6?
5.
5. So those would go back to C2 or C3, but those that are in those districts, they're already at C2, right?
But the uses they can do in that district is C2. We would actually take it back to C2 zone, which then would prohibit residential.
Oh, okay, all right, good. Because that was, all right.
So number 2, just to feed into number 2, is to leave the districts, but eliminate all semblance of residential as an option. So take out high-density housing, basically condominiums and apartments. We'd still allow, because there are some areas, let's say by the post office in Orem, there is some apartments behind there. I can't remember what they're called, but Garden Village. So that would be then subject to a PRD ordinance, which what they have there now wouldn't be able to be built. If they ever wanted to redevelop that property, they'd have to build a PRD, which is the 30 feet. And they could have some attached units, but they couldn't be stacked. So there are some parameters that way. So this would be the simplest way, in my opinion, to stop, whatever stopgap, I guess, and then we can come back and make other changes if the C2, or if, the district still allows 60 feet, which is also pending. So there's a few things that are pending. If those that are on the council remember, the 60 feet is pending, the 4 per thousand is pending because it was 3 per thousand. So there's still some ordinance amendments that are out there that would still stop people from doing it, and we would bring those forward with that. So that's an option, and then we could look over time to change whatever the council feels like need to also be changed. That would stop anybody from applying for a high-density housing.
But what's pending is it's still mixed use, correct?
This would take that option out.
But right now, the application we have is,
Well, the 2 applications, they're talking about, yeah, those are separate. This wouldn't kill those. I mean, that's a different issue. This would stop any future. Once the moratorium ends, and let's say we do number 2 as a stop, and then we have time to come back to the council, or we can talk about it today, what else you want to do. That's just another option. Rezone is also a doable option within the time frame we have to get on the second February. The other one is to go, so option 3, you would to go through and like we've done before with the height and different things, is basically anything in that you don't like or want to modify. That's what we would do, and we're trying to identify those today, if that's the direction we go, so that we can have all that pending to the planning commission by the 2nd. So if you like some elements of the district, the way the architectural features, things like that, then we could go that route and eliminate all the things that you don't like or modify, like the height, for example, the 3-story minimum in the C2 zone, or in the city center districts. By going back to C2, that would be eliminated. But we could also eliminate it and keep the districts if you like the architectural requirements, things like that. Number 4 would be
so if we look at the medical, let's say we say, okay, you're going to have a strip mall on State Street, and behind it, maybe that's 55 and older, so how would that work?
So we'd have to write that in the ordinance. So that's something, so for example, number 2, let's say we take out all ability for high-density housing, but in the future, let's say the hub district, which is the corner of University Parkway and State, you feel that it might be appropriate to have maybe a 4-story apartment complex along with residential. That's something we could then go back and tweak and then reintroduce residential back into that district. If we wipe out the districts, I'm just going to wipe them all out, it's just going to be C2. So we're not going to come back. it would be cumbersome to come back and try to rezone it back to the C2 or to the district. We already have it in place. So if you like it the way, or obviously you don't like it the way it is, but if there's some things that you want to tweak because you're okay with some of the aspects of the district, then number 3 might be the option where you identify the things you don't want and we take them out.
The challenge with doing something that might work at Meadowville is it might not work at 1600 North. So if we make them all C2 and then let people apply for it, because what David had recommended, hey, we might like some over 55 behind this strip mall. But I'm just fear if we build that into everywhere, you're going to get it everywhere, and I don't think that's our
I think it's going to be a
intention.
case-by-case basis.
Yeah, so that's why I would favor the C2 and then just make
do all
adjustments.
C2 or
If someone
C3 or
brings in a
whatever.
great plan, but then they don't have the right to do it everywhere. That's my thought process.
So that was what we did before, right? With the C2 and the option to do a PD. That's why they came to the council every time to do the PD. So the Monteval on 920 North State, that was a PD that came through. They negotiated with the council. The council finally approved based on that parameter. Every PD
That was
you
prior
see-
to us getting on.
Every PD that you see on State Street was done through the council.
And I think that's the challenge with the PD zone is it becomes a negotiation with every single PD project. So even in a PD zone, the parking requirements are not consistent across similar projects, nor are architectural standards, nor are setbacks, nor so if you're looking for a certain kind of expectation, that ground foundational expectation is not set because everything is negotiated. And that's one of the reasons back in 2014 we went away from the PD discussion for residential density type projects is because there wasn't consistency, because it was a negotiated process and it was creating problems where you had one set of requirements or standards and then 4 blocks away you had a similar project with different standards.
Well, that was the Pay project or whatever by Osmond. You know, that was a commercial mixed use thing that you know, what we were shown on the little small slides of what it's supposed to look like, to me it's horrendous.
And if you go back to the minutes,
ugly.
that's what they represented was, oh, we will make it look nice.
Yeah.
And there was nothing within the PD to require a certain architectural standard
What nice
or
looks.
use of materials. So their interpretation of looking nice was significantly different than your interpretation.
Because I saw that, I'm like, oh, that's what it is.
So the high, okay, what you have, isn't there a high density housing ordinance?
That's been eliminated years ago, probably 25 years ago.
It seemed to me that had a lot of protections, a lot of great stuff in it. Green space, protections for homes.
What they found, and I wasn't here at the time, what they found though was I don't remember the model, it's called Village Park Apartments, about 1200 North State
No,
Street.
Village Park, I'm very familiar with.
Is that they basically cheapened it to where there was that pretty much, they would take one building that was final, take some fixtures out of that building and put it in this building so they get that one final. And so we found out they were just kind of skimming, so the city decided to just take it all there. So that was eliminated probably 25 years ago.
Did it have a good framework though? I mean, it seemed
We had
like.
4 or 5. Cortland Ridge, which is next to the hospital, Tillamook's Hospital, was done. What's the Springs? Country Springs was one of those. Village Park Apartments, I think there was one more that was built under those standards.
And tell me why it was bad again, I'm not understanding.
They just took it out. They figured that 4 was plenty and they didn't want any more, and they took it out.
She said, why was it bad?
Why,
Why was Village Park bad?
No,
Why was that
the
standard?
zones
bad?
why was that zone bad?
Well, I'm not saying it was bad. I think the council decided that they didn't want any more, and they took that option.
Because they were anti-high density housing back then? Not necessarily the format of the.
It was probably a combination maybe of the quality they were getting wasn't what they intended. That was, I think, what I.
Could you just upgrade the standards?
It's possible. But again, that's then, that's back to the council to negotiate how you want to do it. So the whole intent of the State Street Master Plan and the districts was to identify what building materials, what look we wanted, so that they wouldn't have to come negotiate with the council. And the bottom line, the intent was to take the council out of the equation because they would then adopt the ordinance first, get all the stuff they wanted, and then we would implement it over time. That was the intent of the districts. And we focused the high density on 5 locations instead of anywhere along State Street, which is what we were getting with the PD zones. So that was kind of the main intent of this, is to focus that.
So as far as your opinion on the PD zones, because I'm just learning about this, but when I would go through the map of Orem and I would see all the different apartments that were built in the last 10 years, all up and down Orem Boulevard. I mean, there's, probably 8 projects at least up and down Orem Boulevard. I was told that those were PD zones, and so the PD zones were like a workaround to, consistent C2 zoning or whatever.
I think there's only one on Boulevard, the one that we just talked about. Hey, that's only one. The other one was.
What about the boulevard by the 7-Eleven?
The 7-Eleven, that's a PD.
Because that was approved, that was approved way before our time.
So they were all PDs.
It counts.
But my question is fundamentally, are PD zones a problem for us? I've also heard that Orem has more PD zones than any other city.
Well, each city does it differently. So Provo they don't do PD zones, they do a special something zone. A different city will call it something else. They're similar, but they're just, each city has a different nomenclature that they call it. We call it a PD plan development, some call it plan unit development, some call it.
So where do you think the happy medium is that, having PD zones, not having PD zones, where we accomplish our intent, which is to, where we're trying to go?
I think this was our intent or our attempt to get the council, because at the time the council was getting frustrated with having to negotiate every PD zone that came through. So, I mean, if the council decides that you want to go back to that and just say no, I mean, that's another option. But the PD zones, they were getting to the point where they would come back and forth, and the council finally said, okay, that makes sense, that's agreeable, that's doable, and then they would approve it. And so all the developments that you see, the high-density housing projects that you see, so basically all the blue, all the blue that you see are PD zones that were done individually, independent. That specific zone only applies to that property.
Were most of those done in the last 10 years or prior?
No, these are the ones that were done in the last 10 years, and you can see they're all on State Street. So there's only Sun Canyon, which is the pay property we're talking about. Sun Canyon, Midtown Village, which was done years ago. That was done in 2015 in the economy.
I mean, 2000, well, it was
2005.
Yeah.
And then the one with the Boulevard, which is the 7-Eleven in front, and then the 920 North Montreal. So those are the 4. And then we got the one South State 1400 Canyon Crossing.
I vote against it.
This one there was only a building on the backside, so these were done in the 70s. So that was already an existing project. They came back and had some density left over. They came back to the council and then modified and had a smaller 20-unit building in the back.
Which one's that?
It's called Summit Ridge. So if you go down and drive by Summit Ridge, you're just going to see some older, flat type roof buildings, and you wonder, and it's been there forever. The building is in the back. And then the Siena Villas, which is the one down on Columbia Lane, was one. And then the one south of that, they've got the existing apartments and just retrofitted them back into better units. So they were already existing apartments. They just took everything out and rebuilt it.
So having a conversation, I mean, it seems like PD zones are an important part of this whole conversation, right? Because PD zones are the way that it goes sideways potentially. And then also, to your point, it makes it a lot more work for the council because they're constantly having to deal with it. And then people being upset and all the rest. Do you have an opinion on if we go back to C2 with everything else where we go with PD zones?
So I guess right now they're not allowed, not permitted. But the question is if you want to then take all the districts out, go back to C2, and then take out the 500-foot parameter on State Street to allow PDs to come in and then negotiate with the council. I mean, that is an option. If the council decided they just don't want high-density housing, period, then PD, any of the option is not a good idea. But if you want to consider some, if there's some locations, let's say on the Parkway, or there's some in the city center district area, or location area that you think high-density housing would be okay, then a PD zone would be that probably avenue that would make it work. In order to do that, you'd have to eliminate the 500-foot. And maybe you only do it in a certain area, right? You leave everything else in so many feet on State Street, or so many feet south, let's say from Center Street, maybe you allow a PD zone in that area. But anywhere else you don't. I mean, that's one way you could do it, and use the PD as an option to rezone that to get a mixed use or high-density housing.
If I may, Mayor.
Yeah.
I think we did, in doing the State Street Master Plan, we did try to get rid of PD zones and kind of rethink that. But I think in the last year or so, it's been pretty obvious it's hard to think through everything. And so, and I don't remember getting a PD zone request every week. if we got one every few months,
I think in the beginning, it was, that's why we did sort of the moratorium or changed that to say no high density on these roads because it was crazy.
so
But
in my mind, I don't know how you get a new master plan agreed to that isn't going back to C2 that has everyone in agreement before February 19th.
So, yeah, to your point, I think the simplest option, this is just my opinion, is to take it back to C2 and then consider amending the PD zones to allow them in certain strategic areas along State Street.
See, if I may, David, when we saw that rush of PDs, we were coming right out of the recession. And so all of a sudden, financing and availability of opportunity was there at that point. And so we actually did get a lot of them pretty quick succession.
Yeah.
And at that point, we said, wait a second, these are happening too fast, we don't have a plan, they're just going up haphazardly, we need a plan. And that is what initiated the changes to the PD zone when we took it out of PD zone within 500 feet and then initiated the State Street process.
So,
well, and that boulevard, I mean, that was approved way before we got on in 2007 or something.
it was on hold.
So that's when Obama had just given free money.
And this is a number of these projects too. They were approved, like Midtown, were approved back in 2005, and then the economy from 2007 to 2013 sat idle. But they still had the approvals. So when we came out of the recession, people said, well, I've got these approvals, I've got the project, it's permitted, and they started construction. So we started seeing a lot of construction all at once because it was essentially pent up from 5+ years.
It wasn't that,
nothing.
to James, we didn't approve all that time, had already been approved. Like, the boulevard, behind 7-Eleven was built in 2014, but it was approved a year before.
Yeah, I mean, that popped up like, we didn't approve that, but that was way before.
Because it was entitled many years before that.
Can I ask-
So, oh, go ahead.
Well, one of the goals was to beautify State Street, and we did a lot of work by going on all those field trips, the Sugar House. And the idea was that, the design and the materials and walkability. And so that part I really want to, because that was a lot of work in it. And the idea was when it did, come through, it would look good and be better. And I mean, Orem State Street is not an attractive, it's really not an attractive area. So I like at least keep all of those materials and the walkability and all of those things because that was, beautifying State Street was one of the major goals. Whether it has a bunch of residential or not, to me that's not the main thing. It's to beautify it, improve it, make it look good, the signage, and all that stuff.
So, and I would say, I would just say that some of the stuff that have gone in since, the Alpine Credit Union and some of the other things have indeed beautified State Street.
Yeah, I agree. So I think
But it's a long haul.
But can I just say one thing? When you talk about walkability, I kind of have an issue with that on State Street. Because you've got cars going 50 miles an hour, and the Alpine Credit Union, you've got a sidewalk right there. There's no longer a shoulder. There's like a 5-foot, there's not a car width shoulder anymore. So I would not walk on State Street. That's
Yeah, but you
to me,
ride your bike.
That's so
Well, that's
dangerous. I would not
scary.
ride my bike on State Street.
well, you can still beautify it though. I mean,
I'm just
it's not-
saying,
yeah,
to me, I think that
I'm more worried about
walkability word.
beautification than walkability.
No, and I agree with you, but I'm just saying, we keep using that walkability word as we compare it to Scottsdale, some of these other places, and those are beautiful on those types of narrower roadways, but on a highway, I don't know that should be our goal.
So the intent of that is to get about 15 feet, right? So if you look at the front of the bank, there's a 15-foot landscaping strip, and then a sidewalk. And you go just barely north, barely south, it veers back into the curb gutter sidewalk. So obviously you don't necessarily want to walk on that, but it gives you a little bit more sense of these having a 15-foot buffer than the sidewalk right next to the curb. And that was our intent, is to get a little bit of buffer off of the sidewalk.
And I
Not
agree with the
necessarily so
beautification
they
of
won't
like trees or
Yeah,
things like
signage,
that.
trees, materials. I mean,
Yeah.
we really spent a lot of time.
Yeah,
I mean,
so-
and that's important for me. That's the component that I don't want to go away. Going back to C2, I mean, I think we still need those components, those materials, the look and the feel of that, and whether it has a residential, I think we can negotiate that.
So if you remember about a year ago or so, Matt from our office came through and we did between the districts. So we updated the State Street corridor with additional design standards between districts. So in the C2 zone, we now have not necessarily to the extent of districts, but we do have building materials, we do have different things. We made them a little bit more restrictive than districts, but we do have design elements now in the C2 zone. So if it were to revert back to C2, it would all be applicable to the design standards the council approved that year.
If I could follow up on the walkability, maybe don't think of it in terms of walkability, but in terms of improving safety and comfortable. Because people do walk on State Street, not a lot of them, but if we are going to have redevelopments come in, we should at least make it a little bit more comfortable or safer situation. So by having that planter strip, we do improve it, and we make it better than it is now.
I thought UDOT was going to take that planter strip though.
Partially, if the BRT were to go down, we would remove 8
So
feet.
wouldn't we want to put the buildings back a little farther, so when they take that, we still have the good safe buffer?
Right now, the buildings they're not that much different than if they would have a normal setback from the back of the curb, right?
Yeah,
Which is the current standard.
and if I can just pipe it in here.
Can you introduce yourself?
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm Jill Rustad, local real estate agent in Utah.
You're with what?
Jill Rustad, a real estate agent, local real estate agent in Utah.
Do you use Utah County or?
I do Utah County, Salt Lake, St. George, the whole state.
Okay.
So into a lot of, mostly of this. I'm working with the developers right now, Jason, nice to finally meet you. I talk to Grant a lot. But I just had a question for you. Like, if people look at, I agree with all of this so far. I would just like to know the beautification of State Street. You look at downtown Salt Lake, the safety, there is no setbacks. There's a sidewalk, there's a main road, State Street walking downtown. We have a lack of inventory, we have a lack of housing in our state. I have buyers, developers, everywhere. We have an inventory problem, obviously. I love what they have done. I don't know if anybody's walked downtown Salt Lake recently, but we need more housing. These high rises, they're beautiful buildings. You can actually walk up and down to what was constructed. It's a little crazy right now, but you can walk up and down safely. There's bike lanes. I come from high density backgrounds, California, Colorado, Seattle, so I'm familiar with those kind of, I love this beautification. I think State Street needs some love. I'll just put it that way. And I also, I don't know who this gentleman, I'm sorry, who are you, sir, on the corner?
David Spencer.
Do you,
Council member Spencer.
okay, Spencer, nice to meet you. Because I know we also need homes, I don't know who said it, but for seniors, we don't have enough places, complexes. In California, Rockwood developers are doing wraparound buildings that are beautiful on the front. They're on a main street off of I-515. They are beautiful buildings. They kind of look like state. They have a resident. You have a freeway going by. There are trees. They have beautified it amazingly. They have seniors in there, 55 plus, which we don't have enough of anywhere in the state of Utah. And so I'm curious, what would be the opposition? The PUDs, we call them PUDs, PDs, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. The premise, what is the opposition from the council? I know we've had some that have come in on Orem that are scary. They don't follow the rules. Their parking is horrible. They're upsetting neighborhoods. That's a huge concern. What is the general, I'd like to know like the top 2 concerns that we have on having a multiple increased, more residential, and yet hitting all these terms? Is it possible like downtown? You have the retails here, and then we put the homes above. We do the Joseph Smith building, perfect example. Drive down underneath, parking inside. You have a level. What are the options? What is our?
So all due respect, Joe,
Please.
let's go back to what we're talking. I mean,
Yeah.
you're not conducting the meeting.
No,
so
absolutely not. I'm just curious as to what the
welcome to
concern
be
is on
here,
the
but,
PD. Yeah.
So a concern on, kind of going on what Renee's saying, putting the buildings right next to, it takes away from what Debbie's talking about, where we have trees and parking in front. The Canyon View apartments, I guess beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I think it looks like a prison. You know, right against the sidewalk, there's just these little skinny trees and then buildings. And we're not California, but you know,
Thank goodness.
yes, absolutely. So we picture, you know, trees and parking in front of the building. Even the Alpine Credit Union, I did talk to someone that works with Alpine Credit Union. He said, "How did that go building that in Orem?" They said, "If we would have had a chance to do it again, we wouldn't have built Orem." So, and I don't know what that meant. I mean, I don't know if there was a lot of hoops they had to jump through or whatever.
They built it under the old standard, actually. They volunteered to bring it up.
But so anyway, my view as a lifetime resident of Orem, and I think a lot of us would say the same. We picture trees, parking, have a setback with the building, especially with what Ryan's talking about with you know, we have 2 more lanes going down State Street. we take out Hewish Awning, and we take out a bunch of other businesses, boy, that's not our view. But my other comment is on option number 1. Could we do option number 1 and just add a couple of things? One would be increase parking and reduce height. We could do it. We could do it. Go back to C2 and just add a couple of elements to that. If that was.
Well, let me clarify again. So parking in the commercial zone is right now 4 per thousand. You want more than that?
Well, it depends what the group wants.
So, well, I'm just going back to C2, you would not have the option or opportunity for residential. So the parking issues that we're having with residential would be there. It would be like the Kmart parking lot that now is not full. Smith's, which is full on occasion, the Target, which is full depending on the time you go there. So 4 per thousand seems to work. In 2000, I think it was 2000, we had a 5 per thousand requirement. It was just a sea of asphalt. And that's where they changed it to 4 per thousand. We had KFC, and came out at the time, KFC, Denny's, all those came in and built into that parking lot because it was just way too much parking. So and just speaking, 4 per thousand seems to be a reasonable.
And I'm not saying we should do this or that. I'm just saying that we could do one with another
It's
modification
option
too.
2, it's part of option 2 that would come into play.
So the option 2 with reducing
With
the.
the height and
So what you're saying is modify some of the C2 standards at the same time. The answer is yes.
Yeah, so I'm saying we can do C2, but just instead of saying blanket C2, we can do C2 and modify a few
Oh,
things on
absolutely.
C2.
So we just need to know in this discussion, hopefully by the time we leave, we know what those things are. If it's more parking, then we'll do that. If it's the height limit, we want to take it down to 48 feet or whatever the determination would be in the C2 zone.
Can we take the parking below? I'm sorry, can we go under? So I like his green space idea.
But we can't force them to go under.
That's price.
But I think an issue for me, and I think I've heard this from Lene too, is I don't think a lot of this picture that it's beautiful to stick the buildings in front and then parking in back. And
So you want to go back to the C2 or less 20 feet.
For me, that's a more comfortable city because we don't have to go right up against, we don't have to go against the freeway, or we don't have to, we don't have to jam the building right against the road.
So let me just walk you through the State Street. So this deals with State Street, not the districts. So on State Street, we require the 15-foot buffer, and then the sidewalk, and then a maximum of 10. So what we could do, if you don't, the question is, do you like the buffer, for one? Or do you want to go back to the same standard where we had curb gutter sidewalk, and then a 20-foot setback, and then parking, and then the building clear back? I mean, that's the standard we have with Kmart. Just as an example, Kmart, Target.
What is the Prudential building?
Prudential,
By Wingers.
Yeah, drones.
So you've got the 20 feet, you've got the parking, and then you got the building. So
See, I like that.
I think
that's a pretty,
that is.
pretty low
So
for
I
State
guess
Street.
the question would be then, we need to either, if you are comfortable with the 15 feet, the separated sidewalk, keep that standard, or get rid of it, I mean, that's the question. And then add some additional setback, take out the minimum setback, and let them build, and have a maximum that can be, I think there's 20 feet, and then they can build wherever behind that, or is there some type of minimum where you want it? Right now, there's a minimum setback, not a maximum.
I think, in my opinion, I think it needs to be like a C2, C3-ish because I like the 150-foot setback on residential. Because that's what we had a problem with on the stage investment with the North Village District. It was just encroaching and we don't want it.
So the other option is to take the districts back to a C3 zone as well.
I think that would be appropriate in some areas where
But we have to know what those are. So it's either all the districts, or, because then between those districts would still be C2.
But Jason, could we rezone to C2? Obviously, that only is the residential concern, and then proceed with, selective C3 designations.
Because I don't like 60-foot height because then that's 70 feet. I don't like.
I'm saying C2 with amendments. So
Yes.
whatever you
So we
decide.
could do that too. Yeah. So we could take the standards out of the C3, rezone it to C2, and just put those setback parameters that are in C3 into C2.
The one other thing you'll have to address is the C2 and C3 have different land uses allowed in each of them. So the C2 allows more land uses than the C3.
So, well, if you rezone to C2 and just we worked on the setback issue, that would, I think what you're.
I mean, I think campaigning, the people didn't campaign this year, loud and clear was financing on State Street, bottom line, right?
So number one is get rid of that road, right? We eliminate that as an option, because to go back to commercial, we wouldn't allow high-density housing. So the question now, I mean, if that's the direction, then do we want to increase parking, which is right now 4,000? Do we want to eliminate the setback, minimum setback, which is 10 feet? We want to eliminate the curb or the separated sidewalk now. We just go back to what it was in 2017, where somebody could build curb gutter sidewalk, 20-foot strip, and then whatever they want. They could build the building up to 20 feet, or they could build it back, and then parking could be where, just not within that 20 feet.
So
That's
can I
the
just
standard.
ask, or say something that I heard in the campaign? The business owners, there were several of them that said this requirement of putting my business, not having parking in front of my business is not desirable. To have all the parking around the back.
So you can have it on the side as well.
So
but yeah.
could you do a percentage in the, allowed percentage in the front and allowed percentage in the back, or a standard in the front, your handicap's in front, you have a few stalls for, and I brought this up before, for women at night. I don't want to drive behind a building, and I won't, you know.
So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, sorry. Keep going.
No, that's, I think you got me just.
So parking is certain width, right? So that's just that. You have one row of parking in the backup space, that's 42 feet. So if they choose to put it in the front, if we change it back, they could. Just the building would be set back. In order to make it work physically, by ordinance, it has to be at least 60 feet wide with double rows, or 42 feet if it's just a single row.
Okay.
So there's a certain parameter they have to meet.
Then that would be if you're, what I'm saying then, see if I'm saying this, so what you're describing is what I'm saying is if I were to say, okay, I want this 15-foot buffer, this sidewalk, and then this 42-foot parking, partial parking, the building, and any additional parking if they need it to meet their 4,000.
So
does that work or
Let
not?
me try to rephrase what you said, just so I understand what I'm thinking. So you're okay keeping the 15 feet landscape?
Yes, we can plant the trees.
And then have the sidewalk?
But it's at 20 right now.
Just wait for
15 feet. 15-foot planter strip. We require them to flip the sidewalk, basically put it behind the 15 feet.
Okay.
And then they plant trees in the front, right? They pack 7 feet. And then what you're saying is maybe soften or get rid of the minimum setback and just require a certain setback. And then they can build parking or whatever in that area.
If they needed additional parking.
So basically the bottom line is you want to get rid of the minimum setback, maximum setback. So right now it's either 0 to 10 feet is the max.
Yeah.
So what was the 20-foot setback?
That was the CG zone prior to us adopting the 15.
But we're going to go back to that, but there were going to be amendments.
So it's a little, so it's a little confusing. Let me try to. So we're not going to go back to the original C2 and the fact that you could do the curb gutter sidewalk unless you tell us. Curb gutter sidewalk, 20 feet, and then whatever parking building. That was the standard in 2017.
Okay.
What has changed is now we require the 15-foot planter strip and a sidewalk behind that. So the prior one didn't require anything other than the sidewalk and then 20 feet of landscaping. And what we have now is the 15-foot planter sidewalk, and then we require them to bring the building in front within 10 feet.
So right now, under the code, they have the option to put the building against the sidewalk or within 10 feet.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is we like this standard, but we want to be able to have them put the building or parking in front,
Parking in the
wherever
front.
they want on the property.
Is there an
If I could jump
example of
in.
that somewhere currently right now? What building? I'm thinking Wingers, the title building, where would that be?
There's the,
So Red Wing Shoes, all those older 20-year-old buildings are.
what about the one that Belliston built?
That one looks really nice.
Which
The
one?
carpet one,
1,000
the
south of Belliston,
design
That's
west.
under the old
Line
standard.
West.
So what was that standard on Belliston's building?
20 feet of landscaping with parking.
So sidewalk, 20%.
That's what I like.
And then they can do it.
Now, let me just throw this at you. The other option, one option you could go with is, we keep this, but from here back, you could let the building owner do what they want. If they wanted to bring the building up and it serves their purpose, great. If they want 20 feet of landscaping, great. If they want parking, great. You could make it more flexible, because one thing we want to keep in mind is 20 feet of landscaping is beautiful, but as we go to water-wise landscaping, what's going to fill that 20 feet? Do you want 20 feet of cobble? Or is it better to have maybe 10 feet of cobble with nice plantings? Really, you're going to have 20 feet of cobble, but could some of that be used better, like, would it be better for more square footage for the building? Or would it be better for that to be parking for the owner? So if you want to make it, you can make it more flexible for the business owner to have more advantages as they redevelop.
Ryan, how far, if you put the parking in front, how many feet does that make it?
If the parking is in front,
Is that at 10?
well, if you had a 20-foot planter strip or 20 feet of landscaping, and then you had 2 rows of parking with an aisleway, you're going to be another so 80 feet from this point to the building.
But did they have to do another landscaping after the sidewalk?
But that is if you did 20 under the old standard. But if you did no landscaping, you'd be 60 feet. But I would recommend you need some landscaping.
So right now.
Some buffer
in the
between that and the
districts,
parking lot.
if we allow it on the side, so we don't allow parking between the building and the sidewalk right now. If we allowed it, we would want to put some type of buffer between it. So right now, if, for example, somebody wanted to put parking on the side of this building next to State Street, they would have to be 20 feet high. So they would have a 20-foot landscaping here, and then they could have their parking under current standards. So I don't think we want cars to be able to nudge into the sidewalk. So we either want to keep this with some landscaping or go back to the sidewalk at 20 feet. I mean, that's the question.
So I love what you're both saying, but what Ryan just said, it's nice, I think, to give the owner flexibility. You know, here's the standards, and now you make this work with what your building is and what you're trying to do. And we still, I'd assume, would have, guidance as far as we're not going to allow you to stick a bunch of this kind of tree. There's certain things that we would require as beautification for State Street.
Yeah, we do have the State Street standards that were adopted along the whole corridor for beautification.
Yeah.
Those can be kept in place, from what I understand, correct, Steve?
Yeah.
So we can still require certain building materials, certain trees. All of that can remain in place.
So question, and this poor guy, it came up when I was running, it came up again when people 2 years were running, the Subway sandwich store, that's north of the building. So with number one, with the C2 option, he can build his building 15 or 20 feet more or 10% bigger, no problem. Doesn't have to go up, he can just build a really nice Subway sandwich
We
there.
would take that option, that requirement out.
Okay, that
That requirement.
Bring it to.
That's it, that's in the
If you
district.
change 15% or more, you're building out to redo the whole thing, you'll take that out.
Yeah, we would revise, basically, if you wanted to modify it. Now, he would have to come up to the beautification standards.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we all want
But
that.
if you want to modify 15%,
So the other question that we have a restriction on is drive-throughs in front of the building. So basically what I'm hearing is you want to take that out, and they can allow drive-throughs to come between, so the building is obviously back here, but to have them come through to front.
What's the downside to that?
The purpose of not having it was so you'd have more of a pedestrian zone where you have here landscaping and landscaping. That was a building.
it's also a beautification thing, right?
A drive-through doesn't look good?
But not necessarily.
Sure.
And
Why not?
most prettier cities don't allow drive-throughs in front. But there are ways to mitigate that with hedge requirements or things like that that can help you
Is it
define.
Chick-fil-A, their drive-throughs?
So they have a 20-foot
It's in the
setback.
front.
It's in the front.
It's in the front, but
It
but then
starts
you-
about a mile behind it, but it does come down the front. But like Arby's by 8 North is on the side.
Correct.
So picture that.
So to speak to that, so Chick-fil-A has the curb gutter sidewalk, 20 feet of landscaping, and then the drive-through. So it's separated from the sidewalk by 20 feet.
So I think the essence of what I'm hearing in a way is that we want the beautification aspect, right? I mean, that's really a priority. And beyond the beautification aspect, we should be pretty flexible as far as how that owner decides to design, as long as they meet all the beautification requirements. I mean, do you guys agree with that?
So are you comfortable, let me just throw out a number. So if somebody wants to build their building back here and have a parking lot up front, can we keep this, are you okay with the 10-foot or some type of width, so we don't have cars hanging over the side?
How about it, this is not obviously the scale, but we'll just say there's a 10-foot minimum of landscaping right here.
So not a max. And then they can build their building or parking right up to that.
So from that point back, they're free to fit whatever they can that meets the setback requirements for the neighborhood and whatnot.
We'll take the height minimum out, right, the districts, they'll all have to go away.
Are the beautification requirements pretty set right now? Are they the way you want them to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish?
This is set right here. Right? Everything behind that right now, so that's what we're negotiating.
But as far as selling materials,
Building
those
materials
signs,
within the
and-
districts are set. So if you went back to C2, those would go away in the districts.
From a water-wise perspective, are they?
They're subject to the new standards. So they could do zero scaping, they could do water rides with rocks. It would just have to have 50% shrubs, ground covers, things like that. We don't require grass, but we do require some living material in that landscape. So like the city center is a good example. We have trees, we have certain shrubs, and then we have areas that are just rock.
Yeah.
That meets the requirements.
Because I do think to me, that's the next step, is the beautification of State Street. And so if we have a structure in place that allows us to do that, I'd like to see, a lot of investment, a lot of money come into State Street, as long as we've got the right framework, which I think is to give them the flexibility to do what they want to do, within keeping it beautiful.
So if we come back with a standard like this, we'll keep that, take that, and take the setback issues. They can put parking right through anything. They can be flexible on how they want to. So a Subway shop could bring his building up, or he could put it all the way back, or he could do a driving through.
I mean, his property's not that big.
All right, so he could tear down, if we go to C2 and all that, what we're talking about, he could tear it down, rebuild anywhere on the site as long as he met the frontage.
Especially, yeah.
I think another guiding principle is to make it. We meet the beautification. We give the flexibility to where we have that beautiful look. But we are also encourage businesses. And one of the big complaints we heard about was it was too difficult for businesses to do what they wanted to do on State Street. So hopefully this would. We don't really want to create impediments to that.
Yeah, part of the design of the State Street districts was to try to get people to mass or redevelop the property into something beyond a new Subway shop. But I mean, that sounds like if you want to go back and allow them to do what we have.
As long as they can meet the beautification requirements, which I think should be.
So we're all comfortable with.
Yeah, can I ask one more clarification? Just on this parking in front. So they have that option. If they want to have their parking lot in front and the building in back, this gives them that option.
So, yeah.
Yes.
The only thing we'd require is the 10-foot landscaping here to buffer the site, or buffer the parking.
Okay.
So if they chose to put their parking here and the building back here, they could do that. If they chose to put the building up here, they could. So I'm assuming you're comfortable with a 10-foot setback behind the sidewalk. If they want to, they could build it 30 feet back or 80 feet back if they wanted to. But there needs to be some type of, minimum setback. So it sounds like 10 feet maybe appropriate. Or are you okay with them bringing the building up if they choose to?
I don't particularly care for that, but
So you'd rather have a minimum, at least 10 feet?
a little more beautification.
So
there.
10 feet is, okay.
I mean,
But if the property owner, we're talking about flexibility, so if a property owner says, hey, I want my building right up there, would we give them the flexibility to do that?
I don't think so. I think we're trying to beautify State Street. If we're going to lose 8 feet of that planter strip to UDOT, then you're negating a lot of your beautification there.
So let's have a building, 10-foot building or parking setback. And then they can either put the parking or building or drive through.
Because even in parking, you can put trees, how they have,
Yeah.
that kind of adds pretty.
A 10-foot would be wide enough for
A building right there.
accommodate the tree roots and things, lots of trees. So 10 feet
Is
is
10 foot enough? I'm just wondering if we lose half of that, do we want to go 12 or 15? I don't know, I'm just trying to visually see how far.
Well, we are requiring them to flip the sidewalk, so that's an expense we're having them do, like putting the 15 feet in the sidewalk, so that's already a 15 foot.
Okay.
We're making them do, now we're going to require them to do 10 feet, which
Okay.
is 30.
I could go
One thing to
farther.
clarify is when they put trees in the planter, we're requiring them to be 4 feet back. So when 7 feet is cut off, the tree will be in the center of the future 8-foot planter, and it doesn't have to be removed.
So like in the park, we won't lose a lot of those trees.
Jason, we're seeing quite a few property owners want to come in and locate businesses. Obviously, they have an existing business, they want to subdivide, and they want to put new businesses, generally fast foods or So Delicious or Sweet type. Are you concerned that if we do this, or not we, but as the council concerned, that we're gonna see some of those additional uses along the frontage.
To add-
Okay with that?
To add to that, Jamie, the empty former Staples building on the corner by Chick-fil-A to the north,
Yeah.
they're looking at putting in like another So Delicious on the outside there because they can't fill anything behind them. So as you will see, we're seeing a lot of those types of requests coming in because quite frankly, big box retail is dead or struggling and
They
they
still would
can't
be
find
required to
tenants.
meet whatever parking is associated with the center plus whatever building they put on. But they would be required to flip the sidewalk behind the 15 feet, have a 10-foot setback of grass, and then whatever building they want on the fence. So it all have to meet all the different requirements.
So we have added a lot of other businesses in the parking lot of Target. And even before Christmas, that's a disaster. Oftentimes, yeah. So what is that a 4 per thousand? Target is still,
So if you look at on the side,
It's a
Warren
PD.
Boulevard, you go south, they're doing some reconstruction Target, so they have a lot of trailers and things like that. That's also required parking around there, but they're staging their remodel.
Mhm.
So a lot of that parking, people are parking out front because that's been taken up.
So why are we letting them count that as parking if they're using as retail space?
No,
Just
not
for
retail
their-
space, they're just
Very
remodeling their stuff, and so they have all their supplies. So within a month or two, they're all gonna be gone, and you'll be able to have.
Are you talking to the
So
east?
the east.
I think they might be gone.
Because they have always had those shipping cart,
Yeah,
shipping
so-
containers there.
Target was over parked to begin with, and then they developed their own path sites out front, so that was what they did.
I think there's still
I
more
guess-
than 4,000.
That just goes back to that question of mine, but they're counting that place on the east where is a staging area for them and has been for years, right? They always have those shipping
It
containers
comes
there.
and goes, but.
Right, but it's
Every
not
model
available
lasts
parking.
5 years, so I
Is
see.
the
During the
point.
holiday seasons when we see more and more.
So-
So,
For Target example, Target is very busy, right? My wife uses it to drive up right now.
Very
She doesn't go in, she just parks there and they drain it out and all that. But if you go towards Center Street, I mean, yeah, there is available parking, but it is a hike. But there is no requirement that it has to have parking for everybody within 100 feet.
even like they dead end the one in the parking lot, dead ends into Taco Bell or whatever. If you drive down that, you're
Correct.
stuck. You're kind of like,
Yeah.
I can't even get out of here. How was that approved?
So one thing, if I could add in from my economic development days, these retail users, they know how much parking they need, and if they don't have enough, they're gonna make sure they have enough. And Target, they're the ones that actually developed the Taco Bell and developed the corner bakery out front and sold their pass sites off. They had held on to those for years, and they made that decision. Now, as a consumer, it's not great if you're a Target shopper, because they're busy and you have to walk farther to get in. But that's kind of the
Well-
trade-off reward, right?
I don't know that it's always even walking farther. I've had times I've been driving around and I just been waiting for the stop.
But as far as meeting the requirement, they do meet the 4,000. I guess that's, yeah.
Probably their problem is their
They're
success, right?
successful, yeah.
Right.
That's the issue right there.
In fact, they had 4 drive-up. If you've noticed over the last 6 months, they've actually done maybe 8, where you can do your phone order, drive up. They've actually added, because that's very popular.
Okay.
So it is a viable place. Right?
But just because they're a PD zone, they still, do they have their own?
So that would go back to the PD1. That's actually zone PD1. So what I'm proposing is whatever was zoned prior to.
Here's the old.
Oh, this is right here.
Oh, sorry.
This to take, so Target is right here. So take it back to the PD1. Whatever was prior to, we'll take it back. So not everything is going to go back to C2, but whatever standards they were built under the PD1.
And what does PD1 stand for?
It's basically set back off of that south side with
So
it.
it's
So there's,
nothing to manage or.
the only advantage of the PD1 I think was the fact that they wanted a little bit special requirement as far as the size of the building and the setback, because the neighbors were having.
The rear setback.
The rear setback, yeah.
But
So
there
it's-
are, I mean, they've
There's some
already built that,
landscape.
so it's, even if it goes back, they're still retro, I mean, it's.
Yes, it is what it is.
What it was.
To me, that's a great example, that backside of Target is a great example of buffering of neighborhoods. You drive back there and you can't tell if that's Target.
Right, Harmon's, if you've been in the backside, that is.
Yeah.
And that Target, for what it's worth, as an example, when we first built our house over there, that was a big controversy because they wanted to put 500 apartments right there where the Target was. And I believed it was approved, and then it somehow changed and morphed into be Target with the landscaping. So as far as the impact on our neighborhood has been great
because there's no access, right?
Right.
It's just the thing.
So question about PD zones, then you go back to C2. Did the State Street Master Plan do away with the PD zones?
So we just zone over the top.
Okay, and then if we go back to C2, they just
We
reemerge
propose to rezone them back to that zone.
back, yeah.
So your list of zones would be rezoning all these properties to C2, rezoning these properties to whatever zone is PD1,
PD, okay.
PD, whatever that one is, PD3. I mean, all those would be going back to what they originally were built under, just as a standard.
Downside to that?
There would be downside. Because they'd be subject to that ordinance anyway.
We have unintended consequences to that? Are there?
No.
I just reviewed the PD1 zone quickly, and it doesn't refer to parking in it, which means the C2 zone.
So it would go to the city.
Apply to that zone.
The general standard, which would be.
So are we covered on the PD zone? We talked about that earlier, but that's a potential problem.
So right now, as we do number one, rezone everything back, make some of these changes that we're talking about with the drawing, make those changes at the same time, PD zones would still be prohibited anywhere on State Street. So, except for the ones that are existing. Right? And then we would come back, if the council's interested, come back and try to figure out a way in which you would be encouraging PDs in certain areas or none. I mean, that's
How many PD zones would there be if we did reverted all this? In the ones that would go back?
We go back to 6.
So each of those 6 would essentially be a conversation with the city council?
No, they're done. They're done developed. There's no other density or anything they can get. It's just going back to the zone that they were built under.
Oh, those are already built?
They're done.
They're out?
So future demolishing and rebuilding.
They would be under the same standard as there, unless they want to come back to the council to renegotiate.
Jason, for consideration though, PD zone has a minimum size.
3 acre side, 3 acre.
So you couldn't go in and take a specific parcel on, say, State Street and turn it into a PD zone unless it was 3 acres or more.
So if there's a property on State Street that comes back and wants, sometime comes to the council and says, we want to take our property, which is, let's say 3 acres, and we want to negotiate you, right now they couldn't. But if you guys as the council want to say, well, we'll consider PD in this geographic area, wherever they are on State Street, then that would open that up again to allow them to come in and negotiate. But they would still have to meet the minimum requirement, which is 3 acres. Right now, we don't have a set parking requirement. They're negotiating it, so we could set. We could still
Set that?
We could set if you decide to reopen it, then that's something that we could look as a general rule in a PD zone. You had to have this much parking. So they wouldn't have those things. And Steve couldn't testify on this, but the majority of our arguments back and forth as PDs came through was parking. That was the main.
So we should probably set that, right?
Yes.
As
So
if
you
we go
could,
back.
if you chose the calendar, this is months down the road. If we want to bring it back, we can do that. Is to discuss what the parking ratio would be. If it's 2.25, if it's 2.5, whatever it is, based on the size of the unit. And then there wouldn't be a negotiation. If you want to come to a PD, you have to have this much parking. And there's no question about it.
Why wouldn't we want to just take care of that right now?
But right now, there's no option for PDs.
Well, I mean, if we change to this, if we, at the same time that we
So
do the C2.
I would just suggest, we're trying to solve the immediate problem. I think we want to try and keep it manageable if we can.
You think
And
that
then-
would be too complicated?
Well, not that it's too complicated, but it's just another thing to add to a pretty lengthy list of things to do right now. And it's not something that needs to be done right now. But certainly we could tackle it after we take care of this.
And I'm not
So-
sure the council's real interested in bringing it back anytime soon, because that would open the floodgate to.
The
The
PD
PD
box.
zone.
We don't want that Doris box.
We don't want that.
So if
I
you
guess
don't
it
want
doesn't-
any housing, the parking standard doesn't matter, but if you were going to allow housing, then you would want to modify the parking standard. So to clarify, one thing Jason hasn't mentioned is a PD zone can still happen in a manufacturing zone or a highway services zone if they come and apply to the city council.
And it gets approved.
Correct. And that is about the only high-density housing option left in the entire city outside of the PRD option.
So we could, though, your point is to come back with an amendment, probably after this, in a month or two, just amend the PD zone, even though it can't be applicable except for commercial, just set a parking standard. So if, for example, we get a request out here for the M2 to do some type of housing project, and you guys might be interested, at least there will be a minimum parking standard that they have to meet. and not come to the council and say, well, we want.
So if I wanted to do a PD zone and I see what's happening here with the city, so I run out to do it, and file for one in 3 weeks, am I going to be okay because of the old PD zone parking, or will my PD zone be unique to me? Will there be rules just for my PD zone that might be different than University Place?
So back to what I'm saying, the PD zone is negotiable, because it's an actual rezone.
So each one's negotiable.
Everyone's site
So the
specific.
council.
Okay, so it doesn't matter, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right, so 4 of you could say, you know
So
what,
we
we
can
don't
still
want this
control
PD,
Right.
we're going to deny it, and it's done. Right, so it's still up to the council to say yes or no. And it's within your right to say no. There's no reason you have to adopt or rezone something to a new PD zone.
And I think we're fine with a few of those, we just don't want to have an endless situation of.
So my, I guess, advice would be to come after we get this done, is that maybe come back in a study session and talk about what areas may be amenable to a PD zone, and then we can go talk about how to reduce or allow those in that certain box.
Right. No, that makes perfect sense.
Oh, sorry. I kind of like the flexibility of the PD zone, in that we certainly haven't figured everything that's going to change. Like the soda delicious, I just say those things. The sugar drinks. Anyway, so that's the fad now, but that might
Some
go away
morning
in a
latte.
few years. Yeah, but there might be something in 5 years that comes along that we hadn't thought about, and somebody comes to the PD zone saying, I'm going to take this 10 acres, here's what I would do, and we might be saying, great.
Yeah.
That's really cool. We never even thought about that. Things have changed. This would be appropriate. So I like that flexibility.
And that is exactly what a PD was designed for, is to allow flexibility, allow some unique user to come and say, you know what, council, this is what we want, and the council says, perfect, let's tie you down to that, and then we'll do
But
it.
the PD zone minimum is 3 acres.
Yes.
So, 2 questions. So, but the PRD, oh, go ahead, Dan.
So let me just say one thing. So Jason, I don't know if you're at a point, we'll have one name finish up here, but I don't know if you're at a point that you're ready to break. We're supposed to have a break, 3 o'clock.
I'm good whenever.
But
Oh, can I just ask 2 quick
No.
questions? Yeah, rest of the day.
You need 3 more votes, Dave?
So the PRD zone, just so I can clarify the PD difference between PRD. My understanding, maybe I'm confused between the 2, but the PRD was only supposed to be used when no other, it was a difficult fit for other zones.
That's PD.
That's PD?
Yeah.
So if you can develop your property as something like a C2 or whatever, then typically we haven't allowed a PD. But there is an exception.
So we're kind of we have allowed it though.
Well, because the residential component wasn't allowed in C2, so that's the unique part of it. So that's why they were coming to council and saying, we want to do this mixed-use type thing or whatever, and that was the...
Okay, so real quick, second question. When you say go back to the existing district zones, some of these along here, as I looked at the map, were R6.
So we take everything back. So
We would take all those back?
So the Res B portions or Res A or whatever, we take them back to whatever underlying zone was
Okay.
there at the time.
That's good.
So, just east of Vasa, there's some we have Res B, we'll take it back to R8. And whatever.
Oh, what about the core? Yeah.
There's one behind Macy's and one behind Labrador.
Does that even matter anymore?
There's
Core?
4 zones and they'll
They
go
would all go
back
back
to
to
our
whatever zone
And
it
that's
was.
a commercial reverting back to residential, and
No,
that's
if it was
okay.
commercial, it'd go to commercial.
Well, I know, but core zone is technically commercial.
They would go back to whatever it was.
They go back to
Whatever it was
so you don't have
before.
a problem with it going back to residential, it's the unintended consequences for the developer, for the owner of the land of this.
That's what it was.
Not unintended. Obviously, there'll be intended consequences.
That's crazy.
Okay,
So if it
sorry,
was
Mary.
legal,
They may not like it.
so just one more, so if it was legal non-conforming before, it would be legal non-conforming.
I know, Mayor, I'm not trying to add to the link, but I think we also need to kind of review within SLUs to make sure that the unintended consequences, if we go back to C2, and there's certain land uses that we don't like within the C2 zone.
Well, the districts require or allow anything in the 60s, so we just go back to what's already allowed.
No, what I'm saying is if you go back into the C2, this is probably a good time to make a decision as to what you don't want in the C2.
Like the high
Or tattoo parlors.
or tattoo. Oh, really? That'd be awesome.
You get what I'm saying? So if you go back to the
So you can
C2
redefine
and something is
C2.
permitted, something used to be permitted under C2.
Okay.
So might I suggest,
Yeah.
Steve's point was that we do the main, let's rezone it back, eliminate the high-density housing component, and let us come back in a month or 2 and retweak or redefine what you think CP We can still do the height.
We still need to figure out the height and
We can still do the height.
C2, C3 mix or whatever, and I wanted to, we come back, I wanted to get Stephanie and John's opinion on, as their citizens in Orem, and they went through the North Village District, what their thoughts are.
We can take care of that after.
Okay, let's take a break. We have 5 after, let's reconvene at 3:20. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Jason.
Your mayor, this was Jay. City Council. Okay, so this is kind of in this gentleman.
You guys have to
John. I'll see what happens.
Well, no, you guys have
I remember her.
Those for your city council also.
I didn't mean to go more into play. I just worried as to what. In terms of yes, my yeah, I mean, I think the uses are all the same, so I don't think that changes the uses. We'll certainly have for discussion.
My question is what's the Brian and Ryan? One.
Very much. I mean, basically, it won't change really the position that we're in. Because we're basically right now, we've already got a planning commission with an ordinance that says you can't do what you want, right? Because like lower the heights and all those kind of things. So, and the same thing for the so the current proposal that's on the planning commission, they couldn't build those same projects. So
They have to lower their heights.
they'd have to lower their heights.
The 60 or the
I mean, I guess what this does, if you go back to C2, then we're really saying you can't, even lowering the heights of
would allow parking drive-through building.
we're developing
yeah,
there.
yeah, that they still have that already. Obviously, they're going to make better as to whether they were best or change it.
I am happy.
Yeah. So you're saying it was C3, then it went to C2. You know, C2 is time one. You want to I mean, I don't think you would have a problem with that. It doesn't have to be.
Well, I'm saying,
That's just, it's designed to encourage that. So yeah, maybe you want to raise that.
Make it look pretty and make it look better.
There's not a legal requirement to do that. What's that?
Yeah, so get it in and out and
Within the organization. Yeah, pretty much. There's yeah, that's probably businesses and everybody. Yeah, but C3 would be within your discretion. Well, it'll be the same time to show up as planning commission. Oh, we can do it now. I think yeah, that's the same reason why we're already.
The thing is,
Brian's already.
they are screened before you. So right now, because we have
40%.
Was the whole thing
Single family
C3?
rentals,
Yeah,
apartments.
you want to swing
City wants are saying, we're done.
Just the corner.
So I'm happy that it's, I'd be happy if it's residential, but I didn't run for residential, so it's just, I'm telling you, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they want, the building, that's why they shut it down.
Yeah, it's just, they just heard it, they heard from the citizens, more traffic, no high density. Yeah, so I think the high density project is gonna be dead for years.
We want that. So
that's everywhere in the core.
So really, kind of always consider like a C2 job.
this,
Yeah.
I don't think it's.
We don't know what the time is.
And then let people.
Well, the C2 is if you go up to 60, is that right?
What's that?
C2 can go to 60 feet?
Yeah, right now.
Okay, so you can build on it, you can build.
I've got residential, I've got 5 to 22 residential.
There won't be a residential.
I mean, not residential, I mean. So we're not doing no subdivision.
Oh, dinner.
We have 15 minutes break.
Right there with the dinner.
All those are good uses, yeah, they can all come.
So the problem is they always have their stuff not the same price that for the residential.
I know.
I not my residential.
No residential.
That's all good.
Well,
Unless,
So I'm okay with pockets, but where we got 5.
what do you think? Oh, okay, we're talking yours. Now, why do you say?
In Jill's point,
What's your
this
balance?
district, for some of those historical homes that were Geneva Steel,
Yeah.
you know, and
Right.
if you wanna, you know.
Now, see, after you do that, you can, that brings in the whole ways of out of state,
But I went on 1600 north.
I've got buyers right now, I've got one in Colorado, I've got one in California.
We don't get special about that.
Right. You
But
can have
although
them-
that's an artery to the.
Yes, but you could concentrate that. They want to go true downtown, they do that, there's no true downtown. Like Orem and Center, Center and State, and make the design standards and the technique from sidewalk, whatever you want, you can keep some of those.
Unless they do something on the front, they maybe do.
They create a visual, you know, I guess I'm driving in the city center, you know, and then you say, oh, obviously that's a retail place, we don't want to do owner occupied city center, so they want to the design standards for the house. But, you know, I don't have any problem with each district looking at it. But I don't know, it's just too many, that we have 5 miles, and you've got 5 different districts. And it's just weird to me that
I
there's.
guess the thing I would say.
And I have no problem with like later, you know, looking at each thing and fixing it. I don't think so.
I guess my problem is, yeah, I think we want to consistent, not just, we're not talking just the districts, we want the whole state street to kind of have a uniform.
Right, because like they were talking about.
Before they live on
Property that went in on the
stairs,
right.
around, there's one side, owner occupied,
They
that's all
they
planned.
didn't specify how much they kind of. They're subjected to the definition of a beautiful. And Orem City knows this is our definition.
Which is, that's the
And then, of
one
course,
south
it's
down by like the
Yeah.
trophy place and stuff, right?
So like I grew up in Farmington, and they have real specific demands because there's a rock chapel that's historic. So the whole primary school. So they kind of designed the rest of Farmington around that, you know. So even this Miss grocery store has so much rock. Like a literal rock. And everything is built. Highlands the same way. Their Walmart is designed to look a specific way because they want to maintain,
More than,
you know,
right.
not just this rock story, you know, you want the whatever there. But anyway, it's just tricky because.
Oh, no, yeah.
Orm's so big.
Yeah, it is, yeah, okay.
It takes up 5 miles.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I mean, that's why my,
That's
set
just me,
that
are you-
parking requirement, like, same thing with David, So, I love, so that's what I want, so here's my thing. And people that consider children's gate, they should be allowed to 2-car parking, to 2, whatever, however you want to designate it. That's
Our
my
minimum
thing.
was 2.2.
It's just me, but that's
So
just me.
if you have a 3-bedroom, you're gonna have to have 3 cars.
Right.
If it's a 4-bedroom, you have 4 cars.
Right, and then consider grandma,
2.242.
I have to grandma has kids come to stay, where are they park? Where, if we do owner occupied, we're gonna have friends, where are they gonna park?
You need and then
We have to have
1.25
a
is
plus
visitor
one.
parking.
Exactly, exactly. So you understand that? And so to, I was like, I'm marking my head against the wall because
No, let's see those guys.
There's nothing on the market.
Correct. So we need living.
But here's another question for you. So he's talking about what are
Well, it's an HOA. They have a certain percentage in the HOA. Whatever.
Sure, guys, comments for sure.
75% is you don't have to be here.
Yeah.
Just to sit around, maybe go play some basketball or.
So now my office.
Takes care of a lot of problems. Yeah.
And they have to release it, and that's what they
So they'll be.
they're getting better. I mean, I'm instructed with it, so nobody can
What is it? Just water?
I think it's sparkling water.
Bottled water?
Different flavors.
Flavor sparkling water all day long.
Sorry.
Terry, thank you for your time. I apologize for pushing.
This is great.
I scored a lot, so thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you want to
He was,
Well, let me ask you the two more questions. So then my other concern is I do have two other things I want to do.
Terry, how's your day going?
Good.
Family restaurant.
Terry, do you have a home up here?
We do. We're just a couple miles from here.
Are you in Midway formally or?
Yeah, we're in Midway. We're in Blaze, which is from the golf course right over here. We are probably 2 miles just going towards Park City.
But my doctor does have a little color.
So you're not, they don't back up?
Well, maybe not colors, but.
No, we're all little ways from that. So we're in, it's a planned community, so there are all these little homes.
PRD?
Yeah, so, yes, it is a PRD, correct. Yeah, I didn't tell you what it is. Yeah, let me explain what a PRD is. But, which is great, because, we just locked the door, by the way.
Do you use it more in the winter or in the summer? Or?
We don't use it near enough, because the problem is, on Sunday, so you can't, you have to go back home on Sunday. So, you know that. So, but we'll have a lot of families who come out with different holidays, and that is too small. But we love it. I love to come up there. What's that?
You know.
We don't give away buy some.
All right. How can we have so delicious catering all of our meals?
$5. Then we have a son. Our son's also $5.
Wait, I got it. I think it's really understood, If you ever get a chance to buy love, I think it's like 10 or 20. That is extremely awesome. Oh, yeah. So little kids that come around selling stuff like, I'll take one.
Well, I'm sure we actually have
I think they're free.
So that's the plan. So are you in the Department of Fundraising, or what exactly is your?
Whatever the name is.
In the school? Okay.
All right, everybody. Take your chairs.
Okay. You just know the Richmond family.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
So, as far as the next item on the schedule
I thought.
is to talk about past, present, and future with the State Street Master Plan. But from your perspective, do we need to continue the previous discussion some more to get where we're going?
Well, Mayor, I think we still have a half hour for State Street.
We have a couple more comments.
Up until 4 o'clock. if we-
And then Dave had some.
Oh, okay.
John.
You want to come up if you need it?
Yeah, that's fine. And I would like this conversation, I mean, whatever we need to get where we're going, that's where we should go.
So just a couple of things. Right now in the districts, so all 5 districts, we've eliminated pole signs. So they have to do monument signs or wall signs or blade signs on the buildings, which is one of the reasons the building came up and allowed more signs on the building. So by eliminating the districts, I just want to make sure that you're comfortable with the fact that we still allow pole signs in between the districts, but they have to be equal to the height. So if somebody wants a 35-foot tall sign, it has to be set back 35 feet. That's the current standard. By taking the districts out, it would go back to that standard.
Go back to 35 feet.
Go back to allowing pole signs. Right now, we don't allow new pole signs in the districts.
We can write that up later if we want. Can we add that back in?
You could, I mean, or we could do it now.
Well, I think if you're, I mean, this whole thing, if you go to one, and Stephanie brought this up, you know, as a commercial person, I want to develop my property the way I want to, if I can fall into the beautifications and all that stuff. But, you know, I want to advertise my business. I think that was, in fact, 8 years ago, I was like, we need to have more advertising for these customers. They have to look good.
So we did change the ordinance about probably a year and a half into to require that the building or the poles be set back equal to the height. So if somebody wanted a 10-foot pole sign, for example, they could be within 10 feet. But if somebody wants a larger one, which typically the maximum is 35 feet on State Street, with I think 250 square feet, that would have to be set back. They could still have a pole sign, but it would have to be set back.
So what's your opinion on that as far as with where we're going, where we're reverting back to the C2 points?
And yeah, if council's fine with that, we can take it back to the pole signs, but they would be under the same restriction as the existing.
I mean, but if you took them away before, was there a compelling reason not to go back on now?
It's a beautification reason. Monuments.
Is there an example
Yeah, give us a
of
good
anything
example.
on State Street that's the old?
Is Cutler's new or old?
So the one that you mentioned, just south of the city center,
Nice,
they
nice.
brought it down to a monument sign.
And that's the new standard.
New standard, right. So there's 2 standards now that we allowed a little bit bigger monument sign in exchange for getting rid of pole signs in some areas. So right now we can have an 8-foot, 50 square feet instead of the 60 by 36 square feet is the typical monument sign. So So if you have multiple buildings, you share one sign, you have a larger monument sign.
So if our goal is beautification along with businesses being able to operate, where do you land with that, on what we're talking about?
So, can I jump in? Is it okay? Most communities are going away from pole signs because of beautification. So it's kind of, it's a balancing act in what you feel comfortable with. Highland City, Alpine City, they don't allow pole signs. They only allow monument signs. So, you'll notice in Midway, you don't see, there's any pole signs in Midway.
Also, I decide on a pole, so.
Yeah.
There's a number of communities that are trying to bury their utilities as well, their utility poles and things, just because aesthetically it puts forward a better face.
The pole signs are more like your McDonald's, your Arby's, your Wendy's, or whatever.
Anyone that can do a pole sign will do one.
So, and part of when we do the beautification, as they age, the paint starts chipping. I mean, it just starts to have some aesthetic look. So when the citizens brought the idea of beautifying State Street to us, they thought, hey, these pole signs really do become destructive. And then it's kind of a fight for who can get the most, visual, the biggest signs so that they can be seen. But a lot of it then is they start to age and they're in the weather all the time. So you start to see the paint chip and we're not all keeping up with paint. But we're not going to go cite everybody for paint chips.
Well,
so it starts to look.
But you have standards, I guess we can.
I think the compromise though is a bigger monument sign.
So Wiener Schnitzel, for example, they're the ones that kind of spearheaded the amendment. So if you look at Wiener Schnitzel, that's a little larger monument sign, but they don't have a pole sign. They took down their pole sign in exchange to move the monument sign closer to the street, but it's a little bit larger. So they have the video or board or whatever.
So you still have the visibility, you just don't have kind of the ugly.
Yeah, the poles are up.
And the bigger picture, is an overhaul of State Street, with where we want to do with everything. And so I think with that in mind, with beautification, it would make sense to stick with whatever the standard is for a beautification type of thing. As long as it doesn't completely impede businesses, and I don't think it would. It's kind of like if everyone has a pole sign, and now it's an issue, but if everybody has a monument sign, then all of a sudden it's not an issue. So that looks a lot better.
This might be a little hard to see, but that's the current Wiener Schnitzel monument sign versus the old pole sign that was similar. It was quite, there's your traditional pole sign that you're going to get with your multiple tenants on it.
So the problematic legal challenge could be that if they're all zone C2, it might be difficult to force one over the other.
Yeah, what we potentially have to do is create a different sign zone for those.
So we could do it that way.
We could do it that way.
So we could, that's the direction, we could make that happen. And that would be an amendment to bring in at the same time.
You might get some business owners not terribly happy that they're in the same zone as other property owners, but they have a different sign zone standard.
Yeah.
So, it is a beautification matter, but if you're treating them all as C2, maybe you want to have kind of one standard for most of the C2 and decide what that ought to be, whether it's allowing pole signs or not allowing.
And for the most part, the people that come in and redevelop, or not redevelop, but just repurpose the building, they're just taking out the plexiglass or whatever and using the existing sign. So it's a legal non-conforming sign. If they choose to redevelop the entire site, and in the district, they're required to take down the pole sign. But if they're just let's say Wendy's or whatever, just want to go to a different fast food, then they could take that sign and repurpose it and not have to take it down.
Okay.
But if they're tearing down the site, raising the site, then they have to comply with that.
It seems like in general, you'd build a monument sign, but you won't want to preclude some really good business from coming in if that was like a big deal for them. And so it seems like you could do additional things from a creativity standpoint of maybe if they're going to have a pole sign, this is an exception, but they have to do additional landscaping, they have to do a water feature, they have to do something that makes it not look like an ugly pole sign, but they can still get that height. But that's probably a whole other discussion, but that's just, there may be other options, probably not at this point in time, but, as we figure these out over time.
So for example, just really quick on the theater at the mall, on 8th East, where they have a sign that projects out this way and you can read down the Cinemark. We've added that as an option in the districts as well. So they can not only have a flat sign against the building, but they could also have those projecting this way. So we added double the signage they could do on the building. So we'd have to look at that as well. We'd keep it or not, but we allow more signage on the building versus the pole. So that was the exchange.
Because we do have an issue with State Street, right? As far as, like we talked earlier, State Street's not a walkable situation per se. It's going to be a corridor. And as a corridor, we don't want to really preclude certain types of businesses from being able to come in if that's a big deal for them. So anyway.
So when I bring my White Castle in, I gotta have a pole sign.
So right now,
Good luck keeping White Castle.
I'm a Crystals or White Castle.
So let's say White Castle came in, they want to do a 35-foot pole sign on a C2 property unit right now, they would have to be 35 feet back. The pole sign. So they, typically what we see is they lower it a little bit so they can get closer to the street. Or get a bigger monument that can be 2 feet from the sidewalk. So that's the advantage of having a larger monument, is you move it forward, and it's really an eye level with the car as you're sitting down. You're going to see it clearer than you are 35 foot pole, 35 feet back.
And that is a factor as far as, if the whole idea is to beautify State Street, that barrage of signs, a lot which look like junk, I mean, you've got to overcome that, so, yeah.
There's also one other issue with the pole sign. So in front of Kmart, they have the old Kmart sign that's now in PS. That is so tall, and now the trees have become mature. So they top all the trees every year so you can see the sign. But the trees mature and the monument sign stays down and you can see it, and then they can just trim the trees.
Yeah.
So you actually lose some of our beautification.
If you're topping trees.
So how big a monument sign would we want them that they can do?
So right now we allow 8 foot tall, 50 square feet. That's a pretty good size sign.
That is pretty.
That's what Wiener Schnitzel has.
That's what who has?
Wiener Schnitzel.
To me, it didn't seem like big, but.
So I don't think maximize, but they could have.
Across the street from Wiener Schnitzel, there's the car wash.
That's
Supersonic.
they maximize their pulse.
And so that's a pole sign.
It seems like, as far as getting into the weeds with this kind of thing, even though it's important, it seems like we're going to have to wind up at, a C2 or whatever. But then if you can also have essentially a list of things that we're going to work on over the next several months that are these kinds of things.
So maybe we kick this name topic, get it back to C2 or C3, and then we work on the other ones in the next month.
Yeah, just kind of prioritize what we have to do when, and then we can be working on that, but at least we can get to where we're trying to go before the moratorium.
Okay.
And that was one thing that you just brought up that I talked to Jason during the break, is there's a particular area up in North Village District that I think would be a good fit for a C3 because it's right up against those homes on 400 West. So is anyone, what's your thoughts about some areas putting that zone in to create a buffer when there is that residential?
I think if we do C2 and we end up blending C3, if you butt up against residential, it has to be a buffer. Maybe 150 might be too big in that area. Maybe it's 125. I don't know.
Well, since to your point, 35 feet is still allowed.
That's what
So anything above that, up to 60 feet, that's when 150 would kick in. So if somebody wanted to come and redevelop something on the corner, so you still got 30.
But that 35 is the size of a home. So is that John and Stephanie on that setback on? Because you live right behind Ace Hardware and Alpine and Credit Union. So
If you guys could, if we could take a second, because you guys just went through a major battle for like 11 months with where you live, trying to get it to work.
Are we done?
No, we're not done, but I'd be interested to hear from your perspective with the path that we're going down, what you think would be any unintended consequences or anything else we should consider.
Well, as I looked at the C3 and the C2, and I appreciate the additional information about the 150 feet, which I didn't realize. So the property that Lene is referring to is actually landlocked. It doesn't actually have direct State Street access, but it's right surrounded by single-family homes. So the land use C3 would be more appropriate there because it doesn't really have State Street frontage. Technically, it does. It's within 500 feet.
Around the corner on
yeah,
1600
it's a roundabout way to State Street. But anyway, my home abuts Ace Hardware, which does have direct State Street access. It's State Street frontage. I feel C2 is appropriate for that landowner. I would not want to impose C3 land use on Ace Hardware's property. I think that would be inappropriate for him. He needs to have that flexibility to use all that's available to C2. So being a property, a residential property owner next to a C2, there could be some buffers, and that could be written in, like where a C2 abuts a residential zone, there's this additional buffer. Because all C2s don't need to have that written into them. Just
right.
the ones
But
that
what
touch
would the buffer? What would be a comfortable buffer?
I would love 100 feet. And we talked about the 100 feet with the 35-foot height building. It's not 100 feet of no build. It's just within 100 feet of a residential, your height limit is 35 feet. So it's 150 in C3. So I think it's appropriate because I'm trying to be sensitive to the commercial owner because he has rights and he needs to maximize his property too. But then I need something on my end if they're going to want to build something big to protect me as well. So I think, in my opinion, it's a good compromise to say the C2 zone that abuts residential property has a 100-foot buffer of 35 feet maximum in that first 100 feet.
So there'd still be 35 feet off.
Right, but you can have a taller building than 35 feet within that first 100. And then you can go up from there as you get closer to State Street. But that property Lene's referring to has like no State Street around it. So put a C2.
What property is that?
It's O'Brien's back and behind the State Street.
Okay, so it's behind the storage.
It's behind State Street storage. And right now there's nothing there. It's a parking lot and he uses it for residents. But that would be a C3 zone that doesn't have, it has different land use. So it's not like, I mean, if you correct me if I'm wrong, but C3 is more like professional, more office-y. It's less retail.
They do have retail.
Less high traffic though, right? It's not like putting a McDonald's in there. Or something that's going to
Well,
generate.
the Sonic, for example, is the C3 zone.
Is it a C3 zone? It's not. You're right, it is, right next to the primary.
So they could do fast food.
But it's not going to lend itself to one because
So it
it's
doesn't
back
have the extent of the uses that the C2 has, but it still has retail uses.
So that's where I think going back to C2 is great for a lot of those properties. But then when I says be strategic and say, well, you know what, this C3 might be more appropriate in areas that are really close to the neighborhoods. But Orem is an example. There's a couple of them that I found in looking between the two different maps that would be better as a C3, but I think generally going back to C2 is a really good start.
So we could do this change to C2 with and the height restriction or whatever, the parking, and then always come back, as Steve said,
Yes.
and say, okay, maybe this is better for C3 or whatever.
But I don't think you say now would be the better, more appropriate time for that? Or what
Make amendments to C2?
So, well, we're doing the height.
Height?
I still need to clarify the parking because 4,000 is a lot of parking. So what do you want for a commercial standard at 4,000 is not sufficient?
Well, we were 4 per thousand in the station master plan, right?
We were 3 per thousand for commercial.
In the districts.
So what we're proposing, what's pending now is going back to C2, excuse me, C2 standard, or a general commercial standard. Have them all recognized as the 4,000. All the strips along the University Parkway, they're all, excuse me, 4,000. So 4,000 is the basic one used for years.
That's what you're talking about going back to, right?
Well, that's what going back to C2 would take it back to 4,000.
Yeah.
And to me, that's enough parking. If you're going to add in different elements like residential, then that's something you want to talk about.
And you're not proposing going more than
Oh, no,
4,000?
currently in the districts is 3 per thousand.
So are we going back to that, or are we going back to
But
4,000?
it is pending right now.
It's
So
only
there's
3 per thousand because they're the assumption they're sharing parking with the residents. So you're going to have commercial and residential parking sharing. But since we're.
What's C2 is what?
4 per
4
thousand.
per thousand.
So it's 4 per thousand.
So I just want to clarify, because you said parking, and I want to make sure we're changing the parking.
No, I think we're still.
So we're just going to limit the height to 48 feet in the C2 zone.
Sorry, my bad.
And then you're fine. And then add in the C2 elements that would allow a different setback. So I guess to your point is that if we do C2, but allow next to residential to have a different 35 feet, within 100 feet, that would accomplish the same thing with the C2.
Yes, so I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to address that. Is that what you're saying? Is that
So
the
yeah,
best way?
so adding into the C2 zone would be the 35 foot and 100. And that would buffer any residential.
Okay, yeah, where it touches.
And is that 100 foot good? I mean, is that a good compromise?
And then it'd be
100
100 feet before you could go to 48 feet. So it's I'm going to get you. It would be a pretty good distance away, 100 feet before you get to
Do
48
you know
feet.
behind the Ace Hardware, can you visualize back in there? You can see it in your mind how
Yes.
there's a huge grass area. That grass area is 100 feet.
So the question is for O'Brien's. If he wanted to do something, he could go 100, and then could he go up 48 feet? Is that going to be low?
Yeah, but between the 100-foot mark and the.
But is that going to be okay for that neighborhood?
If it's commercial.
Let me ask you a question. Some parcels on State Street are 300 to 500 feet deep. Smith's is an example of that. If they wanted to build a 5-story office building on State Street that's 60 feet tall, would you be in favor of that, or do you want it capped at 48?
Cap it.
Capped at 48?
I mean, well, that's my thing. I don't know.
Well, let's talk about other office buildings that are 5 stories. Or the only other, we have 360 that's tall. What else do we have that's tall?
The Upstart building at University Place.
Okay, that's
And
a
you
tall.
could probably only get 4 stories and 60 feet.
Office building next to Tim Brown's Hospital is 60 feet.
And the Truman building is 48?
I would guess it's
In the 40s?
under 60, but it's probably in
I just think,
So the office building at Timpanogos, I'm fine with it, but it's on a big piece of ground connected to a big building, so how do you make those?
It's
So
actually.
what I would suggest is if you have the general standard of 48 feet, somebody wants to come in with a beautiful 80-foot commercial building, they can propose a PD zone.
Okay.
And then you can consider that as a site-specific application.
Yeah.
so, I mean, on the council, are we okay with 48?
So that's basically a 4-foot,
Four-story.
4-story.
So we have one clarification though.
You can't get
48
4-story
feet.
in 48 feet, can
The items on top of the building.
So yeah, that'd be the, so right now we have the ability for them
So
to
you'd
have,
be 58 total if you
And
did.
the 10-foot architecture is what we're saying.
so 10 feet is comfortable?
No,
No.
well, I mean,
But it's air conditioning. and-
air conditioning shouldn't be 10 feet.
Sometimes your screen walls
You
are
basically,
tall.
the penthouse that surrounds those things are typically 10 feet.
you? You get the elevator casing instead of feet.
Elevator casings, those type of things that project into the roof are typically not counted into the overall height. Because that's
So is
exempted.
it, can you do have it, so my concern with that is, I don't know, it's all about the resident, the impact on the residents. So if you have a facade at the very front of the building on State Street that adds this little 10-foot architectural feature, great, right? The residents are way over here, and they're not even gonna get a shadow from that, they're gonna be fine. But if they're putting it all the way around and it increases their view of their exposure to the building, that's a 58-foot building.
So how about it within that 100-foot buffer, you eliminate the extra 10 feet with the architectural features, or you lower it?
Well, here's the other compromise, is to allow only a certain percentage. So like in the R12 zone, we do allow a residential home to go up to, I think it's 42 feet, as long as that percentage of 42 feet versus 35 is no more than, I think, 30%.
So Jason, we don't have a 60-foot office building in Orem, do we?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's next to Timpanogos Hospital.
Oh, that's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have one,
Security metrics.
metrics.
and that's
And
down,
that
that's,
is actually set away from, it has parking behind it.
I felt that
So
way,
the impact on the
building
homes
by
is
building.
not-
That's
It has a
between
little bit
probably
front
50
and a
and
bunch
60.
of back.
That is pretty honest.
So I guess my question would be,
Yeah, that's good.
is if we're going to limit to 40 feet to allow maybe 30% of the roof to be, additional 10 feet to surround mechanical equipment.
I'd be fine with that. So are you talking about the need for not to screen the entire?
I'm talking about, versus 48 versus 58 foot,
Yeah.
Typically,
exposure
we
to the
don't,
neighbor. you know?
typically we don't have them screen the entire roof. It's typically just screening the equipment that they have up on. That's, because the expensive.
so in reality, the roof's gonna be 48, and then internal would be, the
They could
middle
go
of it
up
probably
to
10.
58, but it's limited to 30% of the rooftop.
You know Center for Change, where that is? So that's right, I don't even know if it's 20 feet from the property line. So they've got a balcony that they've added on, and they've got like the fireplace, hood to the fireplace, which is huge. So, I can kind of see the line where it was supposed to be this height because it's right next to homes. And then there's this huge architectural thing that just makes the building seem that much taller. I guess that's what I'm trying to avoid, you know what I'm talking about, Steph?
But that sounds like usable space too, which, aren't you trying, isn't that outdoor usable space?
It's the fireplace, right? I mean,
Is it just a chimney?
it's the chimney,
So
yeah.
typically, the
But it's,
things that are surrounding on the roof are not going to be, you're going to have the mechanic go up and change out the filters or whatever. You're not going to have anybody having to occupy that
Okay.
space. So it's simply a surround to protect noise and other things that would allow them to project out. Otherwise, they're going to have to find a place on the ground to do stuff, and it just makes it chaotic on the ground.
I'd like to see, from my perspective, I'd like to see some flexibility on that. I mean, I think we could come up with a set number of this is the general idea, but I think if alterations to that could go through the city council and have that whole conversation. Because if our goal, I mean, we're basically taking high density off State Street. We want to go to office, retail, and service. And if we're going to go to office, there may be some of those lots may be redeveloped into pretty cool office space. And so I don't want, I mean, from my perspective, I don't think we just count that without a conversation, you know what I mean?
So can we, Steve, can we add allows them to go to the city council to get some type of exception on the top, on the roof?
Well, I'm
talking commercial,
You're talking height
commercial
in
business.
Talking height in general or
Commercial
the
office,
10 feet?
I think that was the PD zone comment that was made, then they could go through a PD zone process.
I just think there's certain office structures that could look really good,
Yeah.
you know, and fit in and be great. The biggest problem with the high density when you start going, you know, super high, like Midtown Village or whatever, is you create this whole parking disaster. And you wouldn't necessarily do that with office. You know, then you'd be down to the look and feel of it and doesn't intrude on the neighborhood. But if those could be resolved, then you might have more flexibility with office, because I think it's a completely different creature than high density apartment.
So are we comfortable with some type of limit, or do we want to just cap it at 48? And then if they want to do something different, they can come back to the council.
I want to cap it at 48 right now.
So anything on the roof, 48 or below, right?
No, you still get the roof on top.
10.
So
That's still really a tall building.
48 is not even 4 stories anymore.
Well, but you're adding another 10 feet.
Yeah, but it's only 30% of the building, and it's only for the elevator shaft and for
So
HVAC.
I agree with what the mayor's saying. If Adobe says, we've had it with Traverse Mountain, that's a joke. We want to come to Orem. We want the flexibility to say, guys, we will build out something. We'll get you, we'll get you your extra story or whatever. But here's just one comment from a neighbor. I shared this with Artie, call him Artie Woodbury. A neighbor told me, he said, you know, Terry, I will never see another sunset. At first, lifelong resident of Orem, I will never see another sunset. They live on 800 East, across from the Ashton Apartments. And if you think they're full of it, just go there in the afternoon. They'll never see another sunset. Anyway, so I want to be sensitive to that with what we're doing.
So we're going to do 48 feet max, including any type of mechanical. And then they could come back maybe and negotiate a PD or something like that.
I think that's too hard in 48. I think you can still add the 10 feet. Maybe it's not 30% of the roof line. Maybe we make it smaller. I don't know.
From an economic development standpoint, anything that is more difficult to work with, it's not a known, will impede economic development. So if someone has to come and apply for a zone change, that will be something we will compete with another city against. So if that's not known now, and they say we want to build a 5-story, but we need 5 feet of mechanical room, but it's not in the code, it will be a detriment for us.
There also is the 3-acre consideration too, which
Or PD.
True.
to move with a PU.
So this is an incredibly great problem to have. Let's deal with this problem. We've got businesses wanting to come and put a 4 or 5-story building on State Street. Yeah, we'll deal with that. That's great.
So, well, I think that what Ryan's saying is they won't come if they think it's going to be a fight, right? Right?
Right, they want to know when they do their entitlement process, or they will go where it's easier. I mean, I'm not trying to scare you or anything, but
Well,
I've
but-
applied for a lot of these.
I've seen so many rezones over the past 10 years in Orem, from residential to PD, specialty zones, you know, that there was obviously a message from Development Services that type of rezone was going to be welcome. So I think those kind of messages can be sent, and they don't have to, it wouldn't be an unknown then.
Or it could be an amendment to the team. So yeah, if somebody comes in and wants to build a 5-story building, they could come back and maybe have an amendment. This is zone itself, and that can be a consideration.
Well, I mean, they're coming here because Orem is the center of Utah County and they want to be here.
But there's
They don't want to be in America.
But if the price of property, for example, along State Street is $30 a square foot, and they can go to Greenfield in Lehigh at $10 a square
Well, we lost
foot.
that. We lost the telephone or whatever.
That's why, because the price of property is so much more expensive in Orem, because Orem is the center. And that's why we don't have campuses in Orem, because it's so expensive.
I mean, but if it's $30 more, whatever, it's not. I mean, if it's 10-foot height, I don't think that's going to be a selling point. They're going to go to the cheaper property.
Would they?
No, but what I'm saying is, if they can build 4 stories instead of 3 stories, then maybe it pencils. But if they have 3 stories and then they have to have mechanical all within that 48 feet, It may not
But
post.
we're- I mean, we're not, I mean,
Or they have to go down half a floor or something.
we're open to look at that case-by-case basis.
Either you have one floor or you don't. I mean, I think
So what is the ideal number that would meet the economic development numbers you're talking about?
Well, we've had this standard in Orem the entire time, and I've not ever heard us have a problem with having equipment on the roof surrounded by
Most buildings have that
walls.
configuration.
Even the Trim building, which I have pulled up right here,
And so, and how
this
is that
entire
for?
centerpiece functions as a screen. If I go back to the aerial view,
How tall is that one?
Plug that into this.
you can see right here that all of the rooftop chillers are surrounded by that higher wall that's in the middle.
See,
which adds
I
to
like
the
that
architectural
Truman building. I
feature.
think it's pleasing.
How does it look from behind?
so, but that's something like that would fit into that 30% standard that Jason's talking about.
So how tall is that?
How tall is that, 48, is that 60, what is that?
He thinks it's 40.
Well, or look at the new business building at UVU, right? It's 4 stories, it's probably, I don't know, 60 feet tall, and then it has stuff on the top, but it's on the hill and it's around. So that's to Terry's question, if Adobe's coming, how do we make a whole campus work for them, right? And you make the campus work somehow, but
We'll make it work.
that's it.
So if you can keep
Even if it
70%
requires
of
Terry
the
on your own
roof space at 48
All the
feet or
neighborhoods.
less, and just have a small piece of it be for the mechanical
So,
stuff.
but would it need to be 10 feet or 58 feet?
Right now, it's 15 feet in the current. Yeah, so we basically modified it to go 10 in the districts when we did the North Village, just to kind of accommodate it, so it's not as intrusive. So right now, in a C2 zone, it's a 15 foot.
So like an elevator shaft coming out how tall is that?
Depends on the size of the elevator coming in and out, so.
So I mean, could it be if we did 48 and 8 foot?
That's better than that.
Does it work?
I mean,
Yeah, mechanically, does that work?
It would-
We gotta take this construction wise.
Depends on the size of the building, the size of the chiller, the size.
I mean, but you guys have a caveat that we're willing to.
But I
I don't
think
know
if
that-
you give them 8, they can come back and ask for 10. That gives them something to run with, right? To know that maybe there's a chance to get.
And I'm not as concerned about the mechanical as I am the architectural.
Yeah, that's my thing is, I want the building to recognize, I don't notice anything on top of the building. But what you do notice is as you drive by, you notice the front of the building and what it looks like. And
Typically,
I mean, you know there's stuff on top, but you don't, I mean, I personally don't even pay attention.
not always, but typically they have it more of a central core, so you're not really seeing it as you stand on the street and look up.
So if that's where it's gonna be, I'm great with the 10 feet. But if it's gonna be like the new Hungry Howie's where they just put all these big, huge, they redid their
Parapets.
facade. Yeah, that's just raised it 20 feet.
That's
Would that be the 30%?
Is that an architectural structure?
But what you're suggesting couldn't happen because
Okay.
that 10 foot can only be 30% of the roof surface.
So if we did the 30%,
Just in the height here or in the whole square footage of that thing
So
that
you
they're
have the
doing?
roof, only 30% of that area can be.
30%. So 70% open.
So if you're taking,
But the facade's
pictures are
are
always-
different.
so if this is looking down on the roof,
Okay.
so we're gonna take this, only 30% of that roof can have some.
So if I want to put a little thing all the way across the front, am I gonna exceed the 30%?
You would have to be 48 feet max. That's, so.
You couldn't do that unless it was within the zone.
We're just talking
That's
about
different.
screening walls.
So we're just talking
Okay.
about this, the screen.
To hide the.
To hide the HVAC?
Now, to your point, if they put a screen and it's still under the 48 feet, they could do a parapet or something, as long as it's 48 feet at that point. So there will be a hard cap on 48
On the 48, that's the
Of the
question
building.
right there.
for the building.
You want to say something?
Yeah.
Jeff?
Yeah, just a visual, so the Devon and those apartments that Terry was talking about over by Costco, how tall are those?
Those are,
Do you know?
The ones along 8th East have a height limit.
48 feet, it goes
45.
up to like 55 or something.
45 in the other one.
They were stepped back.
Next to Costco is like 55. Next to 8th East is 40. 45.
So it's 10 feet, to the side.
Maybe that's all, unless there's other discussion on State Street.
Okay.
Could we maybe just go through, have Jason list our findings that we're running forward with, just to make sure we're on the same page?
So can we do 48 and 8 feet and 30%?
That's what I'm,
And then if something else, they can always come petition us for 2 more feet.
How do you do that in the zone? To keep,
you'd have to say that last part.
If they want to petition us for 2 more feet or something, so it's 10 foot.
Well, the issue would be, it would be a citywide, or it would be a C2 wide petition. So if you change it to 10 feet, then anybody else.
Okay, so I'm comfortable with 48, 8, and 30%.
Or the PD zone.
Yeah, the PD zone.
But 8 doesn't allow them to put an elevator shaft up. An elevator shaft's taller than 8 feet to go up on the roof. So you're really reducing the height to 46.
Is that right?
Are you sure about
I
that?
don't know. Depends on the building.
Depends on the building, depends on the elevator.
I was gonna say.
I mean, if it's
What's wrong with
a
10?
Midtown Village, it's probably going to be 10 foot easy.
I think most elevators are taller than 8 feet as you walk into them. In a Class A office,
Let's
they're
find
much
out.
higher.
Got tape measures.
So I guess, as long as, so my understanding is, we'll come back probably, we'll do this first. We'll come back in a few months in a study session, talk about PDs, talk about potential uses in the back. If, to your point, Dave, if they have 3 acres and they want to have a larger building, let's say a 60-foot tall office building, then the PD would work. If they have less than 3 acres, the PD option is not an option.
Okay.
So unless we wanted to change the 3 acre minimum state or whatever.
No, I think 3 acres is good.
But I think on this, so anyway. So we're going to use the C3 setback, so a modified version of the C3 in the C2, 100 feet.
Is everybody okay with 100? Or you want more? 100 feet? Okay.
So 100 feet, 35-foot max, the 35-foot minimum setback to wherever you start, and the C2 zone. And then we're going to keep the parking ratio at 4 per thousand. We're going to, I guess, potentially figure out a way to do the no pole sign zones in the districts by a new sign zone.
We can tackle that later.
Or we can tag, well, we could do that, or we revert back and just let it go at 35, whatever the height of the sign is backwards. Or
No, that's cool.
So Jason, with what we're doing right now, if you're sitting on the city council, what should we know that, hasn't come up? Is there anything you're saying, you guys should have thought about this. This will be a consequence.
So the things in here, right here, these things, will go away by eliminating the districts. Right? So you're gonna not have the requirement. So as far as the maximum height, we require a 3-story building. That's going to go away with the district. So the Subway sandwich shop can just redo it with a 1-story. And we've had several that want to just do 1-story. So that goes away. Basically, we're going to keep this. So that's going to we're going to modify this. And the drive-through is going to be modified. So we're going to allow a drive-through now to come in front, as long as they have this 10-foot strip. So they could do a parking lot. They could do the building back here. They could do the 10-foot parking lot. However they want to configure, so it's going to give them flexibility.
so if I may, just a standard elevator, just the width, the height in an elevator is anywhere from, for a front opening door, anywhere from 7 feet 4 inches to 9 feet 8 inches. So 10 is probably the more appropriate number. And I'm just, if you split the difference, you're 8.5 feet.
Yeah.
And you need something to pull it up. You need something above the height of it.
Well, and to me, if we're trying to make it desirable for businesses, we wouldn't worry about 2 feet. It's not going to make that much difference, right?
Okay.
You want to hallelujah too, or is amen enough? I'll give you both.
I'll give you praise the Lord.
So, I guess, just to clarify, we've done this before. I want to know what number we want to bring forward. Because we've brought numbers before, and then we've got half the council and said, I don't know. So, are we comfortable with 8, or are we comfortable with 10?
10.
I'm good with 10.
If it's better for the businesses, I would say let's do 10.
So we'll propose 10, and then
And 30%.
30%.
I'm fine with
The 30 is fine.
Huh?
30 is fine if limiting.
They said 35.
No, I said 30.
No.
30 is
32.7.
So, I guess, bottom line is rezoning it back to C2 will take care of most of it, because it eliminates the residential, eliminates all that stuff. And then we'll do these small parameters, and then we'll come back at another time and talk about introduction of PDs, another
And
parking.
so on, let's say Larry H. Miller. Okay. So if there's a strip mall in the front, then they do a PD zone in the back, maybe for twin homes or something.
Well, right now they couldn't, but that's
Right.
another,
But that's a PD zone type thing.
another discussion.
I'm good with it.
So right now, let's just use that as an example, so I can make sure everybody's on the same page. So if they decide to just tear down that building and want to build a new building, they would need to do this, because right now they have the sidewalk and they have the landscape.
Correct.
They would put the 15 feet, the sidewalk, and then they would have a 10-foot minimum, and then they could build either a parking lot or display a lot more automobiles, and then they could put the building in the back, or they could put the building in front, parking on the sides, and the back, so there's more flexibility with this. This section right here, cross section, would be constant. That would be required
Correct.
anywhere on State Street.
Correct. Because it's beautifying.
And then, so then the flexibility comes in the back. So they could either put it up front, or they could put parking in front, they could do a drive-through. So the biggest things, to be honest, over the last couple of years, the biggest things I think are the drive-throughs that people have had some angst with, and the number of stores. So I think that's going to probably solve a lot of our, and of course the residential. But, so those three are kind of the bigger things that we've seen over the last couple of years.
So if I may, in terms of timing, it would be your intent, Steve and Jason, once everybody's now agreed to the changes, to have this noticed by January 18th in anticipation for the February 2nd planning commission meeting. At that point, the commission hears it, kind of locks it in, the moratorium is lifted February 9th, and we're subject to the new standards, not the old standards.
And between the 18th and the meeting, we'll have a neighborhood meeting during that.
Can the planning commission stop it? Or is that just
No.
a formality, so then it comes back to
So the
council?
planning commission is simply a recommendation. Whether they vote for it or against it, or have no vote at all, it's still forced to the city.
These standards will be locked in other words, whether the planning commission recommends approval or denial.
So, John, I didn't hear from you. Did you want to say anything? Are you okay
Just-
there? Is that all right?
Go ahead, John.
Just my overall comment, I think it's going in a really good direction from a resident standpoint. I think it's going in the right direction. I like the beautification part, like Debbie's part, and I think everyone's kind of in agreement with that. And for commercial developers, they need flexibility, and so I like, you can put building in the front, you can put building in the back, it can be one story, it can be, 4 stories, I think that's good. The one thing I guess I would say, the biggest angst, I think, if you look at the things that have blown up, so North Village District, my pet peeve project, and then maybe Meadow Gold, is that the neighborhood meetings, my opinion is, neighborhood meetings occur so late in the process with the developer that they're entrenched financially in it before residents get any say. And I don't know if you can stop that, but I think that if there was some mechanism where they had some input before, before they've invested $250,000 like Meadow Gold, it might be better.
That's kind of what this is, because you're setting parameters that are acceptable for residents, so that any development that goes in, will be
Right.
acceptable because
Yeah.
we've already set the parameters.
Right, and I think we've minimized it,
We're kind of
but I
working
think,
on that.
my biggest pet peeve is that when I'm told there's nothing you can do about it, it's, the application is accepted, and I'm not sure it's accepted, and so that's, from a resident standpoint.
Yeah.
So, but I think this is going to send everything in the right direction, so I think there will be less fight.
Steve and Jason, this is our ordinance though, right? In
Be our
terms of the
application.
meeting. So
Say that again.
we're not required
Yes.
by state law to hold a meeting, are
We don't
we?
need any reason.
And are we required to hold it at a specific?
It's actually our own ordinance that requires the neighborhood meeting
For a rezone.
for a reason.
I know, but what I'm asking is, are there state requirements that require some sort of neighborhood
No.
meeting too?
No.
It depends on the application, like an annexation and things. like
If
that.
it's within the
Right,
distance,
it's not a reason.
the only thing, not a rezone, but if it's within a specific distance or a residential area, there has to be a neighborhood.
So there are some.
Under state law?
Yeah,
I think
under
so.
LUDMA.
I think so.
So I'm just, the reason I'm
I'll
asking
double check.
is there any flexibility in shifting that meeting date? That's why I asked if it was our requirement.
Well, we have time to get the notice and have it probably last week.
But you're asking,
It's
what
wrong.
I'm suggesting
We're saying-
is,
Yes.
can we require the developer to hold a meeting
If it's,
within,
X number
I
of days
guess-
of application or or whatever.
It's usually the last item on their checklist that they fulfill.
That's what I mean. If it's our requirement, then why are we holding ourselves to a requirement that we can change to accommodate what we're talking about?
Well, to be quite honest, the requirement is to hold every meeting before making an application.
Right.
In this instance, we're making the application first, because we have to notice it, and then we're gonna have an every meeting.
But we're not talking about this instance right now. John's talking about going.
No, I'm talking about violating our ordinance right now.
Right.
So I'm saying there is some flexibility in how we deal with that.
I see what you're saying.
Depending on what circumstances are there. So even though.
Well,
we're
this
not
is a moratorium though, this is a little different, we're in this moratorium situation.
So even though we're not technically following, we're
violating.
doing the best that we can to make it all work. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes we do have that flexibility, well, we allow them that flexibility just because of the parameters of the application.
And can I give just a great example of what you guys did? So this same O'Brien property, right, before everything happened, he had a Zoom call and showed us a whole different plan, right? From the very first traffic study that they did, the plan where they were trying to get the access on 400 West. Neighborhood not responsive at all, gave a lot of great feedback, he came out with a different plan. It wasn't accepted either, but it was better, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So to me, I think to John's point, that's it. You know, can we get some type of engagement before?
And typically we try. I mean, not all the developers come in and ask us months before, hey, we want to do this, here's our concept plan. A lot of them do, but a lot of them will come in and say, we've spent these last 3 months, here's our plan. And then we tell them, well, by the way, you have to have a neighborhood meeting. So we have the staff at any opportunity to talk about any of this thing. So it just depends. And we have developers that do multiple things, they do it differently. And so we just try as staff react the best that we can as far as making them meet the requirements. But sometimes as staff, we haven't seen it either until the first time to make an application.
But regardless, I think we're going to have way less conflict with this plan going forward than we would have had.
So, yeah, to your point, Joe, we do our best to make sure that they hold their meeting.
So, and I think
Does that always work?
I think too on the neighborhood meeting, I think the clarify adjacent.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we need to, because that was a thing. What's adjacent? Was it across the street? I think we need to clarify that to say, this is what we mean by adjacent, and you live by it instead of saying yes or no, or this is my definition of this. So I think the adjacent thing is what we need to look at too on these when we're doing
Within so many feet of.
I think that will go away, Councilman Spencer, because that was tied into the districts, that adjacent ones.
But I mean, on neighborhood meetings.
Are you talking about
we can do?
The adjacent was if it was adjacent to residential.
And the issue is all they're just counting the road, right?
So what we can do is rezone the street itself to residential, I guess at the same time, and then that, the commercial would butt up to, if it's butting up to a street, it would butt up to a residential zone.
Okay.
It seems like maybe you could help the cause a little bit as far as these meetings. If you got your set requirement, whatever it is, but then you make a recommendation to these developers as they come in, we recommend that you meet with neighbors first, or soon, early in the process. We don't require it, but we recommend it. Because if they go down a whole path and spend a whole bunch of money, then it's bad for them too, right?
And to that point, Mayor, one thing none of you ever see is how many times we tell a developer it's not a good idea. Don't do what you're suggesting. So it doesn't even get to the neighborhood before we tell them, there's no way you're going to get this. The council's not going to look at it. You warned. If you want to go forward, that's at your own risk. We some of them do.
Okay.
But we try to cut all of those off.
To Ryan's point, we do a lot of discussion and negotiation before just saying, don't even bother. But, I mean, we do it nicely, but sometimes we just have to be blunt and say, but it doesn't mean they can't have that opportunity.
Okay.
On that topic, that's.
Are you good as far as got everything
so.
wrapped up? Any other comments before we move on?
I have
Yes,
one.
Tom.
In your inauguration, you said, I want to see a time when the citizens, the staff, and the council are aligned.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in our first 2 hours, or whatever it's been, we've hit that on this issue. And while we have 2 of 100,000 citizens here, they were 2 of the most vocal on a pretty hot issue.
Right.
And so I think you represent much more than an insignificant number. Forgive me for using that blowback. I think they represent more than an insignificant reference to our citizens.
Yeah.
And I think our staff, who frankly did exactly what the council asked them to 5 or 6 years ago, quickly got on board and said, okay, what does the current city council want? What do our citizens want? And this is how we can make it happen.
Right.
And so I think a round of applause for all three of those groups, and that I think was part of your mission,
Right.
Mayor, if I'm reading that right.
Absolutely.
So congrats to our citizens, to our staff, and of course to us, who deserve a lot of applause.
Can I say something too?
Go ahead, Jeff.
If we ever play Pictionary, can I be on Ryan's team?
Yeah, he's good.
It'll never look that good again.
Sorry.
Thanks, Jeff. I'll tell my wife.
Would you sign that for me? And I'd like to have that on the wall.
If it's okay with you, Mayor, I would like the three of us to get together and actually put this in writing, what you've given to us today, and I would like to send it out like Monday to all of you to make sure that you're on board and we've interpreted everything correctly, if that's all right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we'll have time for that week to notice.
And I think we talked that through pretty good, but as you go through it, whatever you send out to us,
Yeah.
essentially our goal is for it to be ironclad, no workarounds, no nothing, and so I want you to just verify that
Thank
for
you.
us. Thanks.
And I would also say, we usually get those white and black postcards, and I realize they're small, but I think if we really want to make sure this, I'd be willing to make sure it's brighter, a little, nicer, in the sense.
Some budget we can use.
Well, I think this is important because this is a response to campaigning, going door to door, and I think I think it just needs to be a little brighter. Revisions the state. Let's just make sure.
Debbie's going to pay for it?
That's why I just.
No, but really, that's what we did, right? That's what happened with the open houses.
Yeah, and I think
let's follow
that's
the rules
easier
the
than the
same.
little white and black thing that gets
You're
taught.
selling past.
I was just going to say that if it's a follow-up to the open houses and let residents understand that this is in response to all the input that's
To what you did,
then
yeah, what you
they
showed
might
up
be a little
for.
bit more engaged, I think, to recognize like, oh, what did they learn from our comments?
Yeah, no, I think we can make it really
And
positive.
that's probably appropriate, something similar.
I think
It's
we
more
can-
than just two residents.
I think we can make it a really positive PR thing that ties into all the things that we're talking about. So I'd like to have a little bit of input as far as what that postcard ultimately looks like.
Sure. And that'd be at the rec center like we did before, the nice room.
Well, I mean,
No, probably not the city center.
so
We want to stream it. We want people to be able to have good audio and visual for streaming.
And the city council chambers will be owned by it. Centrally located, people know where that is.
so
Do you ever have a satellite location?
What about the library home?
It's hard to get people to cover both
Library
and
home.
have the same discussion, so it's kind
If we
of,
have lots of people.
we could do across the hall, and we could do something that's closed. We just have to be able to give the same information.
I'm worried about the time to get this done. Because it's generally a week. By the time you get to
yeah.
That's
Can you modify this one?
We go to the city council chambers and go from there.
And we can help you a lot with the mailing as far as what you're doing all through the campaign. So we don't want to get them done.
No,
fast.
we'll take your,
He's got some.
we'll take your contacts because I know that's a concern, or has been a concern what we see that.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is there's a review schedule too, right? And how quickly we can get feedback back. Hey, change this. We don't like that. Do
Right.
that. I mean, that's generally what kind of that'll slow things up. So we just have to be quick. We have to be quick about that. Get it set. We'll have Pete start working on it Monday. So first thing.
So we'd have to have it mailed out probably by Thursday or Friday, just to make sure we
Yeah.
have it either on the 31st or the 1st.
Yeah, by the time we get the meeting.
Yep.
And then we'd have the notice for the second, so it's gonna be close.
Okay. So we'll make that a priority to get that out by Thursday or Friday.
Yep.
All right. Anything else? Let's move on. We've got about 45 minutes for this last part. This is density residential past, present, future, and just education on the history of how we wound up here.
Well, in a nutshell, Jason, I can jump in.
Go for it.
Each project was approved by the city council that's on these boards, so at the time they were done under the current code
And we see that.
and were approved in that manner. So I'll be quiet now and let you go.
How about yours? So I'm gonna sure what information you want to glean, other than the fact that this was 1994. See, these are not necessarily PDs, but different projects that have come in over time. So on 8th East, there's a lot of smaller eightplexes or things like that that have been in over time. There's lots of fourplexes too. I mean, you've driven through the city, you know where things are. This one represents what's happened in the last 10 years. We've already talked about that. But there is some, obviously, the student housing zone on the west side of I-15. That was zoned purposely back in 2000, actually, to do the Parkway crossing. It's kind of marked as Wolverine crossing and then some other zones which we will get into on the slide. But all these on State Street, you can look at all the high-density projects are typically on some type of corridor, so 12 West, on Boulevard, State Street, or some 12 West and Sand Hill Road. All of them, you look at this, for example, here's Center Street, here's State Street. So you can see in the last 10 years there has been no, other than obviously the one pending, no high-density housing in that, as far as the PD goes.
I will point out that's where most of the pre-existing mayors, city council all lived. In that area, there's no identity. What are you trying to say?
But the majority of, to Ryan's point as well, is that all of the PDs were something that developers came in, got the 3 acres, came in and negotiated with the council. So all of these went through that negotiation process. So that's kind of where we are today.
I'm sorry, Jason, what were the light blue that are bigger? I see the dark blue. What are the light blue ones?
The gray?
Is that gray?
So these are the two. That's the Meadow Gold property, and that's the other one, 16.
So that's the future.
So the
Those
gray
are
are the
pending.
Oh, but I guess I mean the lighter blue. Isn't there a lighter blue? Am I seeing that wrong? There's lots of dark blues.
So these are all the
On the other map,
You've seen words.
Oh, am I seeing words? Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. They're word bubbles? Is that what happened? Okay.
Those are just descriptions of each PD and when they were adopted.
So as far as density going back, just a quick history, in the 60s, 70s, there was a lot of duplexes, a lot of fourplexes. Around the Catholic Church area, there's a lot of fourplexes. If you look around some other areas, there's pods throughout. That used to be a land use that they allowed. Back in the 90s, maybe 2000s, they stopped doing that and converted more to PRDs. So there's a lot of PRDs, Evergreen East, on the east side of the city center park. That's along there. There's across from Mountain View High School. There's some PRDs that have been developed under a different zone. It used to be R75 or R8 or R6. They used to allow PRDs in any residential zone. Probably about 10 years ago, we changed it to require them to go to council and actually create its own zone. So now there's a PRD zone. So any rezone of a PRD has to, or any project has to come to the council to get it rezoned first. So that was more. So high density housing, based on our discussion today, it would be limited to whatever future discussion we have with the PD zone. So any high density housing other than a PRD, which is still a rezone, we're going to be looking at more of single family, whether they're smaller lots or bigger lots, whatever the underlying zone is what we're going to see. Across from Timberlands High School, the field that's owned by the LDS Church will be coming through this month for I think it's 23 lots, about an 8,500 square foot lot average. So they'll be just building single family lots, similar to what you see north of Timberlands High School, that was part of the orchard before. So we're starting to see a lot of.
Do you know the developer on that?
I don't have any. It's not any of the.
Not Acme.
So they're going to be 5 to 6 to 700,000 other homes. They're not going to be cheap. So that's kind of where we are. And then we've got, like I said earlier, there's going to be a couple PRD proposals that come to you. They're going to be smaller lots, but they're going to be single family homes. But they're going to be in the $350,000 range.
So can I just get some clarification there? Single family homes, not like a number of homes owned by the same developer that he's renting out.
So the two that propose, and they can always change their mind, is for sale units that would be its own standalone single family.
That's what they're.
Not twin homes, although that is an option. And what we've seen in the last 10 years, we don't show these on this map, but the majority of the PRDs that have come in the past, like the Peach Haven on West Center Street, are very nice twin homes. By Timberlands, or not Timberlands, but Orem Community Hospital, there's a lot of twin homes that are very well done, brick, and different things like
The ones
that.
on 8th East?
That's typically what we've seen in the past, and that's what typically they've done. Is more in line with the older community, not necessarily restricted to 55 and older, but that's who we've seen moving into those because they're downsizing, have the funds to do, needs to do. It's still an expensive home, but they can downsize.
So what about the Jones?
So Jones are going to be single-family homes. It's already been approved.
I know they were doing some moves of dirt, so.
So they decided to do all the improvements before they actually record the plat, so they don't have to pay a bond. So typically a developer, if he wants to come in and record his plat, so he's vested in the lots and whatever, we require them to post a bond for all the improvements. There is an option for them to do all the improvements at their own risk. We still do all the inspections. Once that's done and passed out, then they record the plat and then they can start building homes on the lots.
And that's zoned
R8.
R8, okay.
So
where is that property? What's the address?
That's down by Cherry Hill Park.
Cherry Hill Park?
Oh, the place we, yeah.
So the big house has been demolished.
It's gone.
If you've driven by it, assume that it's been flattened and out.
And do we know how the roads are going to go?
There'll be public streets connecting into the,
Because it goes through Bud, dead end,
so
go
that
around.
road will go through.
And go by the school, right?
Go by the school, and then they're by the south end of the park.
Yeah, it has a couple entrances.
That'll be there as well.
Because I think that's definitely a win. When we turned it down how many years ago, the planning commission voted yes. So I think that's a win for Orem on 26 homes or whatever.
Yeah, but you're taking credit for it 6 times.
It's been 10.
Oh, 10, okay.
And then Baxter Gardens, that one's under construction, but that's more twin homes?
Those are single family. And I think there's 1 or 2 twins and then the rest.
The rest are single, okay.
I think.
Where's that? Where's that? That's off of 1600 North and how many?
Isn't that just right off there?
It's right south of Northbridge Elementary.
About
They just
200
haven't
east?
done anything about it?
No, they've been moving dirt.
They've got the cul-de-sac.
They've got the cul-de-sac.
They just
By
have
Steeple
to-
Chase?
Say it again.
By Steeple Chase?
Yeah.
It's near Steeple.
Yes, they'll see the change of time. It's attractive, it's a good looking
Yeah.
development.
So I guess to go forward, just in city council, just to say, as far as density and things going forward, we're going to obviously have single-family homes. We'll potentially have people ask for PRDs, which could be twin homes. Could be their townhome is an option as well, but it has to be approved by the council. And the second story is limited to 70% of the land. So there are some parameters already built in. It's basically a canned ordinance. If the city council wants to approve it, they can, but there's no negotiation with it. I mean, this is the standards. If you want to build it, this is what you do. And the council can say yes or no, based on the concept plan and elevations. Now, I am pretty encouraged with the option of coming back and maybe having a discussion with PD zones on state. Maybe there's a property that you're comfortable with, some mixed use, high density housing. That's another negotiation another day, but that's the only other option we have, other than single family and PRDs, is potentially PDs in the
All right, sounds good. As far as on your agenda here too, you're going to talk about access apartments. And the issue with access apartments that we're kind of addressing is it just on so many levels.
We're going to blame that on the council as well.
It seems to be kind of a mess. And so I'm just curious, I guess, how we got there and how we keep from getting there ever again.
So we have under, when we had the front runner runs right through here. This is the train runs right through there. We had Wolverine Crossing, which was Parkway Crossing at the time. This was supposedly to be all Parkway Crossing. They had some financial issues, 2005. They ended up selling the yellow and the orange piece off. They finished their development, changed it to Wolverine Crossing. But this whole thing was part of a student housing complex. At the time the train came in, this is UVU's property here, and then this piece was put into a transit or intermodal kind of hub where we were hoping to have some mix of people that actually live there without a car, use the train, use the bus, things like that. When the developers came in, we had some negotiation. Ryan was the one that developed the initial concept plan. We proposed the ordinance. It was approved by the council.
What year was this?
That was probably 7, 8 years ago.
Or longer.
But we used similar standards to what was there. So we basically put the standard on 0.65 per bed is what the standard was, because we were hoping that we would get some, and basically the discussions with developers and looking throughout the country is that if you're next to a transit station, typically people have a mix of alternate modes, right? what we found in hindsight is that everybody brings their car. So what we thought was a good plan has turned out in the end not to be.
And they were approved at 0.66, weren't they?
So what we've got pending now, which will go to the City Planning Commission, actually it's going to the 19th this month, is to take this portion that has not been developed back to a 1 stall per bed. So instead of the 0.65 or 0.8, it's going to be 1. And so I mean, obviously we still deal with this issue. I don't know if anybody knows, but UVU has leased 200 parking stalls to help compensate for the access. Access is working with these 2 properties to try to buy them and build some other type of parking, whether it's infrastructure or not. UTA is considering potentially building a parking structure there, and maybe working with these developers to pool some money. There's also a state program that the council may be looking at with the applicant in a few months.
So how are you incentivizing them to do that, to move away from the 166 that was approved and make it so much better happen?
If I may, their residents are forcing them to do that.
Okay.
Because I talked to some of them as students and said, hey, I can't get a place to park. I'm going to move out of here. That's why they went to Val Peterson, the vice president of this area at UVU, and said, we got to rent your space. And it's really ideal for UVU to rent it because they want it basically at night.
Yeah.
And UVU students need it in the day, so they're selling parking passes, if you will, to the access apartments. Because when I rent an apartment, I also want a place to park my car. And they guessed wrong on that, and the city council at that time approved it. I think it was before David and I were on, so it's been pre-8 years. And frankly, we might have been talked into it too, because they sounded, hey, this is a TOD deal. We're going to get a lot of people who are going to commute to Salt Lake and they don't need a car. But in Utah, we have the right to own a vehicle and park it near our home.
Right.
Amen.
And so these guys, these students, well, 6 cars per individual at your home.
Oh, is he down to 6 now?
Yeah. So we're going to force David to build a parking garage.
Or go underneath.
Access wanting to Stephen and to UVU and said this isn't fair. And we said, look, you sold it based on what you thought your residents would want.
Yeah.
They clearly want something different. So you can build a parking garage that was very expensive per stall, as you know, right?
Right.
Surface parking's cheap. Even if they had to buy that land and put surface parking, it's cheap. But access, you have a responsibility to fix your problem. And I think UVU was very kind to them to lease them property because supply and demand, they could have charged a lot for that parking, but they charged the same thing to them that they charged to students, which is $135 a year or so on. So they could have said, yeah, we'll sell you, we'll rent you these at whatever, right, until you fix your problem. And I think Steve worked closely with UVU and with Access, is my understanding. I wasn't involved on the UVU hat other than hearing about it.
Okay.
So they have a problem. Yeah, they asked for it and received it, but it's still their problem if their .66 was a wrong guess. And I think Wolverine's more than .8, aren't they?
They're 0.65.
6.5, so not, they're terrible too.
This one's actually 0.62. Actually, Wolverine, when they built, they actually built more parking than they needed. Now it's actually benefiting them.
More parking than was required, not more parking than was needed.
Well, right now they have more parking than they need.
Oh, good.
But that has more than they require.
Okay.
So just to point it out there, as from a planning perspective, this type of project would work and has worked in other communities. Unfortunately, to Tom's point, in Utah, we're not quite there yet. Right? If you're downtown Salt Lake, there are some projects that they don't require any parking because you're right on tracks and they still themselves have parking issues.
And you've got an entire walkable area if you're downtown Salt Lake.
So from a planning perspective, I mean, we'll take some of the blame, but the developers came in and convinced the council agreed. And so there is some issues, but I think going forward, from our point of view, like we're doing with University Downs, we're not going to be sucked into the 0.65 or some type of share. It's going to be one-to-one ratios, and that's how we're going to proceed going forward.
Okay. I did. And so it sounds like you got a path out of it. Are the neighbors in the neighborhood? Is that? I mean, if this all gets fixed, I mean that's what the big problem is. There's several hundred cars.
So there is a parking permit system there. They're considering doing one over here. But I think Access eventually, hopefully sooner than later, will solve that problem by buying the properties to the east or combining with UTA and others and having a shared parking structure.
A couple of months ago, Mayor, we had a picture of the guy who got beat up because he told some guy to move. Oh, maybe you weren't at that meeting, but you might have heard of it. No, that's it. If you know that, that's
But in fairness to, if I may, we still do have a parking problem in the Springfield area because it's not an access to parking issue, it's a convenience issue.
Right.
And so that's why the parking permit program is being recommended in that area so that we can eliminate that convenience aspect and literally force them to park in the lot that's been available. So it still is a concern until we get that permit. And the neighbors don't necessarily like that permit program. So we're in kind of a hard spot. I think if we have the permit program, we address the convenience issue and force people to park in a different lot.
Right.
But it does inconvenience the neighbors, and several are frustrated that they're going to have to do that.
Yeah.
So
Do
just,
you know, I have a question, do you know if the parking's included in the rent? Because that's,
It's not.
it's not.
It's an
That's,
add-on.
add-on, okay. Sometimes that's been a problem.
so in the districts themselves, we did require that, so that's something we'll go over as well. So,
But
of course,
they
I
can't
didn't-
charge.
But there's no residence.
so the one next to UVU on the other side, green on Campus Drive, that's built into the ordinance that they cannot charge substitute. So that's
Because of their
something.
fees on the state.
So going,
The agreement anyway.
so going forward, Mayor, you're considering more PDs on State Street. That would definitely be something we'd include, that they can't charge extra for parking, or exclude it when people park somewhere else.
Right. Now, and that is a big issue with people trying to live in apartments is when they go in, it's like $800, and before you know it, it's like $1,200 because they had all these different things on.
So just so you know, the access apartments, there's people that own access on this property as well. So when we bring that forward, they may have obviously some things to say, changing it
access
from
to-
0.65 to 1.
Yeah, I think you definitely need to do that. I mean, it just makes sense. We're in a different environment than the places where they do 0.6.
One of the things the access owners have brought up, and they've met with Councilman Spencer, but we've asked them to reach out to all of you. There's a state program called HTRZ that functions like a tax increment finance district, like an RDA. And what it does is it allows a development within a certain distance of the train station to capture some of their future property tax and use it towards parking. And they want to use that as a tool to build the next phase out, but also fix the access problem with possibly a combined parking garage with UTA. So it's a tool the state's created that we could possibly take advantage of to help solve that solution, but it's something that you'll obviously have to learn more about, and they may be reaching out to you just so you're aware.
And I think there are some density requirements tied into that program, isn't there?
Correct. It is created and incentivized to basically maximize density within, I think, a quarter mile of the train station, but to create that parking close to it. Okay. So
Does it only have the city component, or does it have a school district?
It does have a school district component, and right now in the state law, the school district is required to participate, but it doesn't specify at what amount. So the reality is the school district can participate at 1%. So as of a couple months ago, this has not been done anywhere in the state yet.
So interestingly, you wouldn't be the decision maker in this. It would be the state of Utah and a specific board set up by the governor's office of economic development. Now they call it GOEO. And they actually statutorily have made up a board. And if the board were to approve it, then they could compel taxing jurisdictions to participate. The question is at what level, right?
Well, it's all going to be driven on how much you need and the length of time. So, I mean, a 1% from the school district is not going to give them the money they're going to need to do what they need to do.
Right, and that's a big problem I think the legislature realizes, and they're going to be revisiting it from what I understand. But I think a simple way to look at it is essentially the developer would get a coupon off of their future property taxes to help pay for more parking. It's kind of a simple term.
The other thing we've done in this area, several years ago, we submitted a request to the Mountain Land Association of Governments for some help with MAG money and UDOT money for, well, I guess it was UTA for a structure. That front runner station is actually quite busy. In fact, it's one of the busiest in the network. And so we put together a proposal, and UTA was on board, Orem was on board, UVU not so much. And so there's going to be an opportunity for us in the future potentially to make a similar request because of the success of that station. Hopefully we can get all three parties involved, because if we collectively can go to MAG and make that request, it's much better than if we just go on our own. So that would be a structured parking.
And we could bring a developer in as a partner and build a number of levels for them as well.
Correct.
To help address the issue.
Gotcha.
Correct.
So they might have offices above or whatever.
So they did a similar project in Draper by their eBay campus in next to their Draper station, where they, by way of a public-private partnership, eBay uses it, and UTA is also eligible to use it because it's next to their station.
So it sounds like, from what you're saying, we've learned a lot of things over the years. I mean, this would be one that we should only have one per room, you know, if we do anything like this again. And so going forward,
It's per bed, isn't it? Yeah, per room, you could have more than one.
but the point being is we've learned a lot of things that should help solve some of these problems going forward. Are there any future bombs that are all approved and that we should know about going forward, or do you think we're pretty much where we are?
There's no active old application PDs other than the two on State Street that we have, and there are PDs, two projects that are pending. There's no other active one. In limbo project.
Well, I mean, there is University Place. That's
an active project, right? It's already been approved.
Yes.
But there's nothing that has been approved, and now we're just waiting for some timing to go. Everything is either been developed or there's nothing happening. There was one next to, I don't have to show it, but next to, what's it called, the steel properties, which is the triangle piece.
Oh, next to UVU by the Institute building.
By the Institute building, the two Institute buildings on 8th South. Across the street, there was a property they wanted to do high-density housing. They had an application. They basically, their application a couple of years ago, as part of this whole process, we basically brought an ordinance that applications expire after a year. And so we basically processed that through, sent them a notification because it had been going on for several years. Sent them a notification that their project would expire last year, actually. And so they're officially expired. So there's no pending PDs out there.
Okay. Let me ask you one question, because it's along these lines. As far as the current apartments in University Place, the access apartments, different groups, there's been a lot of talk about their parking is infringing on Costco's parking lot. And I'm just curious from your perspective, because Costco is one of the highest sales tax revenue generators in our city, so it would be a bad thing for us to have any issues with it. I'm curious if we're having conversations with Costco and University Mall to make sure that's not an issue.
So University Mall actually owns the ground, Costco.
Right.
And if you look at this property, so you have Costco's physical property in front of the building, and then to the south, there's usually where they're parking. That's not part of Costco's property, or the lease space, so when we're having the spillover from those, we're actually parking on the mall's parking itself. There obviously might be some spillover in the actual Costco parking lot.
Okay.
I think I understand that Costco's renewed their lease for 20 years or whatever. So I think there's a good good relationship between the two.
To your point there, I think most people assumed that was Costco parking, even when it wasn't. So they had overbuilt Costco parking, and they do not have the legal rights to all the parking that, in my mind, was Costco parking.
Okay.
And so,
But it was a lot of parking by the gas station,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
A lot of resident
Well,
parking.
and you know Costco's looking at moving their gas station.
Yeah.
Because they're using up that parking to get the line, because people wait for an hour to save 5 cents a gallon.
So there is a plan for Costco. This is different.
We can teach them some economic classes, but I don't think that's the right time.
So down the rabbit hole, they're actually going to expand in place.
Oh, are they?
Oh, are they?
Eventually, they expand to add another 4 pumps to the west, and then right now, I don't know why they're not doing it, probably because it's so busy, but they've actually got a plan that was approved administratively to add, lengthen those out one more pump.
But I laughed because this is the second plan they've submitted and said they're going to.
There was one.
So it could change.
Yeah, Thomas one down south, but they now put it back.
Like Sandy has 3?
So Jason, Costco's not probably thrilled with the high density, because I know Costco told Woodbury no high density along 8 South.
So there is, yeah, I mean, Costco plays a big part in their negotiation with their leases, and so you can see that they don't have any high-density housing, nor will they have housing on 8 South. So they do carry the big card, and it sounds like they're comfortable. A few years ago, this is probably before many of your time, Costco had an issue with their reefers in the back, with their refrigerator trailers coming on at night, and so we actually made an ordinance that the people within Aston and stuff couldn't complain about the noises within the mall itself, because they're part of the issue, they're part of the overall development. So Costco specifically came to the mall and said, we can't have complaints about noise. And so the council, we wrote a thing, and Steve helped us develop that. It basically says you are moving into the Aston or others within the mall, you agree that you are part of the mixed-use development, therefore you really can't complain about any noise that is associated with that. So Costco has been proactive in making sure that they're not going to go out and have complaints with people from the Aston complaining about the refrigerator trucks and things like that. So over time, Costco has been part of making sure that they're kind of protected on what they want to see. So they're not going to have anything on it. So.
I don't think it's a perfect marriage. I think it's a marriage, but it's a little rocky.
Well, I spend all my money in Costco.
Doesn't that describe all marriages, Derek? Doesn't that describe all marriages, Derek?
I've got a question about the mall and the PD zone and the neighborhood just north that they're buying up all the homes. They're still zoned residential. So do we know what the mall's plan is? Because the neighbors like to know, and I'd like to know. Because they're going to have to come to us to say, do we take residential into the PD zone or don't we? So there's not an appetite, at least for me, to do that. So do we know what their plan is?
I don't know what their plan is on that edge, other than they are trying to buy the ones that are very next to the edge. The one lady that owns the field, they have first right on her home. And there's a couple of homes, there's 2 that they've torn down, and then there's a couple around the corner that they want to expand. But other than that,
And they're still trying to move the entrance over?
I know that they're updating their overall master plan, but I think they want to present that to you in the future, but I think they're still buttoning some things up.
So UDOT is the one that wants to move the light. It's not,
it's not the mall. Okay.
The mall's actually not thrilled about it necessarily, but it does lengthen the light between there and University Parkway. So, or the UDOT is the one that wants to do it.
Because, the expansion of the PD, I mean, it keeps encroaching. It's like, what is the best option? But what are they going to do for the neighborhood? Because it's going to be mall right there in the neighborhood now, and then, so I just hopefully we'll see the plan. Because
yeah, and I've seen the plan, but it's not public record yet, so I can't share it in this meeting because I'd be violating that private confidentiality. What I think I can say is I think this may be a good thing because it will draw a line in the sand. Right now, there's not really a barrier there, right? Final barrier would be that masonry fence, landscape buffer, and they're done infiltrating into the neighborhood.
That is what you need, the line in the sand, really, so people know what's going on with that neighborhood.
And I think that expectation needs to be set with them from the council as well.
Yeah, because I don't have an appetite right now, and I'm thankful that we have them all, but
And any rezone is obviously subject to council approval. Right? The council can approve it or they can deny it. So it's still legislative action is really in the council's court to say yes or no. So it's not something they come in and have to do. It's a negotiation. That's why you want to say, hey, you need to do X, Y, and Z if we're going to entertain.
Well, and I talked to Taylor Woodbury and I said, you need to go meet with the neighbors, and they sent sneaking donuts or something, or muffins. I'm like, that's not what I was talking about.
Cupcakes.
Yeah, cupcakes. I said, that's not, okay, maybe that's a start, but
But you eat those cupcakes,
they need to see the plan, which I think, hopefully they have that.
So that's kind of a question I have tying into that. So these PD zones, we're allowing these PD zones to happen under certain parameters. But it seems like we're also allowing them to expand those to request annexation into their PD zone.
So right now there is no prohibition from expanding it.
Because Sienna Villas is not the name of it, that's a good example of that, right?
So right now we haven't built into the ordinance the fact that you can't expand.
Perhaps
You
we
can't
could
have a
look
new
into that.
PD. You can't have a new PD, but you could expand an existing PD. But again, that's up to the council. So Santa Villas, for example, realized that they weren't going to get any expansion and withdrew their application.
And I mean, and to me, that would be better to put that line in the sand because Santa Villa's bought that property. They, invested in those 2 homes with the anticipation of expanding. Well, if they know that that's not an option, they won't spend their money and to needlessly not get their zone changed.
Well, I mean, and to me, whether you expand the PD zone or not, it really comes down to does it potentially destroy the neighborhood? And to the extent it does, that's where the line in the sand should be. Otherwise, if they're just going to the west or north or whatever, there's nothing there, then that's kind of a different story, right?
I think that's a really good point. I was going to say if there's a commercial entity involved as well, and it benefits the commercial expansion, you may know that have more tools in your toolbox.
So where are we at with the 4th South Main?
Before we go there, have we finished this? What's up here?
Can I just bring up one additional?
Before we go to another new one?
Potential, which you referred to as bomb there. I think we always need to be mindful of UVU and their continued growth and development. And to this point, they have not necessarily adopted a student housing mindset, but that was representative of President Holland, who was there previously. I think that is a conversation we can continue to have with UVU to reinforce to them that obviously that whole area in and around campus has been a spot for development of student housing. Logically would be a good spot for future development of student housing, and that became obviously a very big pressure point a number of years ago. So obviously all of you continue to have relationships with UVU, and when those conversations come up, I think it's incumbent on you and all of us to suggest that, the City Council remains focused in on allowing UVU to grow and
Is that
develop
still property?
student housing. And that's the issue, is it's not property under necessarily our discretion to the same degree as the rest of the city.
I mean, if the state owns it, then
So if all of a sudden they were to pivot and say, we are going to become more student housing minded, our ability to affect that is limited.
understood. Good.
And that's a whole other conversation, but, UVU's, I've been on several boards of UVU. UVU is a great school, but I don't think we've ever had a conversation about where is UVU going. I was, when I was going to school a million years ago, at BYU they had about 28,000 students, now they've got like 32,000. In the middle of that, UVU's gone from nothing to 40,000 students. So I just think there needs to be a conversation of what is the plan, what does this look like, how does this impact the world?
And they do have, in fact, they're in the process, I'm not sure if it's complete yet, of updating their overall master plan.
Yeah, they presented it to us a handful of years ago. When President Holland was the president.
Yeah.
Now they have an update, from what I understand. Or they're working on an update.
So did we finish this? Did Tom's point? So,
Yeah,
so
we're
just
done.
on the 4th South of Main, that property, had quite a few neighbors, call and that they wanted us to put them in the PD zone, which
So what they want to do is rezone to the PD, Midtown Village.
Why don't we make it a parking lot?
Or parking only, fill out proper development agreement that will stipulate that they cannot have high density housing, it will strictly be a parking lot.
And only surface parking, not
Surface parking for the basically the tenants of the restaurants or the working staff of the restaurants could park there and then leave that surface parking for the clients to come into the restaurant.
But
That's what they're lining.
so it's still taking residential into PDs.
So do they have?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
No other day.
But do they have because I live around the corner from there, and when I saw that whole new building going up, and I know it was approved years ago, but I go to that down Village, the restaurants or whatever, there's nowhere to park. And so, is there some additional parking, some magic place for that entire project that's going on?
So there's 2 levels of underground parking that's
Underneath that building?
accessible only for, not only that building, but under the 2 main buildings, there's 2 levels underground.
Okay, so is there adequate parking for
It meets
that?
the ordinance, yes.
Well, and what was the number on that?
But, I have to look at it for sure.
I think what was never intended was having successful restaurants there. We have 4 of the best restaurants on Yelp in that building.
Right.
So also the school that's there. Because the school does not hit the commercial property.
What school is
School
that?
during the day, those kids go for, there's 50 of them, right? That go and park all day long to take classes. It's anesthetist. Cosmetology. It's anesthetist. So, and that's something that in the mixed use, there's no direction on the commercial leases potential there, so you don't know what the parking is, right?
Is some of what we're grappling with here too convenience versus?
Well, it's
I don't think
popular.
so.
I mean, the restaurants are very popular.
No, but I mean, are the current structure that's there, is that generally well parked?
Yeah.
I mean, I went to the open house, the neighborhood meeting, to talk about parking. There was nowhere to park to go to the neighborhood meeting. It's just like,
Yeah, if you've been to the best restaurants, I think in town, I mean, you're waiting an hour to get in.
Which one's that?
True Religion, Asado. But Asado is really good too. So, I mean, they're suffering from very good,
Suffering from success, right?
Yeah.
Which does kind of make the point that there could be more high-quality restaurants on State Street, because there's definitely demand wherever they put them.
There's already Burger King and McDonald's. What more did you want?
I'm never going out to dinner right now.
So they are making an application probably in the next week or two, so it'll be February, maybe 1st of March before it gets to the council.
But it sounds like, at least from David, that it's not a non-starter potentially.
It's a what?
A non-starter.
Putting parking there?
I'm okay with employees having a place to park.
You're okay with taking a residential piece of property?
What residential do you think will be built on that piece of ground?
I don't know. I mean, but
No one's going to,
we're
it isn't
setting
going
a
to be
precedent.
So just
the, it isn't going to be an R8 picket fence.
Just down the road from it
I
is
don't
a
know that's
wonderful
what we're talking
retirement.
about.
Can you pull that twin home?
It's across the street from the daycare. You know that well.
So they don't.
Oh, the daycare, okay.
So they don't have an acre and a half, so they couldn't do a PRD. It would have to be either a single family or something else.
But if they get her other property, that's because they don't have her other property, right?
Well, that's the other thing is the neighbors.
It's dead in the water.
Assuming that they're trying to, browbeat her into selling, right?
Can you pull that up? Do you have the ability to pull it up?
I don't have access to it.
You
There you
just,
go.
you can click on that swipe out, and it doesn't get a password.
He does have access to it as well.
The problem is it's the second block in from
You just
State
get
Street.
it.
So you've got your State Street Warren Boulevard block.
Already up. There
That's
you go.
Town Village, and then they're taking another block, so then advancing another block into the neighborhood.
You can't have parking.
So we cannot.
Yeah.
Did you say cannot?
Cannot.
Too much money.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. So this is the piece here.
And that's about how big, an acre and a half, you say?
Less than an acre.
So it's not.
And what's the other piece they want to acquire, you say?
Well, so it's neighbors here. There is a potential to buy that, or there was a potential to buy the back of that, but they want to do surface parking.
And then are those fourplexes south of it, or?
So these are twins, I think they're twins, they might be single family homes. Then the twin homes are down in this area, so you got a field.
How old is that picture? Is that field still there?
Yeah.
The field to the south?
This is still just there, that's okay.
I don't notice it as I drive by it being a field, so sorry.
Yeah, you're right. But that's a great point. I don't know how to do this around going in.
So that'll be coming for decision.
They're from like 7 and 3.
Yeah.
So they're building these new apartments that they're putting in right now, they will have enough parking because they're going down.
They're not going down. They're going to have surface parking. So they'll finish this parking coming down, and then there'll be parking here with an access here. They're actually putting a turn lane here.
They're putting what there?
Turn lane.
Turn lane, thank you.
So we'll have access here, surface parking here, and overall underground and surface will be.
Well, that's where the new building is, right?
So that building
You know that dirt?
will be here, and then there'll be parking.
Park adjacent, does that one have an underground connection like the North Building does to the underground garage?
Does not.
And that's all your high density on Home Boulevard.
Yeah,
That people also-
that's what I don't understand is, I mean, if there is underground parking there, that makes sense, but if there's not underground parking, is there additional parking for that
So
entire
that was
structure?
counted into the overall parking, including underground parking.
Underground at surface meets the requirements, what I'm saying. So,
And from your perspective, does that really meet the requirement? Because it seems like it's jam-packed over there all the time. I just don't know what they're going to park it all
It meets the ordinance, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so the ordinance could be low, but it's better.
much like we were just talking about on Geneva Road, right? It meets the ordinance, but
But
maybe
it's
not
like
the
the
need.
.66 one.
They also have an agreement with Cowboys that they're allowed to park in part of their parking lot. I've always been able to find a space when I go to the restaurants there. You know, they limit the amount of parking time for retail.
Yeah, it's 2 hours.
So I'm not sure where the spillover is going, if there is spillover.
It's on State Street, I know.
There's a few cars on State Street, but a lot of it's rent for safety.
Yeah, so Hoy's Salon used to be in Midtown 360. They are leaving it because of the parking issue. And they purchased their own building.
What's salon?
Hoy's Salon. They purchased the old Society bicycle building because they wanted to have control of their own
That's
parking.
right across the street.
Right from Medical, yeah. And they were very frustrated with Midtown 360 as a business.
That's where my
They're
question
leaving for it.
is if there's not a, I mean, from what we were talking about, I thought we were putting underground parking underneath the next phase, but that next phase that's a lot of
Yeah.
parking right there. I don't know where it's going to go.
A lot of people in State Street have that problem.
So when we're talking about people, protecting the residents, that little house that, doesn't matter because it's right next to that lot, that was my Sunday school teacher when I moved back to Utah in the 5th grade. She's in her 90s. And you know what? What a disturbing thing for her to keep hearing all these rumors of a high-density apartment complex going in next to her house. She should be entitled to live in peace. Her husband died 40 years ago, 50 years ago. She's lived there by herself. I haven't even talked to her since all this. I need to go visit with her, but that's the kind of stuff that.
So right now it's on residential. And to Tom's point, I don't think we're going to see single family over there. So you're going to be every now and then you're going to have some request to change it to something.
So why not? I mean, if Timpanogos, that field by Tim, I mean, I recognize it, but it's just a block off one of the other busiest, 1600 North, right?
You're not going to have access here, and you're going to have access right there. It's the only thing the city's going to allow access. So you're not going to have typical frontage.
You won't go right out
No.
onto Orem Boulevard?
There'll be no access on Boulevard. The only access they'll have is flag lot. So you have one here and a flag lot here, and one access there. It's
So
all-
I guess you just wait until,
In honor of Brent Sumner's 12 years, he hated 4 South traffic, right? If you were here, that's crazy.
So another option is to wait. I mean, this council does not have to do it. All I'm saying is, eventually you're going to hear another application.
so here's the question. So like I say, I went to the neighborhood meeting, the guy's doing all this solar, $2 million worth of solar on top of the
Covered
carports.
parking.
So why is he not instead taking that corner and going down? Parking garage.
Doesn't make economic sense.
Isn't it the same amount? I mean, is it a lot more than the 2
Well, it's
million?
about 30,000 to go down.
It's probably now it's
35.
How many stalls does he have with the 2
Just
million?
build parking.
There's like 30 or something.
I'm not sure.
Or not go down, he could, just even build a parking garage.
So across the street, the nice yellow building, I've had people call me that that's going to be a park or something. Yeah.
We are purchasing property to the right-hand turn lane northbound off of Orem Boulevard.
So that's going to go?
No, we're just finding a little sliver from it right now.
You can see there's a sidewalk.
Okay, so that maybe that's the rumor that
Parkway.
the owner's going to sell it, it's going to be a park or something like that.
Yeah.
The owner told me somebody keeps trying to make him sell. He doesn't want to sell.
Nobody's,
I don't know who he's talking about. Somebody's like,
Well, lots of people, developers are always out trying to buy properties.
maybe that's it.
And that's a pretty,
And that's the free market at work.
it's a signed parcel, right, in its current state. It's very attractive.
I mean, I have those on my door a couple times a month, if
Unless-
somebody wanted to pay cash for it.
Unless it's an old lady and then I'm coming after you.
Yeah.
So I think we're about to wrap up. I just have one more comment, and then let's wrap up. We're there. We'll keep this short. But you were basically lobbying that the builders, they need parking. But on State Street, that there are number of builders that want to locate in Orem. They want to go down, to build their parking. They're willing to spend the big bucks to do it. Is there anything restricting people from going down in Orem for parking on State Street?
Others than
Return on investment.
It's just their cost.
So they can have more square footage if their parking's underneath than doing surface parking, so they can still have the R 4,000 for parking or whatever.
Right.
They can do.
And then what about penciling?
What the argument is it's never penciled out before, but with the cost of the property going up so much, that it's starting to pencil out, and so that's where a lot of things could go.
So Mayor, what are we talking about? Are we talking about, for example, 48-foot buildings?
Yeah, you're talking everything. I have literally, and that's why I'm here. I have vendors and developers in other states, Texas, Colorado, California, and Seattle right now, that are lobbying to come in, and they want to go. For example, I think I'll speak for my clients. They don't like the village. That's just uglier than sin and not practical. And the 360 Midtown. We all love the restaurants. We all just live, but that's an issue. I'm seeing cities and businesses, fringes on State Street, they're having issues. I am currently selling the Larry H. Miller and the strip mall, and we have 3 vendors that want to come in and investors that want to go high rise. We're saying no. We have some, I was telling Spencer, that they want to do a senior, we don't have enough 55 plus community in the back. I have people that want to keep the strip mall but fringe, and the Milo Sport left because there's no parking. They can't park on State Street, trying to pull into that car dealership. They're on a lease, 5-year lease. There's no parking. They can't get off the state, get into parking. So they're all leaving. So I have people that have out of state going, hey, we'll come in, we'll develop, let's take it down. We'll go down 2-3 levels, kind of like the Joseph building downtown. And they're willing to do it. And the numbers right now are working if they can come in now. But because, bless you, kudos, thank you. He's amazing. He is telling everybody no, 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 by the way. It's not just me, it's my other brokers, and I work with agents. So they do a very gracious job helping our vendors hold off on our buyers. But and they're very good to work with. But we're literally waiting for this moratorium to see what happens. And I love the beautification. But there's money out there, and they're willing to pay $80 million to come down 2 and 3 up. So it's there.
And from what they're saying, there's nothing restricting that right now, right?
Well, no, there is. We have moratoriums. We don't know what we can do.
Until February 9th, we can't.
As of right now.
You got to give us a proposal or what they're thinking.
Well, we're trying, but we're trying, it's all held, and so we're just waiting. That's why I'm here, and I apologize for speaking out.
And that is the goal of getting past the moratorium,
Right.
so that we have real clarity on exactly what investors can do. And with that in mind, I think that's where they'll come in.
And I'm going to be in Vegas in literally 1 week, and I'm talking to a lot of developers and that, and that's why they're waiting. That's why I'm here. So thank you.
And there is a ton of money out there that's trying to find a home right now.
So just to clarify, underground structures, like Midtown Village, you can actually build underground up to the property line as long as the surface meets whatever's required. So if there's a set or a landscaping required or some type of thing, you can go all the way to the property underground without having a setback. So
And I'm
that's
going
built into the ordinance.
If I can even just tell you about Costco really quick, I used to work there, was in management for 10 years prior to real estate. The Lehigh Highland American Fork property, they actually encroached on, so your Costco, you guys are right on the money there. They did encroach into the Lowe's parking lot due to the lack of their business got so crazy, so big. The homes behind, they actually encourage, they do technically like the high-rises buildings because it brings them more business, but they want the higher-end business. They don't want the low. They're opposite. Notice everywhere there's a Costco, there's a Walmart. Walmart takes one side, Costco takes the higher-end, upper educated, more expensive. So to use that if you like.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for that input. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And we have made a ton of progress today, so we'll carry on.
Dinner right here?
Yeah, what is 6:30 at the restaurant? What time? 6:30. 6:30 at the restaurant.
Black tie affair. I'll go change.
Thank you.
I'm wearing socks. So that black tie.
Alrighty, welcome back. Got a smaller group today. You what?
Be a friend.
So just going through the agenda really quickly. Our first item will be Brandon going to our finances, the city of Orem finances. As we talked about this,
You need the scouts on it? Hey.
Anyway, what the point of this conversation is just to get everybody on the same page, is I talk with different city council people. Some people understand the finances, some people don't understand the finances. So we wanted to have kind of a bird's eye view, Orem Finance 101, just so everyone has the idea of how the different pockets work, and because it's different than a traditional
Buckets or
income
buckets?
statement. So anyway, so there's that, and then we'll discuss the city center, and that's part of why we're having this conversation about the finances, so we understand what our options are with the city center as far as financing. Then after that, we're just going to the roundtable and talk about different things that people want to talk about. So,
Yeah, one thing on the roundtable, one of the items on my list is to talk about the charge we make of landlords. We charge each landlord, and I know that Steve needs to leave. I wondered if I could request of others if that could be the first item, since Steve's the most well-versed on that item.
okay.
This is during the roundtable.
During the
When
roundtable,
we get
just
started.
during the roundtable.
Yeah,
He
when
needs
do
to
you
leave
leave?
about 11:30.
I got to be in, yeah. I have to be in Orem at 12:30.
Okay, so he needs to leave shortly after 11. So
Yeah.
if you don't mind, Mayor, just when we get to the roundtable, if that could be the first thing, so we get Steve input.
Sure, I'm fine with that.
I'm good with that.
Okay, anything else?
No, we're
Any
ready.
other items of business? Okay, let's do it.
So, yeah, appreciate so Brandon and I will just kind of talk through. Brandon's for sure over kind of he's our finance director, of course, over all accounting and budget, and I just kind of partner with him on the budgeting process. But we put together this presentation to overview, just like Mary Young said, the basics of it. So everybody should have a printout of these slides, which may make it easier to follow. With some parts of it may get a little bit small, and you don't have to take as many notes if you don't want. But I did go each page just to move it on paper. So 3 types of funds. Governmental funds, enterprise fund, internal service funds. This is what Mary Young said. We're starting to get into our restrictions of what can be used for what. Government funds principally supported by taxes, fees, charges, intergovernmental revenue, support general government, public safety, library, parks, building and safety, etc. Enterprise funds intended to recover all their costs through user fees and service charges, separated into separate functions: water, sewer, stormwater, fitness center and outdoor pool, solid waste, street lighting.
And those are most like a business, the
Correct.
enterprise.
Yeah.
They operate, they do full accrual accounting, they do operate just like any of you who might have your own business. That's those operate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, and so to clarify, our governmental funds is like our big city budget, and money coming in, money going out. The enterprise funds are all these independent entities that are supposed to be self-sustained.
The governmental funds, there are a whole slew of them, and we'll touch on those as well. The general fund being the biggest, of course.
Yeah. So while exceptions to that, generally you're more kind of general use money that you can choose kind of where you want to go. There are some restrictions we'll get to. Then, again, we are to charge water fees that will pay for the water system. So we're trying to match that. Internal service funds. These are established to account for internal activities that provide goods or services to 2 other departments. We'll get into it, but this is like your facilities and fleet and IT that just service the government itself, different departments or funds. So those are the 3 types of funds. So here's the list. You have 2 of our governmental funds. I won't go through those. Again, you have a couple that impact fees, fares, B&C roads, some that do get restricted as to how they can be used. Enterprise funds, we have 5 of those: water, water reclamation or sewer, storm, recreation, solid waste or garbage, and street lighting. Internal service, fleet, risk management, our purchasing or our warehouse, IT, and facilities. So those are all the funds that Orem keeps.
Any particular questions in relation to any of those? So those funds, especially the governmental ones, those are usually set up because they have some sort of special revenue source that, again, is generally either required or restricted to be used for that a particular function. So that's why they are separated and they have their own fund.
So just for example, so each one of those government funds has its own source of revenue.
Other than capital projects.
Yeah.
Like when you break out, say, care tax, we define that way because it's got a percentage of the sales tax.
Correct.
And then you spend a certain way, and it's all correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
Camp tax is a little like an enterprise fund, because you can only get the money in and spend it for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a restricted fund.
A restricted fund.
Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah.
Mayor.
some government funds are more restricted than others.
Yeah.
Because you also have impact fees that have to be, and there's a few others.
But would it be a government fund because it's funded by part of the sales tax, more so than the enterprise funds?
Yeah, so enterprise funds are determined by a user fee, right? You use something, therefore you pay a fee for it. So that's what usually makes the determination between an enterprise type, and it's meant to pay for itself. So those are the two pieces of it. You get something that you're paying for, and it's intended to pay for itself. So those are the two things that make it an enterprise. Otherwise, especially anything tax related, right, where you didn't have a choice, you paid the tax. Those generally fall in this government fund category.
So enterprise funds could change depending on what the city decided.
You bet. Recreation is a good example, right? If we decided, you know what, the user fees we don't really think they're intended to cover the entire cost of the recreation center. Maybe you would want to potentially switch that to just a governmental fund, and in essence, you're going to use taxes or something to help support it, right? So that's a possibility as far as that question is. Can it go back?
Was the recreation in the past when we were subsidizing it was still in the enterprise?
It was, yeah.
So we had to
The fitness center specifically.
Yeah.
There's a charge from the general fund to the.
Okay. And a lot of the times we'll that'll happen. Golf courses, for instance, are the one that a lot of people point to. That historically don't make money, but a government entity might want to know, well, how much am I actually losing? So if I want to know how much I'm actually subsidizing that entity, I make it an enterprise fund so that I can specifically see how much it is that it's costing.
Yeah, great question. So again, list of all of our funds. Again, I recognize it's small here. You have a printout that'll be easier to read.
Sleepy Ridge is different because that's it.
Yeah, we don't operate it. We
had the property.
So these are, and I won't go over them. This is our current budget. These are the revenue sources making up our $131 million budget. Gets a little. Some of this money is
double counted, isn't it?
Like for example, the internal services funds, our IT fund has revenue charged from other funds. But that revenue has come into the water fund this year, and they were charged, and revenue was accounted for here as well. So we don't have $131 million of revenue, true revenue every year. Some of our funds get their revenue from charging another fund who's also got revenue. Right? So some of it kind of gets double counted, if it makes sense. It's just an accounting way to do it.
So is that, and that's where, I've seen the 131 million, I've seen 60 million.
Yeah.
What is the actual gross real number if you don't transfer between departments? I'm just curious.
So the 60 million that you're referring to is the general fund. And that would all, for the most part, that is almost all real rent. It's usually in some of the other funds that we work with where they have a charge. Well, I shouldn't say because
you have administrative charges.
Yeah, because you have so the general fund. My services as the finance director, the water fund pays for a portion of my services as the finance director.
Yeah, I figure that piece out of the finance.
Yeah, and there are lots of people obviously within the general fund that all these other funds.
But is our net budget about 100 million?
Let's see, I have it right here.
I think that's your question.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
What's our total revenue in? Before we start, I give you $5, you give me $5, and we double counted it.
So it's just short of 110 million.
Okay, so 110 are real.
21 million.
Real
20 million transfers.
Correct.
Transfers. Okay.
And what page are you on there?
This is in the budget, page 9.
So again, you kind of see our obviously sales tax and our utilities.
So question of sales tax. So when 8 years ago, wasn't it like 15, 16 million?
It was about at the bottom of the recession.
No, I mean when we took over in 13.
Yeah, it was a little higher than that, I think.
In fiscal year 17, for instance, it was 20 million.
Yeah, we were probably 17-ish.
But we kind of hit a low during the recession.
11,
Lost
12,
20% of our sales tax revenue was about $4.3 million.
Well, part of it, there's a transportation sales tax that doesn't exist.
Gotcha.
You know, so there's some new ones that have been put on.
So fiscal year 17, I mentioned, was 20 million. That's direct, that's not, this is the total, all three of those elements. So just normal, or 1% that we as a city collect, that was 20 million, it is now 28 million. It's fixed.
So most of the 30 is real taxes, what you, care tax is roughly 2 million.
And transportation is
a small
2.3 million too.
Care is 2?
Excuse me?
Care is 2? I mean,
2.
transportation's roughly 2?
Yeah, they're both about.
So this is budget, right? This is budget.
Yeah.
And we did very, very well in
Gotcha.
fiscal year 21, right? So.
Gotcha.
We will break down the sales tax. There's a slide coming where it breaks down the sales tax. We understand kind of the different components. So this is just a pie chart of the numbers that you just saw, showing again proportionally then how much of different revenue sources make up the total revenue.
So some of those revenues are fairly inelastic. For example, property taxes. There are a number of them that are quite elastic. Sales tax being probably the most pronounced of them. You look at, for example, the current water conservation situation we're in. That actually is having a significant impact on our water revenues. It's a good thing that we're conserving water, but at the same time, we lose 15% of our revenue. So, and that applies and affects what we do on water reclamation, because our water reclamation fees are charged in part based on what water services are rendered. And so some of these fees have relative connectivity. In addition, you look at franchise fees. If we have a really warm summer and everybody's using their air conditioning, then you can see how those fees will increase, because power is assessed a franchise fee. If we have a very cool summer, then you can see a dip. So in recent years too, things like court fines and ambulance fees, because our police department, for example, hasn't been engaged in as much face-to-face contact. They actually haven't been writing as many citations as they have in the past because of COVID and because of those concerns. That revenue can fluctuate. Ambulance fees, when we had Obamacare come in, that actually led to an increase in ambulance fees based on the law that was written. So it's not necessarily really static and predictable for some of these fees and some of these revenues.
So on the water fees, we did decrease the tier.
Yes.
But that's on top of the.
Yes.
So those two things working together, right? The reduced fee amount and conservation reduces the less.
Correct.
With the same capital needs, right, to take care of as well. So here's the sales tax breakdown. So our sales tax rate generally is 7.25. You'll see at the bottom on restaurants, there's an additional 1% administered by the county, called our TRT tax, or transient room tax in restaurants, usually used for like tourism and recreation type things. So
I have a question on that. How much are we getting back in Orem? Because you can get a portion of that restaurant tax back.
yeah, Brett maybe can speak best to that. I know you could.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, so the restaurant tax, how much do we get back?
We get back much less than we create in the city of Orem. Last we calculated, it was negative about $1 million on average.
What do you mean, what is negative?
So
We put in $2 million, we get $1 million back.
it goes to the county.
Yeah.
The county
When you say we put in 2 million?
$2 million is generated from our restaurants and hotels in Orem.
That's what our restaurant.
And then it goes to the county.
So we get $1 million, lose $1 million.
Well, we don't lose it, we just don't get
It's been
the value coming back to
It's
us.
been a significant source of consternation, because we feel like as we've looked at how that money is divvied up, it's divvied up by the county commission, by recommendation of the board that is created. We don't really feel like we get our fair share of that money. And we've had several conversations with the county commission, and other cities feel the same way. American Fork, for example, is another community where they generate in excess of what they've received in the past. The county commission has treated it as a county fund, and they are blind to municipal boundaries, and they have used it in many respects as a
Operational
operational fund in some respects, and based on the relationship that we have with, or that a jurisdiction has with the county commission, they'll get more than others. So they play favored status with some of these.
So do we need to lobby
situations.
our commissioners?
Well, part of the discussion we've had is, do we need to change the law? Because the way that the money is administered in counties of the second class and third class, for example, to which we are a part, is different than the way the money is administered by counties of the first class. And so part of the conversation we've had is, should we lobby the state legislature to change the rules? The rules seem a little fairer in counties of the first class.
Who are they?
Salt Lake County.
Only that.
That's it.
What's the size to become a first class?
$1 million.
Okay.
Or actually, it's 750,000.
And we're at about 600.
We're about 670,000. So we're going to get there in 4 or 5 years. But
It's also difficult to generate enough, I guess, momentum amongst enough cities, because again, there's the favoritism, so some cities benefit.
Yeah, they're all taking.
Who are the favorites?
Provo,
So if you remember, this tax was put on to help build the UVU Event Center.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that's how they built the McKay Event Center. And then once that got built and paid for, a lot of it went to build the downtown convention center.
Yeah.
And a lot of it going to the airport now?
10 million of it.
Yeah.
So we commissioned a study about 2 years ago, an equity study to say, let's look at all the projects that have gone through and who's benefited the most. And that's why we can with confidence say we're net givers, not receivers of this money. And we approached Commissioner Ainge at the time, Mayor Brunts, myself, and others, and said, hey, this is not fair. The way you're not. And his response was essentially, it's our money, and we will do with it what we will. Well, it's their money because the tax commission remits it to them, but it's generated in Orem restaurants. So we have 35%, or was it about 35% of money? 35% of the overall money that is collected in Orem, and they distribute it outside of Orem. So the only question we have is we want our fair share, and part of this really came up initially when we had our all-together playground discussion, and we approached the county commission to have $100,000 of this. $250. Yep. And we wanted $250,000, and the commission kind of gave a head nod, and then we got to the commission meeting, and right there in the commission meeting, they cut the amount.
Oh, futsal courts.
Oh,
these are the futsal courts. But yeah. But the exact same story, futsal courts with the projects.
Yeah, and we're like, wait a second, we thought we had a commitment for you for $100,000 or whatever the number was, and now you've just cut it in half. And technically they have discretion to do that. So we started digging into where they were putting all this money, and they were putting in significant amounts of money into the Spanish Fork rodeo grounds. They were putting Provo.
And they were taking some money just to pay for their general park.
Their operations,
Yeah.
their park operations, and they were taking money and there's a piece of property that is above, the old tram at Bridalveil Falls, and there was property there. They bought that property and
The indoor skating rink.
the Peaks Ice Arena they were using to offset the cost of that, and we're just saying, well, let's be transparent about how you're spending this money. And their response was, well, we don't really have to be, and you're welcome to come to the meetings and see what we do. So we actually do have now Kathy Stone, who's our economic development manager. She actually goes to every single one of those meetings, and I get a report back as to this is what they discussed and this is how they're allocating.
But do we need to lobby the commissioners?
Well, yeah, that's part of the conversation of now we have a different commission, and we have been wanting to work with, for example, the Hale Center Theater and other organizations within Orem to get some more of this money. And they, obviously, at the time, with Commissioner Ainge, it's a little while back now, but they were not interested in having more of a conversation about how this money is allocated.
Do you think that was Ainge, or you think?
No, I think it's the commission.
That's something we should look at, because it is a different commission now, and we actually have, I know those guys well.
Yeah.
And so if it's an issue, we can talked about it. And not to mention the fact that they raised their taxes significantly. On the other side, they backed them off some, but I mean, they've got plenty of money, so they can be fair.
It is interesting, because they looked at doubling, and they say, oh, guess what, we're only gonna raise them a third, and they look like heroes.
Yeah.
Right? But they raised them a third.
Right, that's
And
huge.
if we did that a third, even if we had done the smoke and mirrors, we're gonna raise it double, only a third, it'd be amazing.
Right.
So we generate 1/3 of it and get 1/6 of it back.
But yeah, that's a conversation we should have.
Because we have yeah. Okay, so I'll let you, this is, again, you can see the breakdown, care tax, Utah County, right? So 7.25, Orem City doesn't get all of it. The other thing I will say, there's a 1% for City of Orem. 50% of it goes to a state pool that will get divvied out by population. That's why cities with no commercial base still get some sales tax, because they'll be out of that population base. So, and then 50% of that 1% just stays in Orem. So, and this is naturally going to happen. Other cities are going at a much faster rate than we are. So we're going to have our proportion of that population one continuing to shrink. Yeah. So.
And the point of sale is based on a brick and mortar retailer, so if it's in Orem, and a delivery address in Orem. So if you have Amazon that sent your business in Provo but not Orem, Provo gets the tax. If you have sent your home in Orem, Orem gets the tax.
There was a good day when Vineyard didn't have their own zip code yet, and they still use the Orem zip code. But those days have changed.
We brought up with our state legislators last Tuesday the concern, and at least all on the phone they said, we're not looking at changing this.
Yes.
That's pretty important to us.
This 50-50.
That is very important to us.
Yep.
Because we get treated just like the county. We have 1/6 of the population of the county. We generate 1/3 of the tax revenue. We get a pretty big
That's
haircut.
why, for example, when we talk about economic development, jobs are important, and I'm just saying from a revenue perspective in the city. Jobs are important, but they do not create immediate direct revenue. We essentially get revenue from jobs based on people's discretionary spending. But when somebody goes and buys a Honda in Orem, then we get direct sales tax dollars.
Yep.
So when we talk about economic development, and when Honda came to us and Nissan and Volkswagen came to us and they said, we're looking to go somewhere else.
Because we need to expand.
Yeah, we needed to expand. We needed to really jump on that, because if you look at a car dealer and what they generate in sales tax, it is significant. So we did all that we could to accommodate and allow for expansion. And you're probably familiar with the new Golden Corral that was under construction. Well, we actually worked a deal. We actually worked that deal so that Nissan could expand where the existing, or where the old Golden Corral property was, and then we purchased the old Sakura restaurant that used to be there, and we did a property flips, and then Golden Corral built a new restaurant. That was all in an effort to allow Nissan to have the appropriate amount of space they needed to operate their dealership. And they're pressed, and I know I'm telling you way too much that you want to hear, but auto manufacturers will say, your dealership needs to look like this, it needs to be this size, it needs to have this number of service bays, it needs to have X, Y, and Z.
So much inventory.
And if you don't, then we're not going to send you inventory. But if you meet all the criteria, we'll send you all the inventory you want. And that's what we were running into with Honda and Volkswagen and Nissan, is they needed to do redos, they needed to expand, because if they didn't, they weren't going to get inventory. And that's why they were looking to go somewhere else, because they could find a plot of land that wasn't constricted by other retailers, other homes, other properties, other commercial interests all around.
So is Brent Totus fine? They do it?
Yeah, in fact, we worked with them.
That's
So
what we
remember,
did.
they purchased a strip mall.
Right.
We helped them do that as well, so they could add their lube bays and their quick service. But yeah, that's an incredible. That's in fact the number one. I know, Brandon, I'm sorry, we're not allowed to share specifics, but I think they're our number one dealership and have been for.
Well, we can say that. That's in our CAFR. Yep.
And then, because we have Mazda, we lost Hyundai to Linden, but other than that, I think.
But you'd be surprised too. Even the old Hyundai dealership, the auto sales, what's the name of the
Action.
Action on the sales, yeah, they move a lot of
The
inventory.
lights are bad for the neighbors, but other than that, it's okay.
That, one question, that, on a mass transit,
Yeah.
and the mass transit fixed guideway, what are those specifically for?
These are the, I think these are the county.
So there, and Lene and I had this conversation about a month and a half ago. There are what we call 4/4 of a cent for transportation built into our sales tax. Back in the 1970s, 1980s, the first quarter was adopted and it's just labeled mass transit. If you became a member of UTA back in the 1980s, like we did, then you agreed to assess yourself by way of a sales tax, 0.25 or 1/4 of a cent of the sales tax. So that's what the money that they use to run the day-to-day operations of UTA. So everybody in the county, in fact, everybody in Salt Lake County and Davis County and Weber County, they have that 0.25%. The next 0.25% is actually, we call it the second quarter, but it's actually 0.3%. Back in around the early 2000s, when we were building Front Runner and we were building I-15, they brought that to the people and that was voted on. And the people voted to assess themselves another 1/4 of a cent sales tax for transit and other infrastructure in the county.
Does that go on into perpetuity or does it have
Yes.
a shelf life? Okay.
It goes on and
So are those two essentially combined, or are they for specifically different things?
they're for specifically different things. So the first quarter goes to operations, the second quarter goes to capital projects. Front Runner, the UVX system, for example, they're going to expand Front Runner down into South Utah County and implement other, express and BRT type systems in South Utah County potentially. That will be the 1/4 of a cent that they will use in large part to fund those projects prospectively. So, for example, the 1/4 of a cent right now is paying for, let's say, Front Runner, but they're soon going to come to close out the debt associated with the Front Runner. So then they'll free up some of that money, and then they will actually dedicate it to another project. And that's something, Mayor, as part of the Mountain Land Association of Governments that you're part of, you'll be on the board that makes some of those decisions. So UTA, the Mountain Land Association of Governments, will come to you and say, this is the relationship we have with this amount of money, this is where we want to put it, and you as mayors will have a voice in how that money is allocated.
Okay, all right.
So can I ask something about Virginia?
Yes.
So that's something that concerned me in the MAG plan, the Trans Fund 50, because they said in 2030 that all auto-related sales tax revenues would go to transit. What is that? That hurts our...
I don't know. I'd have to go back and... So I will represent, though, that it's not an incredibly clean, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, because in some cases they've borrowed from the fourth quarter to pay for the second quarter, and then when that's paid off, then they'll use the second quarter to pay back the fourth quarter. So I don't, if you could get me that...
this tax they're talking about, okay, I've actually got the report in my room.
Yeah, if you could get me the citation, I'd be happy to look into it.
Okay.
Because I don't know exactly. The third quarter that we're talking about here for Utah County Airport, Highway, and Public Transit, that was a number of years ago. There were a number of key transportation projects in the county that we needed to get done. They were things like North County Boulevard, over by the Timpanogos Temple in Pleasant Grove. There were what were some of the other
Timpanogos Highway?
Timpanogos High, some of these other big projects, and that was adopted by the legislature for those kind of big projects. The last quarter was actually adopted in 2019, and that is divided up 40% county, 40% cities, 20% UTA. And that's where we get our new transportation sales tax from. And the intent is for those dollars to go for the operational needs of Orem and our transportation system.
You just said it was about 2.3 million?
About 2.3 million. It's a tenth. It's essentially our share of that 0.25 is 0.10. So it's effectively the same, close to the same number as our CARE dollars.
And we're going to redo the 950 North part by Canada Junior High. Thank you.
And do we have that targeted, or is that just for street maintenance?
No, so we actually have a separate fund every year, and we have projects that are budgeted in that fund every year to go towards a priority. We have a pavement management system. We identify where
Just go down that road, you'll lose your feelings, man.
where the issues are, and we bring them to you as a recommendation as to how we're going to spend this money.
So if it's 7.25% sales tax, we effectively get 1%, and then we get 0.1% for CARE, and we get 0.1% for that transportation down low.
Yes.
And then the rest is going.
And then everything else is, for example, you'll have a voice in some of these transportation dollars, but it'll only be one of a number of voices that make those allocations.
And if of this 1%, 50% goes to the state, gets allocated back. If we kept all of it, we'd get another 250,000. That's kind of our deficit based on the population split. We generate a lot more than our percentage of them.
So
We
lose $2.5 million a year.
Sorry, in a month, yeah, monthly, 250,000.
So if I understand right, Orem gets 1%, half of it stays here, we get a portion of it back. And over 1% of what we pay in sales tax goes for our free busing.
No, it goes for the 0.25 goes for the operation of the UTA system, and then the 0.2, the additional 0.30, a portion of it goes to build transit. The free busing that you're talking about right now, that actually comes from federal congestion mitigation air quality money. So we're actually using federal dollars, they're called CMAQ dollars, that are being applied to provide the UBX system for quote-unquote free.
Until when?
10 years.
No, it actually is, it was actually initially set up for a three-year period, and now they're having conversations about potentially extending it and looking for the revenue to extend it.
Anyway, you can see my point. There's plenty of revenue. They just keep raising our sales tax. You know, we're at 7.25. I mean, you can put it different labels, but this stuff isn't free.
Yeah.
You know, the buses are not free. The front runners are not free. And when I talk to people, say it's free. No, it's not. We pay 7.25% sales tax in the city now. If you go out to eat, it's 8.25. So that's And you can say, well, that doesn't technically go for this, but like Jamie's saying, it's kind of blurry what part of mass transit goes to mass transit and what goes to the fixed guideway and fixed,
Steve, what's so the restaurant tax, that's called what?
The transient room restaurant
Transient
tax.
room, okay, yeah.
We call it
hotels
the
and
TRT and TRTT.
What does that even mean, transient room?
Like hotels.
Hotel tax.
Transient rooms, like rooms where people are coming and staying, transient.
Not homeless,
It's not homeless.
Yeah.
It's not in the hotel.
So Airbnbs, hotels.
But restaurants also are in that.
And restaurants also have
TRTT is what TRTT is tourism, restaurant, recreation tax.
And it's supposed to be used for like tourism things, like the convention center and things like that. So, but it gets muddled. I know there's like a bookmobile that it's a wonky tax.
So this was a big thing when I went to the League of Cities and Towns training with like Park City, Heber. Why are they? I mean, tell me they're what they're trying to get from it. They want more too, obviously, because that's what they do. But restaurant and transient.
Yeah. So they.
Tourism.
Yeah, and based on where you live, the code's a little different. So, for example, in St. George, they have SunTrans, so they don't have UTA. So there's hard feelings that they don't get treated the same way as UTA. And then Park City has their own transit system. And then Park City and some of these other communities will make a pretty big argument that they are so tourism focused that they just don't have the means to cover their bills, so to speak.
So they're lobbying really hard for that now. But is this being lobbied on a county level too? Then to keep this percentage in the county?
No, I mean, there's been no talk. It has to be used in the county.
Okay.
So if we have TRT monies, it has to be used in
We
the
don't have to
county.
worry about them taking.
We can't send
No,
it to
okay,
them.
perfect.
There will, you will hear about the 5th quarter of a cent for transportation. That is actually a Salt Lake County tax. So they actually decided to tax themselves one additional quarter of a cent, and that's what they are using to build roads like the Port of Rockwell Road, and some of the improvements along, for example, 13th East and Redwood Road, and 90th South, and things like that.
And we can, I mean, this is an interesting conversation as far as the tax piece, and I think we can come back to the point, dive as deep as we want.
Yep.
But for you
No,
guys to get your
appreciate that.
presentation, we'll probably have to keep going.
So we'll go over this. Unprepared food, your groceries, this is how that is set up. 3% tax, down to 7.25. See the breakdown there. So then let's go into property tax. And I have a video that I'll show you to kind of explain this a little more. But the city gets a fixed revenue. We get a certain amount of money every year, unless we have changed the rate through a truth and taxation. We get that amount of money, $6 million about a year. There's 3 ways essentially it changes how much we get. The rate will change. We'll talk about that. But new growth. So as new properties get added onto the tax roll, we start capturing that sales tax. Property tax. If we do a tax increase, if we go through a truth and taxation, like a handful of years ago for police officers, we did. So the city increases the revenue neutral tax rate. I'm going to show you a video that explains that a little better. So that rate is provided by the county, which was intended to produce last year's revenue total. So this is what the city did in 2019. We actually adjusted the rate from what the county dictated we were going to set as our rate. Or the citizens vote for a general obligation bond. This revenue is then dedicated to a specific bond payment, isn't eligible for general use. I'll go into this a little more, but again, as a note, you're taxed on you get a 45% residential exemption, so you're only taxed on 55% of your value, and then the rate is attached. If it's your primary resident, not a second home, not...
Which that was the thing that I found out that was quite interesting to me, is these apartment buildings that are owned by development corporations, they are qualifying for that because the apartments are people's primary residence.
Correct.
But to me, the benefit's not going necessarily to the people. You can argue that, right? But I think resident rental charges find their place, with the free market system. But I mean, that's a complete tax benefit given to development corporations that I feel was designed to be given directly to the people, but it's kind of being filtered there, right? Because each apartment, then that development corporation that owns that 300 apartment unit, they get that property tax reduction versus if that same footprint held a building, office building, commercial building, we get 100% of that.
Yep, that's true. Same with duplexes, same with, right? So you can go down basement apartments, should you divvy out the part that's a basement apartment, charge that 100% because the benefit is to the homeowner. Yeah, so they definitely look at who's living in the unit, but is it their primary? This is just how it's done. Is it their primary residence? Yes. Therefore, they get the exemption. That's how it's done. Here's how property taxes is broken out. Again, it gets a little blurry with the screen, but 71.5% goes to Alpine School District. 0.8%, this is just coming from the county website, 0.8% goes to Alpine, through Alpine for the state charter schools. There's a 1.9% kind of administration fee for assessing and collecting. Utah County gets about 8, Central Utah gets about 4, City of Orem gets 13.8, Orem Metro Water gets 0.3. Those are all the pieces of your property tax bill.
So when people say my property taxes went up last year, there's a good chance that they have gone up, but it's generally, historically, hasn't been Orem, it's been other agencies that have been assessing this.
Well, of course, Alpine's the elephant in the room, right?
Yeah,
Any
Alpine,
school
I
district,
think,
no matter what it is.
I think the Alpine School District has raised taxes 3 of the last 4 years or 3 of the last 5 years. So it's been a pretty big jump.
How do they consistently do that? Because it just seems
like for the kids.
It just seems like it happens. It doesn't seem like there's ever a conversation.
They go through the truth and taxation the same way. Yeah, you just may,
You never see it.
unless you're paying attention and watching for it,
I just noticed it.
Yeah.
It is a moving part of the property tax.
You're absolutely right. The level of attention that is given to the school district and we're not talking, I joke with Rob Smith, the business administrator over at the Alpine School District. I say, Rob, we have conversations in the millions. You have conversations in the billions, and you want to nickel and dime us for stuff. So, it drives me crazy, but they just don't seem to have the same level of engagement across the district that, for example, cities do.
Right. So truth in taxation is the process we go with if we're going to change our property tax rate that's been given to the county. So this is a video, if you know the Utah Taxpayers Association, this is the watchdog on government. So they're explaining the truth in taxation. This is actually taken from a video from the state of Iowa interviewing the state of Utah through them, trying to understand how their truth in taxation. Because in many states, that rate stays the same, and as your value goes up, the rate, you're paying more and more and more. In Utah, your rate goes up, your property tax drops. Your rate drops. Your rate drops. And he'll explain that. And again, this is not a pro-tax person. This is somebody who's the watchdog, right? Oh, 1 second.
Here it is.
Yeah, just the volume wasn't coming on.
Such as your income tax or your sales tax, which is generally a flat rate that you pay regardless of whether you purchase, for example, $1, it's going to be charged the same amount of sales tax as if you were to purchase a $30,000 car, right? With truth in taxation, it's very much like you mentioned, revenue-based. So as an entity, let's say a city, for example, collects $1 million in fiscal year 2020, they can only collect $1 million in property taxes in fiscal year 2021. And that's based on, like you mentioned, those assessments. As property values and assessments increase, the rate decreases to make sure that that entity receives the same amount, that $1 million in revenue. Obviously, there are some different calculations that factor into that, like new growth, any new buildings automatically get captured into that. But generally, it is a revenue-based system that really does protect not only taxpayers, but it also protects the governments and the municipalities and the school districts by making sure if property values do decrease, that those entities do not lose any of their purchasing power, any of that revenue as well. So it really has it's really a good balance.
So this is part of like a 20-minute interview. This is just a portion that he talks about the truth in taxation.
So the way we get a tax increase is if I take raw land and develop it. I have 9 homes going into an empty lot next to me. We will get additional revenue for needing to service those homes, as will the school district because they have to educate new children, as will the county, etc.
Yes.
But if my home is now worth $100,000 more than it was last year, if everyone's home's worth $100,000 more or percentage the same, no change.
So unlike traditional...
So in order to do that, the mill rate will actually drop.
Right. But because every 5 years they reassess homes, I might get a bump because I was getting a benefit as they even out things.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different factors that go into this, right? So the intent was for the city or the taxing entity, whoever it is, to get the same amount of revenue next year and next year and next year, plus new growth and things like that. But there's here's a weird thing. Let's say UVU used to be all taxable property, right? Like let's just say it was a
business park.
A business park. UVU buys it, and suddenly that becomes not taxable property because it's exempt from property tax. The law is set up so the city's going to get the same amount of money. Whatever was used to be captured there, has to get spread out amongst everybody else now, right? So little by little, Provo deals with this in a big way. BYU is all tax exempt. Every church property is tax exempt. Every time BYU purchases new property, all that tax revenue has to get pushed out.
So in Orem, we just lost a farm to a temple.
Correct.
The farm used to pay a pretty small amount, but they paid X, and now the temple's going to pay 0.
Exactly. So enough of that happens, and you start seeing. So there's a lot of.
But that is a positive thing. But
totally agree.
Well, but it's sticking on agricultural land versus some prime land.
Right. Absolutely.
Or even from
but the lot right next to me used to belong to the LDS Church. Now it belongs to taxpayers. It's a tax-paying entity, and so we get an increase. No, but that stays even until they develop the land. Got it.
Yeah. So again, it's not as simple as.
Yeah.
it's not as simple as your tax bill stays the same. There's so many different factors. The city just gets the same amount of money.
So go to this number, 6 million or whatever the number is. So that, what's that? So that, where's that coming from? That number is set, and that's your set amount you're getting. And then as property values go up and down, you're saying they're adjusting that. But then new growth is where you get additional funds.
Yes.
So from 10 years ago to 20 years ago, all the change in that 6 million number, wherever it comes from, that's happened because of new growth as far as the city's portion. Is that right?
Yes.
And you heard me with the legislature trying to lobby at least to get something tied to inflation or a labor neck, because the amount of buying power of that $6 million is much less than it was.
And I think Provo does it, don't they? They increase their mill
Some
rate.
cities do. They just schedule a truth and taxation hearing every year, and they say, we're going to essentially assess a cost of living
Cost of living.
to our rate, and they're going to adjust the rate. Other communities don't. One of the challenges we face is, the good news is we have incredibly low property taxes. In fact, I think it's one of the lowest, if not the lowest in the county. The bad news is anytime we have new growth, we don't get a lot of new revenue because our tax rate is so low. So, it's kind of a good news, bad news.
And Provo doesn't necessarily have a school district issue every few years for a bond, right?
And I don't know what Provo School District's property tax is, but of course they're a city-centric school district. So, if Alpine School District, for example, passes a $500 million bond, and Provo School District, and they spread it across all of the Alpine School District, and Provo passes a $200 million bond, the impact could be greater in Provo. I mean, I haven't done the math, but it could be that way.
Any other question just on property tax, how it works?
And I know, we just did the increase a few years ago for the cops, and then there was I call it the Utopia one that failed to the referendum.
Yes.
We really haven't raised taxes for 35 years.
1978, with the exception of the one we did in 2000.
The 4 police officers.
4 police officers.
2019. We raised it was $1 a month, the average.
Quarter of a
Yeah.
I'm just saying, sometimes we get, you've always raised our taxes or this or that. It's not real, it's not Orem,
It's other jurisdictions.
it's other jurisdictions.
And I think you can tell from the video explanation, it's not the easiest explanation to give to just, in a digestible way to the reaction. So, when when the city comes and says, hey, we're just trying to capture cost of living, right? Inflation is at an all-time high. We need to be able to capture, because construction costs have never been higher, concrete costs have never been higher, police wages have never needed to be higher we're going to just try to do a cost of living adjustment. It's hard to explain in a simple way how this whole thing works, that you haven't had a tax increase for a few years. I know it, anyways.
It feels good to raise taxes, but it's also, your buying power just goes.
But Steve, being a taxpayer, we need to remind, as we tell people this, our fees have gone through the roof. So, and we can call that a tax or a fee, or we call it whatever we want, but that guy on a fixed income, if he looks at what he paid for his property tax, what he pays for sales tax, what he pays on his monthly utility bill in the city, it hasn't stayed level.
No, you're right. We were just talking property taxes. There are others, for sure. And, Terry, to be fair, we want to keep lower rates, but we don't get to turn to the contractor and say, give us a deal on the construction, because we don't want to charge as high rates. We still have to pay what the private sector will charge us for concrete, for construction, for asphalt. We don't get a deal there because we didn't want to raise rates, right?
But
it still costs us money.
We have more retail than anybody else in the county.
But water
we should have lower fees.
But we've talked about, we don't use water sales tax. Water fund has to sustain itself. We have to have the user fees to cover the system based on how the structure's set up. Right?
No,
I don't disagree with you.
Our saving grace is a sales tax.
Yeah, in our general governmental funds, that's what covers.
And to Debbie's point, as it relates to this, why don't the cost of living? What the legislature intentionally has said, this truth and taxation process is not necessarily easy. We're going to make it challenging. Yep. And don't put it on our shoulders to raise the property tax and to build in the CPI into the law. If you need more property tax, then you raise the property tax. So it's kind of okay, who should bear the responsibility for making the recommendation?
They push back on it.
Yeah, they don't want to raise the property. They don't want to change the law that effectively raises taxes for us. They say, if you want to raise taxes, it's your choice, you raise it.
Yep.
But I also heard Howard Stevens say he didn't mean for it, because he was one of the original.
Yes.
And I also heard him say that he didn't mean it to be so burdensome. I heard him say that personally.
And that is one of the comments that has been circulating in recent years is it is so difficult to do it that many shy away from the process completely because it's just not worth the brain damage in some respects.
It would probably be helpful for people, the general public, to understand how this works.
Yeah.
If there were some way to have some kind of educational something available. Because if you go online and try to figure it out, it's different in every jurisdiction all across the country. Okay, so you pull up different things, and so educating people would be a good thing.
So if I can just raise one more issue. So we talk about property taxes and sales taxes. Our neighbor to the south, which we often compare to, in addition to sales tax and property taxes, they actually have operated public power company, and they actually take 11% of all their revenues from that power system, and they put it into the general fund as revenue. So sometimes you may ask yourself, well, why does Provo, we have one communications person in Orem, why does Provo have 4? Well, because they actually have other streams of revenue that they are using, and they call it a payment in lieu of taxes, because the argument that they make is we have so much tax-exempt property in Provo. Schools, churches, public buildings, it's the county seat. We need additional revenue to offset the cost of providing basic services. So they actually will assess all of their enterprise funds, what they call a pilot in lieu of taxes, or a payment in lieu of taxes, a pilot, and they will take 11% of each of their water fund, of their sewer fund, of their power fund, of their garbage fund, and they will shift it over into the general fund. And they will use some of the fees associated with all of those utility operations to pay for general services.
Didn't they enact a transportation fee that those people they have to
adopt
pay
that as well.
Yeah. And that didn't accept the churches, the BYU, you had to pay transportation. Yeah.
I wanted to Terry's point because I think you make a good point, and I'm actually remembering 2 years ago our retreat here. $1 in property tax, sales tax, user fees to the citizen is all $1 out, right? It's still money to them. So it is still on us to be as prudent as we can in every one of these funds, in every one of these services, which is why, and again, I remember we were in this room 2 years ago when we talked about is it still smart to try to pay cash for every single capital project in water? And I think Terry actually kind of led the charge on this. Bonding makes sense. We're going to save the taxpayers a lot of money by bonding for these projects because inflation, construction costs keep going up. We can lock our prices in at a much lower, and we did that and then lowered our water fees 15%. So we do have to be prudent in all of those areas. And we agree. So keeping going, major revenue sources, restricted, unrestricted. Brandon was good about, hey, let's put some parentheses around the restrictions. Enterprise funds are restricted to the water fund. However, like Provo, technically we could transfer money out into the general fund. We just haven't historically done that.
The only thing we do is we get our water for free for the city.
Correct.
Yeah, and we charge back and forth. So what we pay to water our parks as a city, we kind of pay for it, then we get it back. So when you see that, that's what
you'll see a transfer.
You'll see a transfer.
Yeah, the uproar of the citizens.
Because they don't understand.
So what Provo does is they only hold half of that hearing. They shift the money to but they don't shift it back.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so they would follow the same process that we follow with water, albeit with all of their utilities.
Yeah. So we charge water fund, and then we pay the water fund for the services with their money, rather than having to go, again, raise taxes or find some other revenue source to pay for water, because we're required to pay for our water as a general government. So restricted funds, unrestricted funds, the restrictions are a little different in every one of those. And then unrestricted, again, these ones that can be used for whatever intent city council.
I'm gonna make sure, B and C are from the gas tax, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And that is based on also a formula of lane miles within the city and then purchases within the city.
Do you know how much of our gas comes to us? Like if you're paying 3 something?
It's a fixed amount per gallon, and we get a certain.
Okay.
It's like 24.5 cents for all of the taxes, and we get a certain amount. So, if for example gas prices get really high and people stop buying gas, that hurts us because it's a tax based on a fixed gallon amount. It doesn't fluctuate based on. It's not a sales tax, a percentage. It's a fixed amount
Per gallon.
And we get about 3.2 million in B&C road funds. So again, these are restricteds and unrestricteds. So now let's talk kind of fund balances and all of those. We have unrestricted and restricted. You'll see there's some notes on the sides on a few of these, and on the next page you'll see those notes. But in each of those funds, here's the amount that's sitting restricted and unrestricted, again with notes.
And define that restricted, unrestricted.
Yeah, just that it has to be used for a specific purpose. It can't be, so restricted, we got like care tax, 2.4 has to go to recreation and arts. B&C has to go to roads. Unrestricted, it can, whatever you would choose to spend it on, it can be spent on.
We have a big restricted in general. What is that like mostly for?
ARPA, this federal,
Gotcha,
most of that. And there's a note on the next page, you'll see.
Sorry.
No, you're totally good.
And we have how many years to spend that?
December of 26, it has to be encumbered by December of 24. But we have essentially encumbered most of it with Hillcrest Park. Just kind of continuing down those areas. Where we get to this kind of final number of unrestricted and restricted, we're about $29 million in unrestricted, $27 million in restricted, for a total of 57. So again, note the general fund restricted amount includes 5.1 million of the CARES Act, which was the first round of stimulus, and then 7.4 million of ARPA. And in May of this year, we will get another tranche of ARPA as well. So that unrestricted will go, or that restricted will go higher.
But again, building that park can use almost all that $12 million or 13, whatever. Right?
Yeah, we'll end up being 16. We'll end up being about 16, and 11.5 of it is dedicated to Hillcrest Park right now.
Okay, so can you go back to yeah. So in this particular case too, we have unrestricted available, but for example, we do have in some of these funds, the previous slide, for example, we have $2.5 million in the water fund. More often than not, we have capital projects that we're looking to build, and we're collecting revenue and monies to build those projects. So it's not like we have $2.5 million in idle money just sitting there.
We have a plan.
And we have a plan for it, where we anticipate that we may have a $6 million improvement we need to make, and we're essentially saving money to make the improvement in 2 years from now. And that $2.5
Tell me
million.
about the rec, that looks like you're negative on your rec.
So there's a note. Yeah, go to the note, page 3.
Dang it, I saw it.
So we have a target of what we want our balance to be in the rec fund which is $300,000. We're below our target by $184,000. So we're $184,000 away from the $300,000 mark that we want.
But that's for the whole year then, right?
To
So
be our-
this is just the first 6 months? Or?
No, this is just a fund balance. This isn't revenue or
So
expenses.
they had 116 in their account. We wanted to have 300.
We're moving in that direction with our fitness center. We just had it closed for a long time, and we operated a subpar one for longer than that. So we're moving that direction, and it's moving. The same thing is with facilities.
So if you go to the next page, so we also have, for example, a self-insurance fund. As a city, we're self-insured. So if we have a major insurance claim, and we need to cover $500,000 of a claim.
Say a fire.
But I thought we were also part of...
We are.
Okay.
And the reason we're part of IRMA, and that's an insurance pool, and through the pool, they have a separate reserve, and we can pay back our losses in 5 years, 5 consecutive years. But we need money to pay, so we do set aside money in our self-insurance fund to cover any unexpected, claims. If we have a pretty significant claim and it ends up hitting our constitutional cap of, $890,000, let's say, well, then we have at least close to that to meet that obligation within the fund. So
it's like a line of credit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just sitting. It's not just sitting there. Our information technology, as you know, there's certain things that we swap out on every 5 years, every 7 years. So we try and create sinking funds to set some money aside on an annual basis, so that we don't have to incur the cost in just 1 year that we're planning for those replacements. The facilities fund is the same way. And the street lighting, some of that goes to cover, we have some street lighting projects that we want to continue to build. We have some areas of the city that still have some old street lights. That money will be used to replace them.
I do have a question on back to your rec. In the presentation on increasing the policeman's pay, some of that came from a rec surplus. So tell me the difference. Is that over the course of the whole year? If we don't have as much here, where are we going to pull that police pay?
So when we were closed, years past, the old fitness center, we were subsidizing the operations of the fitness center for about $400,000 a year. Because of the new center, because of the new operations and the success of this facility, we do not anticipate having to subsidize that money to the fitness center. So we are going to, the recommendation was we reallocate that $400,000 from subsidizing the fitness center on an annual basis to rolling into this police compensation.
And then where does this negative $184,000 figure into that?
That's a right. So keep in mind, fund balance is a cumulative effect, right? Year after year after year.
Okay, so this is through the years. Okay.
Yeah.
So when we're over,
we expect that to flip and
let's just say we're over our, we have more revenue than expenses of 100,000, and that's going to go down to 84, and then the next year we jump to positive. The other note I'll say, there's all of our enterprise funds have a 2. The note you'll see there, it's unrestricted, but within that fund. So it's sitting in water. It could be used for operations. It could be used for a project, but it's unrestricted within the fund. It couldn't be used for something else unless you were to go through the process like Provo does of transferring it out to use for something else. So unrestricted, but with an asterisk.
But we're careful about doing that, because then the public concern is, well, wait a second, if you're taking money out of water and you're building tennis courts or baseball diamond or whatever.
But that'd be fine, baseball diamond.
Oh, yeah. Why are you assessing our water rates so high if you're building, a fire station out of it?
Yeah, I mean, a Provo resident can essentially say, hey, okay, so my rates are 11% higher than they need to be to pay for power. Now, they would say, okay, well, we'll just charge you we'll charge you property, we'll make up that money some other way, right?
But on our utilities, they have plans, master plans of what we're going to spend and do. So
correct.
Really, they're like saving to do something big. So it's not available to
correct. But that was one of the concerns with when we adopted the pay-as-you-go kind of utility construction process is we would get some very, very big balances, and people would say, well, why are you increasing my water rates when you have a $7 million balance in the water fund? Well, we have a $7 million balance because we're saving up for a $13 million project. And it was...
And that goes way down that we're kind of bonding to build.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
So it became a difficult narrative to have.
And back to kind of the philosophy of that, right? We could save up in 5 years to pay for that, and we could charge the resident for the next 5 years and stick it to them. That resident moves out, the new resident moves in. The old resident paid for the whole water tank, and the new resident didn't have to. When you bond it and spread it 30 years, whoever is living there at the time is the one paying for the use of that project. So there is a lot of sense in bonding. So these have just a little more definition to what the restrictions mean. Because of time and for sake of questions, I won't go through all of them. care tax, for example, annual revenue 2.4 million. State law restricts the money to be spent on recreation and art-related expenditures. That's oversimplifying. There is some additional detail within
And we only
that.
had 2 more years of that, right? 2.5 more years.
Before it goes to a vote.
Right.
Yep. It expires March of 24.
And we have our own parameters also, right?
Correct. We've put some additional, but that we have, state has, so we can change those at any time, but yes.
We have the 50/50 split, yeah.
So we would have to go out, we want to continue the tax, we'd have to go out to another vote and extend it for another 10 years.
And that would be on the next municipal ballot, 23. So should take effect. So the 2 years. So the next time we do an election here, that would be on the ballot if the council chooses.
But I will say that the tax has been very well received. It's probably a tax that I can't remember the last vote. But
75. In the same, the last time it was on the ballot with the property tax increase. The property tax increase was shot down 75-25. The care tax was approved 75-25. So it is a very popular tax. It's everywhere.
Which is positive because it shows people at least
Think
thinking
about
about what they're voting.
Exactly. No, exactly. It wasn't just a no across the board.
And virtually every city who has proposed one of these has
correct.
won a similar
In fact, there
percentage.
were 3 cities, I think, on the ballot this last year that passed their care taxes.
And especially the major retail centers all want it because a large portion is being paid for by not even residents of Orem. Those that come into our community are paying into this fund and helping us keep our parks and arts top notch. So revenue restrictions. Well, I wanted to go quickly through what our budget process is. Everything in yellow is the city council involvement. We start now with the city council retreat areas of focus. We will leave this retreat with an understanding of your kind of direction and the things you want us to focus on through the budget year, this coming year. We will take those goals and areas of focus, and then we will go in the next few months into our internal budget planning. Jamie will communicate as he has in the past. This is what the council was prioritizing. This is what they want to see. Any requests you make for new money, I want to see tied to one of these things that the council is focused on. We'll go through that. They will submit budget requests. It will be submitted, reviewed by our budget committee. Internally, this is all to do that, and then Jamie will, and then this is all creating the city manager's budget, which will be brought to the council. We will have a series of work sessions, one focused on revenue and compensation. Understand, by the time we get here, we're not done either. We're just starting to provide you information we do have. Revenue compensation discussion, based on what you want to do as far as compensation and based on what we think revenue, then create what we call available money. So for departments with requests, here's the pot that's available. City council wants to do this as it relates to compensation. Here's what we think revenue is available. We'll then talk about in April those requests that did come in for operations, fleet, information technology. So you know all of the requests that have come through that are being recommended in the budget. We'll then have another meeting in April where we'll talk about our capital projects that we plan to build throughout the year. So those are work sessions. So right, these are definitely more interactive type discussions that we have. In May, we have a tentative budget that we present to the public. There's a public hearing. Then there's a period of time. And then we adopt the final budget in June.
So in kind of logistically, everything up into April is kind of a working document, and then we will transmit a recommended budget to you the first meeting in May. So then it goes from being a city manager's recommended budget to your budget. And you have discretion in May and June. We have to adopt a budget by the end of June of every year. But those 2 months then become your opportunity to make adjustments and changes, to ask questions at your discretion how you want to best proceed. So my preference, however, has been to make it more of a collaborative process from the beginning rather than saying, no, I'm going to keep it until April and then May I'm going to give it to you and surprise, this is what it is. I would prefer that it just be something that we work on together throughout the process so that when you get the budget in May, you have a general idea what's in the budget, and we've told you what are the things that are, most prominent. Now, I'm probably not going to tell you that the utility office increased their postage budget $2,000, but I am going to say, we are going to say, hey, we're buying $925,000 in fleet and these are the fleet items and the computer items, and these are the projects we're working on, and this is the compensation we're thinking about, and these are the hires or the increases or the decreases in budgets that we think are relevant.
So everything in yellow, public meeting, live stream, citizens are welcome to be a part of until it's adopted.
Do we have a feel for sales tax? Do you think it's going to level out? I mean, it was remarkable that it didn't go down during COVID.
So far, we haven't seen anything that's indicated, certainly not as good as fiscal 21.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen anything yet that's indicating it's not going to do pretty well this year.
No, we
so
did.
far.
Yeah, we did just. I mean, obviously, the last round of these child tax stimulus. Right. The big thing for Utah is employment didn't drop, and then billions of dollars got poured in. Right. So we were, as it relates to revenue for the city, we were beneficiaries of issues that were bigger in other parts of the country, but we all know that all that stimulus money, as of now, is out.
So you're going to adjust down your...
Well, that's what we'll have to... We'll have a few months to kind of see what that
You're going to be conservative?
But will certainly be a conversation, I think.
Yeah.
Of where we want to set, where we think that target should be, for sure.
Yeah.
Christmas sales is always a number we look at very closely, and we get that number right towards the end of February, beginning of March.
But nationally, it was up.
Yeah. So that, in many respects, is the last number we look to before we lock in kind of revenue estimates.
And all the Amazon sales, are they coming through with the tax commission when we get our payment? Okay.
Is that by address delivered to?
Correct. Any other questions? I hope that's helpful. Again, you have all those printed out. We're happy to answer. We'll sit down with anybody one-on-one and talk through kind of specifics, because we did give a high level, as Barry had mentioned. There are more specifics. Appreciate the time.
Question.
Yes.
I've heard about a rainy day fund. Is that a real thing?
Well, that's this unrestricted revenue of 29. No, I mean that to some extent.
All
The
combined
fund balance.
Fund balance. Yeah. But
I think you're talking about the rainy day fund, meaning our difference in what we can carry over from year to year.
Yep.
Is our rainy day.
yeah, we budget. If I start using to that, we're legally allowed to carry 30% of our revenue as a fund balance. Right. That's our max. We choose 15% as our. Every year we try to keep 15% as a fund balance moving forward. So whatever that amount is above 15% in the budget process will be allocated to projects.
So that's our rainy day.
Yes.
I need to step back though. The 15% was a council directed decision. So we have recommended, we can keep 30, but if we have 30 and we have projects that we need to build and things that we need to do, does it make sense for us to maintain 30? And historically, the council has settled on 15. The minimum we can maintain is 5.
That's by the state law, right? We have to have at least 5%.
Yeah. So that has been your direction. If you want to change directions, then obviously the amount could increase or decrease.
Well, when we were elected in the beginning, it was 5%, wasn't it?
A little bit. The max was 18.
But when we came in, we were
Pretty low. We were just coming out of a recession.
And we got as low as 7.
So the states even raised it from 18 to 30?
They raised it from 18 to 25, and then just barely raised it from 25 to 30.
Well, what is the number 4 million? Because I've heard once you have 4 million, you can't go over a 4 million number.
That might be tied to our percentage.
I've heard if we have too much money, we have to give it to the state or something.
No, so in recent years we've transferred, and this may be worth 4 million because it's been between 4 and 4.6, right? So it's been in the 4 millions range, and that's that. So we recently were talking about the 30% ceiling. Mm-hmm. Once you go over that ceiling, you are required to transfer to get underneath that 30%.
Transfer to who, where?
And in the case, we transfer it to our capital projects fund.
Okay, so we don't have to give it to the state.
We don't have to give it back to the
We
state.
just have to rearrange it.
We have to put it to use, we have to spend it.
Put it to use. So that's maybe the best way to say it. No, put it to use.
We don't have to pay out bonuses either.
So that's the only thing I can think of that maybe lower that.
Yeah, to Jamie,
I just heard that.
to Jamie's point, right? Like we can keep up to 30, and some would say it's prudent, but citizens sitting there saying, I've got a park that I want redone, and we're sitting on a 30% fund balance. So we're just trying to find the balance of what's really prudent in a rainy day, as Ken said, and what should be, again, reconstructing that park next to that neighborhood.
Although the state may have raised it to 30% because they're seeing 7 years of plenty and 7 years of drought. You know, that maybe that's why they raised it from 15 to 18 to 30.
It was during COVID.
And they did raise it during COVID, and so there was this
The
fear.
great unknown. The great unknown.
I mean, you remember our budget process during COVID, we slashed thinking we were going to go to Great Depression type.
20%.
Yeah.
20%.
So anyways. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
Yep, Brandon, of course, did most of that.
All right. Well, we appreciate that. Hope that was educational as far as everyone's understanding. The next item on the docket is going to be the new city center. And I don't know how much you guys have explored that, but you're going to give us an overview on that, where that's at. And that ties into our money discussion too, of whether or not we have money to do it.
Maybe I can answer a little bit of how much we've explored. Mayor Brunks, as you know, was a great champion of it.
Right.
And he met with all of us individually telling us we can do this, but we never had a report from the staff telling us how we were going to finance it.
Okay.
So he had a great internal feel or a gut check that we could do it.
Yeah.
But we never had the kind of support that I think we're going to get in the next little bit to say, oh, we really can afford it, excuse me. And so there was this, how much is this feel, how much is reality, and I think what we're going to do is marry those two together. So we've heard a lot about the discussions of the need, and we can afford it, but we didn't know how we could afford it. So maybe at the end of this 15, 20, 30 minutes, we'll know better than that.
Right.
Dave, would you amen that? Jeff, and Debbie, you've been on for a while.
Well, then you
Terry,
had
I'm
the
sorry.
presentation in the work meeting, right? Or some, I've seen these, was that a city council meeting? Or?
Yes, back in March of 2021.
Okay.
And I'll go through history and everything we'll go through, and yes, by the end of it, we'll come up with where our initial or current look of where money might come from to do the project. But this is kind of the latest updated numbers and info as well from Method Studio, the architecture firm. So yes, I'll give a little more history about all the different studies and looks and re-looks that we've done into it. I'll go through the details of the assessments that engineering firms, architectural firms, electricians have gone through and identified as kind of the issues of our existing facilities. I'll remind and or educate a couple of options that we've looked at and what those would mean in terms of how we would construct a new city center, and finally look at those funding scenarios and then how we might engage the public in that process. Okay, so yes, Mayor Bruns was a big proponent of it. It has been looked at over the last 15 years. And we had Method Studio look at a master plan put back in 2005, which looked at how an expansion could be added to the existing city center and even go up on the second level next to where Legal Services is. And since then, well, that kind of sat on a shelf for a while. Other projects were done. Since then, I had a big kind of seismic study done in 2015. I'll show a little bit of ultimately the summary results of that. And then in the last handful of years, we've looked more specifically at our HVAC, our electrical, and then I'll also go into the difference between remodeling, reconstructing, and adding an addition, and what those cost differences would be versus building it. All right. Just quick FYI in terms of how much square foot we have in our entire campus. We've got library and public safety, court building that is owned by the state, and we can release them.
Sorry, I couldn't see you.
I just had my soft voice. I want to make sure you guys can hear me. And then those are all separate from our city center itself, is the 45,000 square feet, separated by a different zone. And I emailed a PDF copy of this, so we can review the
Let me just take a second. So right now we've got
45,000 square feet, our city center, now built in 1970. Technically constructed in 1969, dedicated in 1970. What the architectural firms will tell you is that the efficiency in the use of space is much worse back in 1969 than it is today. So a lot of that space is wasted in hallways.
So is the only thing we're talking about the city center piece of that?
Yes.
The rest of that will stay intact?
Yep, so children's wing of the library built in 96. Adult wing, we went through a seismic upgrade and remodel in about 2002. Justice Court, it was built in 1984.
And we don't own it. We're just
don't
leasing
own it, and the state just recently did tenant improvements over the last couple of years.
We're not looking at purchasing it because it's too expensive.
Yeah,
we lease the portion that we use for our justice court.
Because they wanted to make this amount of money.
They wanted
$2.5 million for it at the time.
above market rate, we thought, for the year that it was built. Public safety building, 2000.
Is that where we had that meeting, Jamie, with the police?
Yes. Yes. And the library hall just finished.
So all that stays intact? We're just talking about the wall?
Just the city hall itself.
Okay.
45,000. So part of the help that we've gotten from Method Studio, and before that from a different architectural firm called JRCA, is a look at provided by use, or the type of employees or services that are using the space, how much square footage do we currently use, how much might we project we may need over the next 2 to 5 years if there is expansion in personnel, and how much, even looking further, 5 to 15 years, might we project that we need. So then, and that's all divided by public area, so lobby area, also 311 and building services, versus how much we need for IT and servers and switch closets. And then one thing that we recently haven't looked at is with our police needing to expand within the public safety building. What if we moved fire administration over into the city center and added an emergency operations center? How much square footage would we need to add to accommodate that potential urban expansion? And in part, we've done that because we're accumulating fire and police impact fees that we need to use within a 6-year period for new growth.
Wasn't there also some COVID funds that could go for the EOC part of that?
Yes.
So when JRCA architectural firm suggested it, they thought we needed to build 49,000 square feet. And now Method is suggesting near 59,000. That's a pretty big raise in 4 years. Do you have any feeling behind
Yeah,
that?
I think Method was far more detailed than the work that they did. JRCA was
Okay. And we haven't really, what do you think post-COVID, how much of your employees will be working from home part of the time? Or do you think you'll get back to a fairly normal thing whenever normal happens?
So we do have a remote work policy in place, but that remote work policy really only affords or allows an employee to work 1 day a week, maybe 2 days.
So right now, we're not hoteling. I'm not using your desk on Monday and you're using, or using yours on Tuesday. Okay. Thank you.
Now, another part of an answer to that question, Tom, is there's a difference between the net square footage and the gross square footage. Method Studio believes that you need to factor in more space for elevators, for stairs, for storage, mechanical rooms.
And we've also brought over the fire administration, which accounts for 3,000 of it. I see that, right? You're 26 and change. But
Anyway.
So in addition to the, let's say, 100 square feet for my office, to accommodate just that net office space, we need to add another 55%
For hallways,
server
bathrooms,
rooms,
and
hallway,
like that, right.
And these numbers were developed in cooperation with each of the respective departments, so we met with, or not
Okay.
the architect met with each of the departments and identified current existing needs and anticipated future.
Yeah, they handled more growth where JRCA maybe didn't handle as much growth potential.
What was their long-term goal? Were they looking at 5, 10, 15 years that the department needs would be, or?
So that's 5 to
15.
2 to 5.
So they, okay, so really only, what's that, administrative services, 204?
Yeah, I mean, it's
That's the growth anticipated.
it's really not, we really don't anticipate dramatically increasing staff.
And 204 would be like an office, one office or something?
Without looking at the detail, but I'm assuming yes.
Yeah. It was probably mostly associated with making our help desk, and if trends were to continue in terms of how much we get phone calls or instant messaging, so we wanted to continue to support the one-stop shop. Interestingly, honestly, the total square footage, it actually hasn't changed a terrible amount. We've been in that 55 to 59,000 square foot range. Again, we're looking at efficiencies and could we, yes, add an EOC, but then also use it for example, a multi-purpose room or a type of conference room. Those types of things I've looked at. We also previously, to your question earlier, Dave, looked at do we bring the justice court and make it part of the new city center, since with the improvements that the state's made and just keeping the existing lease rate, that's no longer.
Is our lease rate reasonable with them?
I want to say it was granted like $12,000 a year.
So much cheaper than building. Thank you.
So Brent, have we thought about using the library hall for city meetings, like city council meeting and planning commission meeting and some of those things?
More on an intermittent basis, not necessarily on a week-to-week.
Because I'm wondering if that would save, because how much is that, the city council room? Where's that in the description?
It would probably on here be under public areas.
So under public areas, so that's 10,000 square feet, 9,000.
Portion of it. It's probably quite a bit.
You're wondering if we can double use, right, Terry?
I'm just wondering, instead of us building out a 10,000 square foot room to have meetings, we have one next door. That would be a beautiful place, and we don't have problems if we have COVID in the future. We don't have problems of spacing, and there's plenty of room for people to spread out and sit and hear.
Within the study, this is the JRCA study, we'll have to find the method, but they identified 1,000 square feet for the chambers and then 650 square feet for the dais. So about 1,650 square feet for city council.
The rest of those public areas are going somewhere else.
They're hallways,
So then there's no place for people to sit. How big's our room now?
Yeah.
It'd be bigger than that.
It might be in about, I would say it's probably less than 2,000 square feet for existing chambers.
Yeah.
Just the chamber room.
So it's
Probably in that ballpark.
1,000 square feet just sounds pretty teeny.
Yeah,
2,000.
1,000.
Which is very frustrating if there's a reason you want to come and you can't sit and you're standing in the hallway. And we've got an auditorium next door.
Well, I think we obviously are trying to build to a standard that accommodates many, not all meetings. So I think if there were, for example, large issues to work through, then obviously an alternative could be found. But keep talking, Brennan, I'll find the methods.
Although this is similar to the budget. We're going to get kind of rough numbers, and then we're going to get drafts, and then we're going to be able to
fine tune this, right?
Correct.
So,
I guess this room's probably 12.
Valuable question. I think
This
what
room
we
is probably 12 square feet, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
just got to get these twice this, right? Okay, so let's come back to that, but at the very least, I know we've thought about using the library hall for bigger type events or council meetings, for example, and or even overflow.
Oh, you gotta treat the taxation like we're 30 million.
Sure.
And it would be better if you could set it up technology-wise, so it wouldn't have to be overflow, right? So people could keep the overflow to the council.
There's one caveat with it, though, that we can come back to when we start talking about seismic and different seismic standards. Library Hall was built to, remember this, risk category 3. We'll talk about the difference between that and risk category 4. Existing building, some of this you know, but it's not just that it's an old building. I mean, the city's done a decent job of keeping up, of making little fixes and maintaining it over a 50-year period. So for a 50-year-old building, it's not all bad news. We are at our limits, right? We don't have ability to kind of grow from here. Unless we were to start to put people in the hallways, which we can't because of building safety code.
So Brandon, I just kind of, I'm sorry.
No.
So the Method Studio does include a, it does include 650 square feet and 1,000 square feet in the Method Studio, and another 160 feet for a conference room, but it also includes 2,400 square feet that would be an extension of the city council. So you would have a city council room that would be 1,600 or 1,700 square feet, but adjacent to it, we would anticipate an additional.
it's like the cultural hall.
Yeah.
Or like in the rec center, we have
It
those.
could be
those
expanded
Those
and
movable
go in.
walls.
So you then effectively would have a 3,500 square foot space.
Got it.
And the existing space in the council chambers is 1,880 square feet. So.
Wondering with COVID, that would help because you had it really spread out.
Yeah.
Right now, you can't get anybody in there.
So, kind of going through this quickly, we still have issues with ADA. We addressed some of them with some of the improvements we made with our restrooms, but our older restrooms aren't ADA compliant. I'll show what our maintenance costs have been. I already spoke to, there isn't as good workflow. It's a bit dysfunctional in terms of how much hallways there are and how we have to spread people out based off of where load-bearing walls are and that sort of thing. It's because it's old. Energy efficiency is very poor. Old electrical. The big thing here, though, is the seismic deficiencies.
I thought it was the county department in the basement. I used to be a black man, but I spent so much time in the basement.
And we do have a lot of employees that we put down in the dungeon. And it's easy to get lost there. Okay, if we were to remodel and add, this just kind of shows some of the things that those are things that we would want to address in a remodel or in needing to add more space. So we would anticipate we'd need to add another 5,000 square feet, make the seismic upgrades, and some may remember from past presentations, to do seismic upgrades, you essentially have to tear things down to the bones, if you will, because the bracings that they would need to add, it would start
That's
to
fun to do
affect
while you're
electrical and
You couldn't.
mechanical.
Yeah. Like remodeling the kitchen, right? You're not using the kitchen.
Would this be a remodel like the rec center was remodeled?
Until we're done.
We got the pool.
We get into
We got the pool.
thinking we're gonna remodel it.
This is an Ogden temple.
Robo temple.
I mean, you joke, essentially, all it does, it would keep the look and where it's at in order to live. If we wanted to meet these goals of making it more energy efficient, making it a seismic upgrades, making some workflow and space improvements.
There's a reason we had to add that door up on the diocese, because we have one of the worst windows collapse on us.
So, to that point, real quick, the existing assessment on seismic, we have a risk category 0. So essentially, there's no bracings. The way they built masonry walls and how they connected it.
We have no risk.
There's no risk.
It's a done deal.
That's good.
There is no seismic support in the building, and that's been deemed as life-threatening.
So what we require the citizens to do when they build their construction, we're not there at all.
No.
It's a 0.
We're not.
It was built before those standards were even thought of.
It wasn't 76.
So you have a wall structure and roof, and you have nothing connecting the wall structure and the roof. So there is a strong probability that the roof is going to collapse. If there is a lot of seismic movement, it's not strapped together. It's not strapped together. It's all reinforced, unreinforced concrete too. So there's no rebar in the masonry. So you're going to have a wall collapse, and you're going to have the ceiling fall on top of it.
And some of those details are in the PDF that I sent you. Just real quick. So what we build typical municipal buildings at today is typically a risk category 3. Basic summary, that's just keep people safe, make sure the building is up long enough for people to escape. However, it would, if in the event of a real earthquake, it likely wouldn't be operable. You wouldn't be able to continue to work out of the building because HVAC systems would likely
It's just saving lives. It's not really functional, right?
Yes. A risk category 4 is what makes it immediately safely occupiable in the event of an earthquake.
Something like an emergency command center would have to have the highest, because that's going to be your operation center, am I correct?
Right. So if we want to be able to manage and respond to immediate and give direction to our first responders and our public works staff, we needed a space to, of course.
But we could build a building that is in, so for example, accounting, we could build that to a 2 standard. But we could build the EOC to a 4 standard.
Just shift your office to the EOC. Just know your value.
I'm just giving you a hard time because you're here.
To that
I'd give you a harder time if you weren't.
To that point, we have looked at a portion of a new building be category 4 and the rest be category 3. That is a potential thing because there is estimated 15 to 20% cost increase to go from risk category 3 to risk category 4. Okay.
With this new building, would you be using the basement like you're using the basement now, or would everything be more?
It would probably be a slab on grade, and then we would go up.
Well, like our rec center, where we don't have a basement for the track anymore, you're upstairs.
Right.
I mean, we have talked to people. We have talked to the contractor, the architect about, well, let's put a basement in. That's cheap. And the architect has said, well, it's not necessarily cheap. It is cheaper, but it's not cheap.
As far as the quality of our workplace, it doesn't really.
Yeah.
Would you need it for storage then, or something like that? I wouldn't know if people down there.
I mean, that would obviously, we have not gone anywhere close to that depth of conversation.
But you'd need 2,000 or 3,000 feet, not the whole basement, for storage. Yeah.
Or, you know, at $400 a square foot, or I don't know what the number is, it's pretty expensive storage.
Yeah,
that's true.
Are there alternatives that are significantly cheaper?
Do you have earthquake insurance on the building?
We do.
So would that continue, because that would go into your 3 versus 4 conversation?
Yes.
too?
You're not suggesting is that's the way to pay for it, are you?
Those rates go down if you build them stronger.
Your legacy's gonna get damaged.
Well, it's all based on it's on our property insurance, so I don't think it would necessarily change.
There have been jokes when things overheat and the little fire starts, and fire comes over, or, you know, they take care of it, we think, hey, you shouldn't have come over as quickly, we could have gotten this taken care of.
Insurance
But
money, why not?
I think for us, the real key in terms of the decision between 3 and 4 is how operable do we want to be immediately after.
Right.
So just for comparative purposes, when we looked at this, the cost of a remodel and addition that I showed there, back in March of 2021, we were thinking that construction cost would be in the range of $21 to $22 million. That doesn't include furniture, fixtures, design fees, engineering fees, environmental surveys, and that sort of thing, or a contingency, if it was unforeseen.
Is that what you're saying, the soft costs are not what you just mentioned?
FF&E
So that would go 20% higher than the overall cost?
The $4 million.
Yes.
We did pretty good on the library hall and the fitness center though, with contingency, didn't we?
We did. We were able to do it at less than 20%. In fact, we actually got contingency back.
But it's better to over budget than.
And part of it is the way we built the structure. We used a construction management general contract CMGC process rather than a standard bid process. And it allowed us to build some efficiency into the project.
This number's from this week from Method Studio, and the cost increased compared to last March. They're essentially suggesting about overall, generally about a 12% escalation in new construction costs. Which then, so rather than 350 to 370 per square foot, they're looking at 400 to 450. As a note, they think we're going to be on the higher end at a risk category 4 versus a risk category 3. So just quickly, and again, you can look at it. These just identify over the last handful of years what we've done to maintain our existing facility. It's in the $100,000 to $400,000 range, and including what we did most recently, we didn't have any ADA accessible restrooms before we did. Again, you can look at the details in the PDF, but we did look at 2 options. One of the main differences between them is could we occupy the existing building during construction? And so this option 1 shows that we could, if we put the building as far into that southwest corner as possible. It's hard to see on
The
here,
red
but
line.
there's a red dotted line that shows what.
The red line's the existing building, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And then they kind of list, there's some kind of pros and cons here that you can look at. And then just some visuals of how we think that might look. We're talking, 3 stories here, 2 or 3 stories.
So with that visual, we are right up against State Street.
And Center Street.
With whatever set.
So whatever we discussed yesterday in terms of setbacks, the 15-foot and sidewalks, it complies with that.
Yep. And the dotted line shows essentially where back of the curve is. Back of this. So again, in summary, nice plaza space, allows construction while existing buildings occupied. Cons are main entry isn't prominent from State or Center. Operations of City Hall, even though they could accommodate it, it would be difficult to operate right next door because it would literally abut up to where our existing building is even to build this. Okay. So then option number 2 here, you can see that there's a portion that would go into our existing building.
So that takes out all our pine trees and all of it.
Yes, this does, it changes, it changes the landscape.
Do we move
Either
any
one
of
of
the
these.
So
So we have to
Maybe
rent
try to do
space
it.
while we'd be building,
Correct.
is what you're proposing.
Yep.
Or at least option 2 is proposing, I'm sorry.
Yes, yep, so we have to, strike a deal with Canyon Park or
Yeah.
get in some trailers or, so,
What's the time frame to, is it 2 years?
Yeah, about 2 years.
And then the, for the lights on, our nice LED lights, then I don't see anything.
Oh, yeah, they don't exist.
Well, we would have, obviously, we would change it, and we could shift the focus of it to the internal, what do you call it?
Courtyard.
Courtyard, thank you. The internal courtyard, perhaps, rather than the external.
But it's
But
nice
it
that-
wouldn't have visibility in the same way from the
Yeah.
street.
Yeah. But the building could be, obviously really nice with lights and everything.
so those are specific design questions and more ideas that we'd have to flush out.
And I mean,
Okay.
if you relocated, do you have a contingency plan of what you're thinking there? Where we'd be?
Well, that's where I was saying we'd have to strike a deal with like Canyon Park, or we'd have to.
Somebody has some
we'd have to
excess
get
space.
some trailers. Or,
Do you need an elementary?
There you go.
Go be in another seismically unsafe place in Geneva Elementary.
It was only 2 years.
We're working on it, right?
So are you saying the relocate option is just with the second scenario?
Just with the second.
But that would be a relocate option?
It would have to be.
Yeah, we'd have to.
And the more we pencil this, the more likely that option 1 is going to crowd in that corner. When they get actual drawings, our only option may be to relocate.
No, and the architect was pretty upfront about saying, look, we think we can do this,
But not sure.
but in thinking they can do it, there's a cost, right?
Yeah.
In working in such close proximity.
Yeah.
We did it with the library and the library hall, so
Yeah.
it can be done. The bigger concern too is staging, there's
Yeah.
steel, and there's a lot of construction. So where do you stage all of that? At the same time you park it and you have employees that are working. So it's not a easy puzzle.
From my opinion, which is just mine, but I really think we need to honor green. If there's any place that shows green space, it should be our city center. That we have trees, and I'd love to see it set back and have a beautiful landscape. Have our Christmas. I think our Christmas lights are incredible. I think that's really cool. And if this is the center of the city, I don't want to see a building jammed up against State Street and Center Street. That.
So now you're talking about option 3, if you will, Terry. That
Right.
moves it all back a little bit.
Yeah.
And we're relocating, which I think we're going to end up doing. I don't know, but it's just tough to build.
But I mean, we
Yeah,
haven't,
I agree.
to Terry's point, we have not touched but the surface of this
Yep.
conversation. We've tried to, Mayor Brunch, as you mentioned, was very passionate about this, and so we tried to do what we could, but we haven't really done a very deep dive.
If you presented when I ran to the restroom, I apologize. Have we talked about potential utility savings?
We voted on it while you were.
Oh, good. How'd it go?
It's done.
Okay, thanks, Terry. Good.
So,
This
no,
whole thing here is because the state's your master plan, we're pushing everything to the state. That's what it is. So with that gone, I think.
well, that is kind of the modern architecture. I mean, that's what Provo City has done. Some of the other buildings, the courthouse down in Provo, and that's kind of the architecture of today.
Sure.
Keep in mind that because we'd have more space, we'd have to add more parking.
Yeah.
This includes more parking too, so we'd have to figure out what that balance is between coming back off of State Street some and still fitting in additional parking.
But do we have we run any numbers on potential utility savings? I mean, well, clearly, anytime you have a new home, you have less repairs and maintenance. I get that. We'll have a cushion, a runway for 6 to 8 or 10 years before the water heater goes out and the dishwasher, or whatever that you fix in a home. So we'll have those savings for sure. But we'll also have some ongoing. We'll build this, a green building. I'm sure we'll have more utilities. We may stick some solar panels on it. Who knows what? But we haven't really built that into it. Okay.
No, the conversation we've had has been we would build to a greener standard. It wouldn't be a LEEDs building.
But close.
But it's going to be dramatically better than single pane windows and no insulation and an HVAC system that is struggling and old boilers. And so, yeah.
Okay. They can be old boilers to the city council in 40 or 50 years to worry about.
But knocking it down, the con is only, we have to relocate.
Yeah, and we would, again, to Terry's point, maybe we prioritize what is the bigger focal point. Is it the trees that front State Street, or is it the courtyard? And if we build on this campus, then, you know, then we would have to go deeper into the courtyard and lose those trees versus towards the frontage of the road and lose those trees.
I thought Terry's suggestion a while back, we should have bought the building that the water district bought, you know, when they moved down that one on 8 North, whatever that was.
I
Because
think
we could have done it for $250 a foot.
Yeah, I mean, I will note about the trees too, and this is probably a conversation we need to have with our forester. A number of those trees have a life.
Yeah, yeah.
And they look great now, but, and I'm not the one who knows the science, but we could ask him and say, Josh, where are we with these trees?
Years that these trees have left.
Yeah.
I will say, back in March, initial reactions were option 2, at least design-wise and stuff, was kind of the preferred option. Okay, again.
But if we do have to, if we literally have to move the city employees and everyone somewhere else, then we have a lot of flexibility.
I believe so. I mean, we could even attach it to the public safety building, which back in 2005, from what I understand, there was a plan to do just that, to try and literally connect both buildings.
Yeah.
These options obviously keep it apart, given the conversation we had a number of months ago, but there's pretty broad flexibility.
Oh yeah, and from what you're saying, you've gone lightly into it, you've got numbers, you've got that, but as far as really getting down to the weeds and figuring out exactly where you want to go.
Difference between remodel and addition versus new construction, about a 10 to 15% decrease in cost in the estimate overall. But that was back in March of 2021. Again, 12% escalation. Then we're up to.
Can I stop? Is anyone thinking remodel?
No.
No.
So I think you can skip that.
It doesn't
Forgive
make
me if I
sense.
hit fast forward. Is that
It's
okay?
more
Mayor?
money and it's.
Okay, so skip the remodel options.
Great. So bottom line, we're looking at 360 to 400 a square foot with today's construction prices, according to.
So you're just shy of 30 minutes. How do we pay for it?
It's like catch this on my.
Okay. Let's get to it then.
Run your waste on time.
Oh my gosh. That was.
Do you want to walk out again so you can vote on this, Terry?
So the 354, I have no idea what the difference is between retail and commercial. But retail, I mean, residential is through the roof. I mean, that's, no one can build for 354 on residential, from what I'm being told.
Well, we built the library hall and the fitness center for under 4. Granted, it's a different
Very high ceilings, which add to the expense, right?
But you know, we're just working off of what the architects are telling us.
Maybe a current rate.
Yeah, we would anticipate this would be a steel. Would need to be a steel structure.
We built the.
I don't know the differences in how to.
The finishes are different. We wouldn't be building to a standard, more of a B standard. So that could be some of it. This doesn't include, I'm sure, landscaping or anything outside the footprint of the building, so there would be that cost.
By the way, if it's ever helpful to tour the new buildings at UVU, I know you're going to be there Wednesday, I think, right?
Yeah.
You know, those buildings, we spent just under $400 a foot, and they're more office space than fitness center and library hall space, so it's more comparable to what we're doing. I don't know how long the tour they're going to give. I'd be happy to give you another tour before or after, Mayor, and show you some of the space. But it's pretty nice fit and finish, and it was about $400 a foot.
Yeah.
As far as costs right now, no credit for developers, and even though it seems like we're on an upward spiral endlessly, there are a lot of things that are leveling out, and a lot of developers are kind of projecting, actual decreases, not in labor, but in supplies and materials.
And then 4 included most of our F&F.
Oh wow. So, I mean, and Mayor, we're hearing the same thing. In fact, we're seeing the same thing in our development services department. Things are starting to slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
So you asked the question as to, and this was a discussion that we, an effort that we put together in October of 2021. So it doesn't take into account these cost increases. So when I represented to Mayor Brunks that I'm confident we can fund this building, it's representative of what I understood the cost to be. So we would have to go back and revisit. But essentially what we have, the primary monies we would be using to construct is $13 million in unrestricted capital project monies. Those are the dollars that Brandon and Stephen identified in the capital projects account as fund balance. So we have been setting money aside in recent years for construction of a project like this. The first two items, the first one is identified as non-departmental contingency. This is the money that we have essentially available from the CARES Act. So the first round of federal stimulus dollars, we would set aside about $4 million of that. The next amount of money is ARPA money. So this is a piece of the $16 million that we have gotten from the federal government. The about $11.5 million of it right now has been set aside for Hillcrest, but there is additional money remaining. And the argument and the rationale for using federal dollars to build something like this is there's an emergency component associated with it, and in addition to the emergency component, there are provisions in a new building that would enhance safety and deter, for example, the continuation of COVID. And by that I mean touchless bathrooms and fixtures, HVAC systems, doors. All of those things can actually count towards federal qualification for ARPA. And so we set aside about $2.5 million for that.
Do we think that'll fly?
No, yeah, that's in the regulations.
Yeah, there's other cities that have done this.
That's in the regulations. In fact, some of the work that we did, now we have touchless doors in the city center and such. That's all use of federal dollars. The remainder of these accounts kind of dive into the discussion that Brandon and Stephen had earlier today, where as an organization, much of the operations of the city is run out of the general fund, and we charge those enterprise funds for our services. So the 311, our customer services representatives, are actually funded and in the general fund, but we charge the water fund, and we charge the sewer fund, and we charge the storm drain fund for a portion of their wages. Because they're doing the work of those funds, they're just doing it in the general fund. The same rationale, and that's just for operational people, the same rationale can apply to a physical facility. So we would actually charge these additional funds for a share of the new building to cover the cost of running operations for and on behalf of water in the new city center, storm in the new city center, roads and the TAC in the new city center. So it's perfectly legitimate.
We're renting them space.
Correct.
Super direct examples are utility billing. We take all of our calls and complaints about our utility systems in City Hall.
We have limited dollars that are there for police and fire impact fees. We collect those. This obviously has a public safety component, so we can use those dollars for capital construction of public safety facilities, so that is included as well. And we get to a number of about 24.7 million.
Jerry, what's the 13 million future project number?
So that is the money that Brandon
That's our rainy day fund.
That's the money that Brandon and Stephen were representing as money in our capital projects fund. In the last presentation, it was like 13.4 million.
Not the rainy day fund.
That is not the rainy day.
Oh, no, okay.
So that's readily
That's
available money.
just sitting in the capital projects account,
Okay,
yes.
sorry.
And that was for the city center W.
That is
Well,
what we
a project
yeah.
just like this.
So we were, it's not necessarily for the it's not necessarily for the city center. Prior to COVID, we knew that we were interested in the Hillcrest Park property, or the Hillcrest School property, and we knew that we needed to start collecting some money, and so we had this money in the budget in anticipation of a big project. And then COVID happened, and we got all this federal money. And then we realized we could fund the park with COVID money. We didn't have to fund the park with city money. So all of a sudden, this project became far more attainable because we had now this federal money.
Okay.
So that's how we've gotten to this point.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I have one question. These, the different funds, the water, sewer, is this going to be a one-time transfer, or will this be an ongoing
Well,
operations?
It'll continue to be an operational transfer every year to pay for the ongoing O&M. But this would be a one-time capital assessment from each of the funds.
If we come up $5 million short through all this kind of stuff, and sales tax isn't quite as wonderful next year, I mean, because I know we do better typically than we budget because we take a conservative approach, et cetera, et cetera. What do we do? Can we do a bond, or does a bond need to go to the vote of the people? How do we borrow the additional $5 million if it was a $30 million?
I mean, we could even enter, and this is where Brandon jumps in, but could we do like a capital lease or something like that?
Oh,
or we could do a revenue bond for sure.
Yep, both those are options. We talked about the 15%. We could borrow, if you will, that 15%.
Against our rainy day fund.
Against our rainy day fund, obviously with the expectation of some sort of a replacement thereof. So as far as immediate cash need, right?
Yeah, what happens if we're short is my question.
But the construction time would be over 2 years too,
Right.
right? And so, and we can better assess how much contingency do we really need over that time, and we could add a little bit.
And we're going to have to rent 40,000 square feet somewhere.
In a perfect world, you'd get to the entire number, but if you didn't,
That's
3, 4, 5 million or whatever, the cost of that money for that little piece of 4 or 5 million for the benefit fee, you get out of 600, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I'd hate to go to a bond for $4 or $5 million because the cost of issuance are so high for 4 or 5. If we're going to go for a bond, let's go for a big number. So the cost of, I'm not suggesting.
For us poor people, that's still big.
Okay, go ahead, Rob, explain to me.
I'm not saying that. But if you bond for $4 million and you pay $150,000 or $200,000 in issuance costs,
The issuance costs are the same regardless of,
Yeah,
generally speaking.
pretty much.
regardless of
Yeah,
size.
they're pretty flat. Yeah.
But we've got other better options than.
I believe so.
Yeah, and my question is, are we legally able to reach those without going to a vote, do those other things, and you're telling me yes?
Yes.
I believe
Because
so.
you have the money, right?
Yeah.
Because you have 80% of the money.
Yeah, well, and you have access to.
And then you have rainy day funds.
So this is kind of where we are. We have obviously let it sit for a while. The costs are increasing. Interest rates were, when we had this conversation earlier, a concern because we were looking to finance a significant part of this building. That's not the case now. So the dynamics have changed a little bit.
Remind me the timetable on the CARES and the
CARES
money.
So CARES is completed. We have the money. It's ours. We were able to allocate it to public safety personnel. If you remember that, and capture it. So that $4 million is in the bank.
Federal CARES. That doesn't have to be spent by a certain amount.
No, that one
Not
was
CARES.
Yeah, CARES. With that.
Yeah.
Important. Make sure Adam knows this is CARES, not CARES.
Keep the S on
I'm just kidding. So that one is already ours. The other one has to be spent by December of 26. The ARPA, which is the second half.
And we may get a third tranche that isn't on this board?
We could.
We don't.
We're not being talked about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
But there is some time we would have to move to get the,
For that
That
2.5 million, yes.
which is a lot.
So the next one. So what is our next step?
Well, I mean, if you were comfortable with this potential proposal, then we would go and start developing a formal bid or a formal RFP where we would solicit
Some of the RFCs.
request for proposal. So we would go out and we would solicit bids from architects to help us bid this work.
Do we have to do this resolution for Vic to do it, vote on it first?
Just authorize you to move forward.
Okay.
And then we would essentially come back and I imagine we would probably follow the same process as we did with the fitness center and go with the CMGC process because it was the most efficient way to do it. So the CMG process is one where the traditional process is you get an architect, they build plans, then we take the plans and we go to the marketplace and we say, this is what we want to build, give us a price. The CMGC process is we go to 30% drawings with the architect and then we hire the general contractor. And the general contractor comes in, he or she looks at the plans and says, I think there are efficiencies that can be garnered if you don't do this. Or here, you have this round kind of feature. Round and steel generally don't work. If you do it this way, you save money. If we go and use this type of HVAC versus that. So they are actually in the process of helping you design the building. At the same time, you are pouring footings and foundations and actually digging the hole for the building. So it is kind of a collaborative process all the way through to, at a certain point in the process, you reach what we call guaranteed maximum price, where the contractor will say, okay, we've now finished all the architectural drawings, we've sat down with the contractor feels confident that we can deliver this building at this price, and then we lock in the price.
And we did that with Big D?
We did that with the fitness center, yes. We didn't do that with the library hall, and frankly, it was a problem because we were also working off of 10-year-old plans, and we modified the plans, and so it's a more streamlined process. I'm not saying it's a faster process, but it is more streamlined.
But it's for example, everything's approved. I mean, they're not going to change. You're not going to go in and go, oh wait, I thought this office was going to look like this.
Yeah, we're not going through a ton of change orders. Okay. So, and in addition to bringing the general contractor on, we will bring the subcontractors on relatively quickly too. So like a steel subcontractor, you can say, hey, you're speccing out, 56-inch somethings. We don't have those. We have to go to China. There's a 9-month turnaround time. But in our yard down in San Pete County, we have 50-inch posts. So if you build to 50-inch rather than 56-inch, we can get those immediately. It doesn't slow down time. And we do that with plumbing. We do that with steel. We do that with electrical and all the subs. And it works better. At least our experience with the fitness center was it was a really good experience.
So the mayor fronts wanted this resolution in November, December. That was just to say, that's my legacy?
Because I think the mayor was very passionate about putting his name in history as being very supportive of this.
It'll stay. Yes, it'll stay.
I mean, we were pushing it in 2014, we got elected, but there's a place and time too. So.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for Mayor Bruntz, but I do know that he was very passionate about this project.
Well, that's why I said the resolution, because he was pushing this resolution at City Council. So do we have to do that? No, if not, we just tell you to move forward, okay?
But it's if you just give me a head nod, then I will be in this process.
Do we need to take a head nod from everybody or what?
Well, do we have any other concerns?
I'm in favor of the head nod. That's what you're asking for, Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, the only other possible conversation is just, do we have other competing things for the money we need to use for the city center?
And that's a fair conversation. We have been, and I know Brandon has left, we've been pretty fortunate in recent years where we have had a good cash flow from overages in sales tax. We've had some good building revenue fees. Oh, here's Brandon. Brandon,
Yes, of course.
we were talking about kind of in recent years, we've had just positive revenue gains on buildings, sales tax, and we've been able to fund a lot of our capital projects with those monies.
Correct.
And the mayor has asked, are there other big outstanding projects in the general fund that we need to be mindful of?
I mean, just a couple, I think that was our conversations earlier with potential raises for the
Yeah.
department, or just inflation issues we've got going on right now.
The only thing I would say is this is one-time money that we would use, and some of these other issues that we're talking about in terms of raises and operational needs, those are ongoing concerns. So I would anticipate that we would look to sales tax and other revenues as a means to address those issues. And we would be using capital monies for these improvements.
So earlier, Tom mentioned, setting that budget as far as being conservative with our sales tax estimates, right? So what is your conservative versus, let's say, my conservative, right? And where do we want to target those budgeted sales tax dollars? At least initially, and maybe thinking about that into the future as far as potentially funding those ongoing public safety type dollars.
Yeah.
But that would probably be the biggest source of where that might be.
Well, an item we haven't discussed is I think we're going to save a lot in utilities, not just $100 or $200 a month. I'd love to, if we can get a better handle of that, that could pay for some of these ongoing.
That may even pay, because if we have a deficit of $4 million, if we have enough ongoing savings.
No repair and maintenance for the first 5 or 6 years, lower utilities, etc.
And I think we could. Obviously, we could set the bar and say, this is how much we have. So architects and contractors build to this number.
Yeah.
And
maybe that's only 54,000.
Yeah, maybe they come in and say, okay, instead of copper wire, we're going to use aluminum wire, and it's cheaper and it's just as good, but it's a different standard. And there are value engineering things that they can do to meet that number, and then we can make a determination as to whether or not it's something that we want to do. Another example is, for example, most new buildings have carpet squares. Carpet squares are great, but they're more expensive than just good old carpet. So we go to carpet instead of carpet squares, and we save a little bit of money there, based on the fixtures we have, based on the I'm just throwing out all these things. Instead of having a certain kind of baseboard, we have a plastic or a vinyl coat base and things like that.
Well, and I do remember when we were doing the library, they came in and gave us different options for chairs, right? One was cheaper, one was this. And we decided it was worth to spend extra money to get the Little King ones and things so those kind of things along the way, you can say, yeah, let's spend a little more here, or maybe, I just think there's ways to get there.
Well, and that's kind of my question. I mean, we talked about the inflationary pressures that are on right now. I think that's what we were going to talk about, right?
Yeah.
How much percentage of that cost savings, coding differences in rooms, can you actually count on based on 6% inflation, or where we are? Are you concerned about that? That's the question.
In terms of inflation? Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think we are concerned about it.
Is that something we can control in the costs?
At the same time, it's kind of we're concerned about inflation, yet everything price-wise is going up, and price is tied to a sales tax. So even though inflation is increasing, our sales tax is going to increase as a result of inflation.
Is it going to charge more for the product?
Yeah, so...
Yeah. My other question
We went
is...
through the process of this process. Essentially, the savings that we garnered through this working with the builder. And, some of you remember, we came back probably, at least a half dozen times on different decisions and feedback that was needed on the problem. But in terms of savings that we were able to garner, that's what allowed us to make some of the reconstruction that we did in the
pool side. So originally, we were just going to focus on the tri-side of the fitness center. We're going to make some, essentially behind the doors or underground type improvements to our pool. So changing boilers, fixing the drainage system, adding the seating.
Yeah, because I mean, the inflation adds pressure on wages too, right? So we want to make sure our employees are taken care of. But it would be really bad to be building a city center and have our employees underpaid or not being kept up.
But they are different categories, right? You've got capital improvements versus ongoing
Correct.
wages. And inflation is a difficult thing. I mean, because you can't, if you stop and it really is an inflationary spiral, then you want to get in the beginning.
In the beginning, yeah. I know
Yeah.
that better. Yeah, I know that.
So,
It's good to get it
and
going.
your point, I don't think we have any intention of cutting back to being, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is, so you look, and this is back to my school district, but look at some of these new schools, and gosh, they're like phenomenal. I mean, they're like the nicest buildings I've ever been in, kind of thing, really. But, so I think we want to have something very nice that represents the city of Orem, that the citizens are proud of. I think we want to have something that's an extremely functional work environment for the city workers. And so we just have to blend that together without getting ridiculous, but still having it very nice.
That'll be long lasting. My question is the new fire station, is that going to be paid through impact fees or do we need to eventually build that?
The one in Vineyard?
No, the one in Vineyard is their responsibility.
Okay.
So that's 100% their responsibility.
But are we staffing it?
We are staffing it, and we're providing apparatus for it.
Okay.
But they have been paying us as the number of doors in Vineyard have increased, the cost of that service has been increasing as well. And we have been very reluctant to take that additional money and dedicate it to other uses. So we've been kind of keeping it in the fire budget because Chief Sanderson and I have agreed that when they finish the building and they cut the ribbon on the building, I want to have the people,
Which is about 15
I want to be able to
people.
afford the people to put in the building and not have to come, for example, to you and say, and now we need to hire 15 new firefighters and it's going to be another $2 million. So we have been using that money not to hire people. We're just actually right in the process of hiring people because our volume is increasing in Vineyard. We're hiring actually 6 new firefighters. They'll operate out of Station 3, but they'll be principally kind of focused on Vineyard.
So the apparatus though, that's part of our capital.
So what we've been buying is we've been taking that money and instead of using it for people, we've been buying apparatus. So that's why we have a $1.3 million ladder truck that will arrive this year. And we've just signed the contract for a new fire engine that will get underway sometime this year. We'll receive delivery on in 2023. And then we purchased 2 previous trucks that way too. So we've tried to keep that fire money for fire purposes and not have it get sucked into well, Brandon knows every year we have this conversation, right? Brandon said, I asked Brandon, now does this include the firefighter and fire money? He's like, yeah, it does.
And we obviously charge Vineyard enough money to more than pay for the people they're going to utilize in their facility.
So our contract right now, Brent, is
$1.5 million.
And do we provide Wyndham Fire Service as well?
we do. But the nature of that agreement's a little different, where we provide, the way the contract is written, we provide the apparatus and all the personnel, but we're responsible for payment of the leadership, so the captains.
Yes.
We don't charge them for the captains, we charge them for the firefighters that operate under the captains. And the reason we do that is because 40% of the calls at Station 4 or Station 5 in Linden are actually Orem calls and 60% are Linden calls. So, and that was an agreement that was crafted.
So it's a benefit for both cities.
Yes.
We get some economies of scale.
Yes.
And we have better fire deployment, etc.
Better coverage, yes.
So major capital, Hillcrest Park we're going to build, maybe this. Is there anything else? I guess that's the other question.
We have playground replacements that we're working on. We have streets, and of course, streets, that dilemma got a lot easier too with this new money. The parks actually gets a little easier too, because now we've paid down our care allotments associated with the fitness center, so we have some additional money out of care that we can dedicate to parks projects.
For the next year?
Well, yeah, and beyond, if we were to go to another vote and that were to pass. Outdoor pool, we need to dedicate some money to. That's a facility that's aging and has some issues we need to
And
repair.
the kids area at the fitness center pool, you know, you're gonna put some new structure, does that come into this? Oh.
The splash pad area.
No, you remember we were
indoor.
gonna put some additional toys in the leisure pool?
Yes.
Leisure pool.
Yes, yes. Yep, so that's, we're putting plans together for this fiscal.
Oh, this fiscal year.
Actual construction that we need to begin with this fiscal year.
I think about a year ago is when we started getting COVID money, right? About 2 years ago, we started having COVID in the world, and about a year ago, we started getting pretty big federal chunks. But when we all voted, those of us who wanted to do Hillcrest, we thought all of our excess money was going to Hillcrest.
Correct.
And now that excess money, we can use Hillcrest with this funny money we found, and that excess money, in my mind, is going to the city center largely. Is that
Yes.
too simplified of a summary?
That's exactly it.
So the 16 or 17 million, we thought we were going to have to cough over to the Hillcrest. And I look to you, Terry, because you were a champion of that. Now we have available for other
Yeah,
things.
when we bought the property for Hillcrest, we bought it using park impact fee money. We did buy it from some money from the RDA, and we used some general fund money as well. So,
And we were gonna have to phase that, if I remember, we were thinking about
Yeah.
different phases, and we were gonna, how we're gonna pay
Yeah.
for different phases, so.
So just to move.
You mentioned care tax money for city projects.
yes.
So
Cares with an S?
cares with care tax or cares?
Care tax.
So
So up until this current year, we had been setting aside monies to go toward that
right.
rec side of care
Right.
It was
to
like
go
$1 million,
towards the fitness
wasn't it?
center.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, now we've met that obligation, and so we now have that money available on the recreation side to allocate. I mean, we could allocate another million of it to Hillcrest. We could allocate it to replace park structures. We could, any capital need that serves a recreational purpose, we could dedicate it to this.
Because I know, with the care tax money, at least on the rec side, or the rec commission, we do $30,000 to the co-sponsor. I think that, if the fees keep going up, I think that needs to be a bigger piece of the pie, maybe a $50,000 or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible. That's,
it's,
Okay, as far as this conversation, as far as moving forward, you just want an acknowledgement if we're interested.
you're okay if we begin the process of drafting an RFP to go out for architectural service? It would be an open bid, so we have had good success with Method. My hope would be that they would bid, but that doesn't preclude any other architecture firm from bidding on the project.
It seems like the time is right, and we have the funds.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say, I kind of like what Terry said too, I really do like the lighting, and I understand the tree life, life of trees and everything like that, but I think that's a great look for Orem
So
City in the city center.
Understanding that, at that point then, we would also get with the architect and say, this, as part of the RFP, this is going to involve us having to relocate.
Yep.
So we would build that into the overall plan.
And you could, we could see some actual architectural renderings.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
what it looks like.
Oh, yeah.
What it looks like inside with the park, just so we can.
Yeah, in fact,
make our decision.
we would go through a public an RFP process, then we would essentially choose the RFP. We can involve you in the selection of the architect.
This was getting down in the weeds of optimizing the new center and how it's put together and best for employees and best for the public and all that. Are you there yet, or is that something that's still has to happen?
No, well, the only thing that we've done to this point is we met with the architect, Method Studio, and we said, okay, how much space do you do you typically need? They said, well, our experience as we've built state buildings is we believe that a standard office is this size and a standard cubicle space is this size. And based on the number of people you have, restrooms are this size. And they've just been building bulks.
So as far as optimizing all that, you know,
None of that's been done.
Yeah, unless anybody has any objections, but I think in general, everybody's in favor, right?
So, Dave, can I ask you to call them arrest?
I say that we're not doing a resolution.
No, but yeah, I'll be happy to do that.
He's gonna follow before we said 7 agreed to move forward.
And I will,
Well, it makes sense.
get working on it.
The number's penciled.
No, I said, I guarantee we'll have this many, but I don't really even do. Okay, whatever. That's fine.
And can we get the arborist out there looking at those trees? 'Cause
Yeah.
I think that's
Yeah.
an important component, and I agree with her. That is such a beautiful, I get more compliments on that. than
Oh, for sure.
anything
The
else.
lights, I mean, the lights are like, you know, we bought those LEDs that Jamie did. They're awesome.
They're awesome.
Canyon Park, we might have 40,000 feet of
Might
it.
Yeah.
Okay. I just don't want them to have the only deal and say, great, it's gonna be X dollars.
I mean, there
for a
could
2-year
be-
lease.
Yeah.
There could be other places.
And it would probably,
We could move into Hillcrest.
and it may
cram
require
into-
us to divide it
Of course,
among.
it's getting demolished. Wait for 2 years to do, right?
Yeah.
Just make sure.
Absolutely. Let the water conservancy.
Right.
Maybe you release
I'm so excited for
Yeah, we
that.
could maybe.
I fought hard for
They
that.
are leasing
For
on
that
some
gym
states.
to be preserved.
But I'm sorry?
Water Conservancy, the building there, is that what
Temporary.
I don't know if all of it's being
Yeah,
used.
because right now, we're still told
That'd be
we're not using the hall in its intended purpose.
Yeah, that whole wraparound area would be much more optimal.
I'm sure you'll look at many options for where are we gonna be homeless for the next X years, right?
Canyon Park would be great.
Where are you gonna have city council?
We have, they
All-
have
all
these cold
all-
storage
all-
offices.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can use that to a business building that's gonna be half in, it's a monstrous building, I don't know, those offices are must, 3,000 square feet.
Thanks for your
The offices are quite small.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just
Ask our faculty
Take the
about
time.
Well, and that's also the nature of, the changing nature of work. It's,
Yeah.
You know, when we met initially with all of our staff, we're like, well, we need an office here, an office here, an office here. Well, that's not the way the world really works these days.
In fact, they have really touted our business building as the way they want to build other state-run buildings because each faculty office is about 100 square feet. But they use common use of light. I mean, if this group wants to get a tour of that
Yeah,
building sometime, we'll.
I would, that'd be great.
I'll be happy to give you one. You're going to be there Wednesday already, I think, David. But
Let's do a field trip, that'd be fun.
Yeah, okay, so
Break
moving
before
forward.
Kind of blew through the brakes, didn't we?
Yeah, we moved to the break, and our next break would be at.
For lunch.
Right, for lunch, so is everybody okay just to keep going till then?
Quick Bible break for.
I need 5 minutes.
Okay.
I can better run the
well, by the time we take a 5 or 10 minute break, it's almost lunchtime. And I told Steve as he took off, we can cover my issue. We can't cover it here in a future one. No biggie.
Yeah,
That's right.
agree with you. That is email that said.
And I don't know what your issue is.
Yeah, we can talk about the issue.
You know, that's you guys most annoying things on the face of your program.
Yeah.
That whole
Yeah.
program, for sure.
On the whole face of the earth, that's a pretty broad brush you're stroking there.
Yeah, well, I mean,
It's one we can
that is-
control.
that is a
It's a
very-
little,
that is a very.
Yeah.
it's a hassle we can handle, we can solve.
Yeah, it's current. Yeah, it's like, we know there could be some issues there.
I got notice.
Still in a
Notice
crazy
from the city attorney saying he was
Well,
gonna
supply chain's not gonna change until.
for something I didn't know about.
Yeah, that's my
Last problem.
What's the?
That was a raspberry seed, and that you too.
Yeah, so I said, he said, well, that's why you need to run. You know, stuff like that. Anyway.
Here you are.
So I don't know where you're going with it, but I.
Oh, yeah, I want to eliminate a lot of that.
put his name right across on the job. I mean, this legacy crap.
The whole reason Dick didn't get a 7-0 vote is he never took this approach.
No, he didn't.
It was always, hey, we have enough money, trust me.
Right.
No presentation.
No, but that was just his style.
Yeah, here's my cocktail napkin.
Right.
Believe me.
Understood. No, and that was the whole thing. And because I was the deciding vote for this resolution on this, and that's what I'm asking, do we have to do a resolution? Because he's like, let's vote on it. I'm like, no way. I'm not doing it. He comes to my house, he goes,
you owe me.
You owe me. I'm like, I don't owe you nothing, man. He goes, but we're friends. I said, no, Dick, you can't do it. I'm not doing it. That just looks bad. And it's a new council. You know?
And again, I don't think anything publicly has to happen now.
No, nothing. It's just we're moving forward on an RFP. Go from there.
So, FY23, so this coming, not this fiscal year, but this next
Just
fiscal year.
22, 23, but 23, 24?
This is 22 to 23.
Okay.
They're planning to repave 800 East to 400 East on 950.
Okay. Yeah, because it's terrible. I mean, it ruins my suspension on my old car.
Well, I think we ought to charge based on how many cars people own in that area and allocate it based on that.
So this would be probably.
Thank you for your work on that.
No.
And, you know, so we get the forest out there to see how many trees are in good condition. It is a showcase for the city, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, the trees are a beautiful part of the campus.
Yeah.
Of course, the whole campus, that whole arboretum.
Well, you got your freedom tree, which is going to be a big deal. So,
in fact, that's there was one city, I can't remember, they had to take down a whole bunch of trees, not because they were in the way, but because they were diseased.
That's hard.
Yeah, we had to do a bunch of those on campus too. Yeah. Same kind of resistance, right? Oh, we love those trees. Yeah, well, they're gonna die and fall over on someone, or limbs are falling off, or a tree fell on that woman.
Yes,
some years ago.
Still.
Let's see where that money is, because we've been seeing more cases like that.
Yeah, because I don't think
Tree was diseased.
I still don't think that Orem sucker fair and southern storms. Just keep it low. Charges.
Where's our goodies?
You were charging 40 residents.
Well,
You had one thing to do with this whole place there.
well, if I were in charge of goodies, it would have been plentiful and remarkable.
Not those little M&Ms.
No, my husband would have had homemade sauce for us, so we would have had charcuterie tray,
I know,
I thought the same thing. I thought the same thing. I thought, is there going to be ice cream? Yeah, we're going to bring it in. No. We'll have to say, don't tease us. That's cruel and unusual punishment. I was looking for the yogurt. Dinner was delightful. It was good. And the restaurant was nice today. They do a good job here. My own complaint is there's not a lot of light in the bedroom. You gotta like burn the lamp spot to the highest. Like, okay, I need
It's basically spring, fall, or whatever it is, or fall and spring.
No.
And
I was
southern
not putting
storms,
out.
they're a lot of years, not two seasons. So that's what they do.
Yeah, I just
No,
don't
it's there.
You're right, it is the first time.
That's all.
I told you.
Fair, it has to be fair.
The white boys.
Yeah, a lot of people love that one. I'm not one of them. My sister just tested her.
I'm actually going to visit.
Remember when I called you?
Yeah,
I
all of
didn't
them.
understand this is the busy way to make sure that you know what's going on.
Teach them to sleep through the vacuum.
I'm not the director.
That's right. So,
Well, we get the
did your wife come home already?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were going shopping.
With turkey based.
Let's go ahead and start with this last little 5 minutes.
That sounds fun. My husband still was just working.
Did you just call my name? No.
This is out there on I keep forgetting.
Maybe we should do the next part of walk around.
Yeah, I know it. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Get the blood flow. It's a beautiful day.
I don't think Tom would agree with that though. He's
Right.
We're gonna start.
He wants to sit.
Okay. Tom wants to sit. He says it's sarcasm.
Yeah.
He never
No,
sits.
but I'm just saying, that's gonna be a nice budget.
Yeah, like, okay.
Do we gotta lower
You're
something
sarcasm.
and, take out the park budget or what? No, we'll figure it out.
All right, let's restart. So Tom, did you want to go in?
Oh, I don't care if I go, I'm happy to.
He wants to go first.
No, I mean, we've
But
just got
Steve's
like
gone.
15, 20 minutes,
It's
so
an
I
easy-
sit right here.
It's an easy fit, yeah.
Okay.
So I think, as a way of backdrop for those who may not be as familiar, some years ago, or maybe just a year and a half or two ago, we started charging for absentee landlords, or really for any landlord, where we didn't know who the renter was. He or she had to pay a $50 fee to register with the city.
Well, we knew the renters, but didn't know the
We didn't
landlord.
know
We didn't know the landlord, so if there was a problem, we didn't know who to go to when the lawn was a mess, when the whatever was happening. And so we charged a registration fee, which, by the way, separate from city responsibilities, I serve on a governor's commission for housing affordability in the state. And they're looking at changing the ability to even charge these kind of fees by cities, because they're trying to increase the ease for people to rent out their basement. You know, they did that with ADUs last legislative session, and they're looking at maybe wiping out any fees related to ADUs, which I think, they already wiped out the fees related to ADUs, and we're compliant on that, I'm sure, Jamie.
It's the landlord licensing for commercial.
So some of the challenges you have, we have a large building. They have a property manager on place, everything gets taken care of, and we know who to contact if there's a problem. What we don't know is when I own a rental in some other part of Orem, and you don't know who to call when there's a problem, and that tenant moves out. And we've charged this $50 fee. I'm less concerned about the $50 fee than finding out who the responsible party is. And part of the challenge is if I own an LLC with each one of my properties in a separate LLC, then I have to pay $50 for each.
For each one.
And that to me seems onerous. What all we really care about is who is the responsible party. So if Dave and I own a property and we have it in an LLC, and Terry and I own a property and we have it in an LLC, and Linnea and I own a property, but if I'm the responsible owner for each one, I don't see any need to charge a separate $50 fee for each LLC. All we're really trying to find is, who do we turn to when there's a problem? I think. I don't think it's as much as, how do I get $50, because that's not a needle mover on our total budget.
But we have used the $50 revenue to hire additional code enforcement.
Code enforcement. So, Linnea, you seem to know quite a bit about this,
I've
so
had
you
people
heard about it.
say that
The
same
same kind of thing.
Yep.
So I want to make it, I don't know, I guess reasonable is always in the mind of the beholder, but I want to make it more reasonable and not an onerous fee that we can collect, but more importantly, an appropriate amount for us to collect, to pay for proper enforcement, etc.
I think the biggest, loudest feedback we've heard has been those who have multiple LLCs. And of course, they do that for business purposes,
Right.
to limit their liability. If they're one owner in the city, can they pay one fee versus fee per LLC?
Yeah.
So if they have three, can I just pay $50 versus $150 to cover all the LLCs?
And to me, that seems a reasonable request.
And I don't disagree with that.
Or it's not an
Right,
LLC, it's a, Paul Crossett owns, he's on his home, his mother-in-law's home, or whatever, so he's got his kids living there, and he's not renting them, and they're living there, and he's getting charged $150. To me, I don't think that's right.
Well,
because he's not renting it, it's family.
Well, and then there's another part of this, and I don't know if this ties into what you're talking about, and to me it's, this is just from my personal perspective. So I've got a rental in Orem.
Don't we charge you 100?
No. So I got a letter from the city prosecutor like 3 months ago saying that he was going to take me to court and prosecute me and do all kinds of terrible things to me if I didn't come to Jesus and pay this $50 fee. And I just thought, really? This just seems over the top. I didn't even know about the $50 fee, but I got this letter. And so then I went with the letter and try to figure out what's going on. And then I thought, okay, I've got to pay this $50. Okay, whatever. And it's $50 a year, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And so it's $50 a year. And so that's annoying. But what's even more annoying and extremely annoying is now I've got my utility bill with the city linked to my tenant. Well, this tenant's been in there for 20 years. And they go along, and sometimes they pay on time, sometimes they're late, sometimes they're whatever. But I don't really want to be involved in their life on their utility bill.
Yeah.
Well, I get a joint utility bill with me and them now. And so now every time they pay late, I can't tell if I'm paying late, or it says we're going to disconnect your service, and then I've got to contact that. Now I'm freaking like the Orem City utility collector person. And I don't want anything to do with it.
Well, there was history to that, though.
The challenge that we've run into there is we have many absentee landlords, and they want to just push responsibility to their tenants. And many tenants are good tenants, but we have a number of bad tenants, and there's no responsibility. So we've been writing off tens of thousands of dollars a year in unpaid utility fees because we have delinquent tenants.
And they move out.
Or we have one tenant, for example, who the utilities are under, and they fall in arrears, and we can't get payment from them. So we essentially say, well, we're going to turn on our utilities off, and they say, oh, well, I've moved, and now it's somebody else. Well, in fact, it's actually their roommate, and they're doing it. And so the one kind of common denominator is the property owner. And when we have issues with, for example, code enforcement or things like that, if we go to the property owner, we seem to generate much better compliance, whether it's a weed issue, a loud music issue, or whatever situation is. We've just generated much more response with the property owners than we have the tenants.
Yeah, and I can totally understand that as far as ultimately you've got to have the property owner so you can have some accountability.
But the utility bill issue,
That's huge.
I'm happy to look into that because I completely understand your frustration to say, my account shouldn't necessarily be, my personal residence shouldn't necessarily be connected with.
I'm all tangled up in their bills now, and even when I first tried to go get set up, I called the city, and then I had to do this, and I had to do that. It was like, and then it didn't even work the first time, and so then I had to call the city back because I thought the city prosecutor was going to throw me in jail, so I had to do whatever. It just seemed like a real unnecessary situation. When for 20 years I got along and my person paid their bills, and I didn't even know what they were.
Yeah.
So anyway, and one other point to that is just, and I have no idea if this is accurate. This is what I was told by the utility billing person. I said, so how much were they losing in revenue because of this? Because these people who don't pay, what's the number? And they said it's around $40,000 to $50,000 a year out of the whole situation. And so then I asked them, well, how many landlords are there that are paying this fee? They said, well, and then they can tell me. And then a couple days later, they got back to me, and this is before I was even involved with mayor situation. But they called me back and they said, okay, there's 4,000 property owners that are on this program. And I thought, well, 4,000 property owners, $50, that's $200,000. We're doing $200,000 to solve a $30,000 to $50,000 problem. Not to mention, we get that in a fee alone, but now offsetting the increase in collections. I mean, we're very net positive on this whole program from a city perspective.
The majority of the funding for the fee is going to fund our neighborhood improvement team, our code enforcement people, so the people that are actively out there making sure people are complying with the codes. So that money is being dedicated to neighborhood preservation and neighborhood improvement. And that was just kind of when we presented the program to the council, the representation was that money would be used for neighborhood improvement.
And the mayor's example probably isn't our typical enforcement. His tenant who's been there 20 years, and frankly me, probably have the same burden on the city on enforcement. Probably not very often, although I probably pay my utility bill a little better than my tenant. But the others that are, that we have a higher turnover, and the roommate, it's no longer Kay's no longer on it, Tom's on it, you don't know Kay and Tom are roommates, all of a sudden you don't know who to collect from.
Correct.
And that's a bit of that's the problem we're trying to solve, I think.
Yeah.
Well, that comes from, doesn't the landlord then take a deposit? I mean, doesn't that help, isn't that a landlord issue? You decide how you're gonna deal with
You know what,
that?
there are many landlords who just say, hey, it's not my problem, it's a tenant issue, you need to deal with the tenant.
So you're talking about like property issues, like if there's something wrong with
Property issues, utility issues, you know, we have police calls for service, we'll have kind of problem properties, and we'll call, oftentimes the property owner doesn't live in the city, potentially out of state.
There's a domestic dispute, I don't want to handle it.
And they
as
say,
the
hey,
owner.
it's not our problem. You say, well, it is, it's your property, it's your tenant. You know, when you signed up this tenant, you outlined, I'm sure, a series of expectations.
Quiet enjoyment.
Now you need to essentially enforce those expectations.
Yeah.
But there are a number, up until this landlord licensing program, we didn't even know who the property owners were.
Yeah.
So we would have issues in properties, and properties would be, you know, in an LLC, some sort of corporation, out of state, we'd have to chase them down. We didn't even know we couldn't even get to the property owners.
Yeah.
Now with this licensing program, we actually they have to identify a contact, and it's worked better that way.
And I agree with Tom as far as, I think it's very important for the city to know who the property owners are. I mean, that's a given. So the question is how we make that happen. Do we want to charge $50 a year when we're talking about affordable housing? We know that's just going to get passed on to the tenant. I mean, and then as far as the utility issue, that to me is the most annoying part of the whole thing, just because that's what I'm involved in. But as far as that goes, when you look at other utilities, you know, like power, all the rest of them, they just work that lack of payment into their overall cost, right? I mean, that's how they retrieve the $30,000 or $50,000. And in a multi-million-dollar situation, that's really just like a rounding error kind of thing. So
Yeah, the scale for them is much different than us, but
yeah.
you know, we can. I'm happy to go back and have the conversation with Kenna and Stephen and kind of talk about improvements we can make to the program. I'm a little resistant to say let's scrap the program, because I think it does meet many of the purposes that it was intended to meet, and I think we are actually having greater compliance. In fact, we've had a few property owners who said, you know what, I just don't want to engage. I don't want to be a property owner anymore. I don't want to be a landlord anymore, so I'm selling my property. You know, we're sad when good property owners sell their properties. We're not sad when bad property owners sell their properties. So.
But and I think, I mean, one of the, like I said, I think you definitely need to know who owns the property at the city level, so how we get there, you know, is the issue. And then as far as code enforcement goes, the biggest single hassle in neighborhoods with property owners and how this whole basement apartment thing is divvied out. I mean, to me, almost the entire issue there is parking within the neighborhoods, within the cul-de-sacs, and if people are renting out, you know, basements, and who the landlord is and how many people live there. Where it goes sideways is always in the parking. So that's the piece that, you know, is the probably needs to focus.
So did the state take away, I've heard back and forth, we had an ordinance that had a higher parking.
2 stalls.
2 stalls, and we're where now?
One.
The
Based
state-
on the state
Based
law.
on that state law.
So
That
we require-
relates just to ADUs, correct?
Yeah, we require 2
Clarify.
off-street parking stalls, and the state lowered it to 1.
But does that, because I know one of those counted in front of the garage, is that right? Up to 2, and so it kind of was, nobody really parked there.
Off-street parking.
Off-street, because the homeowner used both stalls in the garage, so they couldn't have their tenant parking behind them. So they had one that really was legit. So did that affect it much, or can we do anything to
It was,
make it
we
better?
had probably just to get the one off-street parking.
Oh, really?
Requirement.
So if Lene rented a room to someone and she has a 2-car garage and she wants to be able to back both her cars out, and she doesn't have a place for a toy on the side, she'll say, yes, I have one off street, But I'm always gonna park on the street, so I don't get my landlord mad.
And a lot of people will park on the street for convenience too.
Yeah,
because-
but she met the requirement because she had driveway space for me.
Because the state counts the driveway space.
Yeah,
Well, that's cool.
even though your garage is full of campaign signs or something else.
Yeah, park in the garden anyway.
So you can't park in there anyway,
That's right, I'm scraping my car.
But if it's, in the cul-de-sacs is where it seems to be the
Yeah.
big problem. You know, I mean, regular streets or whatever, but cul-de-sacs, it's a mess.
Well, and that kind of brings to the point of the tickets that were written in the cul-de-sac in Springwater because they weren't parked parallel. Is that, do we need to make a change in the ordinances where you
Well, and
can?
I actually did follow up with the police department about that particular issue, and that particular issue is more of a public safety issue because the cul-de-sacs are designed to allow fire engine to turn. The turn radius within a cul-de-sac is something that needs to be met. And so when you have people that park, straight in, you actually don't have the turn radius for a fire truck.
Brent Sumner's home, if you will, is on a cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
And if you park in straight instead of trying to parallel park,
Yes.
and there's a fire.
Because I did
Gary
ask Chief Adams that question. I said, well, why are we doing that? He's like, well, we're doing it because it's part of the traffic code. It's part of the traffic code because of, I hadn't even thought of that, but that's the reason they were cited. And part of it too is, wanting to change people's behavior with parking. So parking too close to an intersection, parking the opposite direction, abandoning cars.
Parking the wrong way.
Oh.
Those are actually violations of the state traffic code. That's not even Orem, that's a state code, and so, we want to change the behavior, and that's the intent.
So, okay,
But that
that's a question
particular-
here, but still we've had cul-de-sacs built that way forever.
Yes.
So have any of the new fire trucks changed any of that, or is that still something that makes sense for fire?
Yeah, I mean,
If you had cars taking up a 11-foot depth of that cul-de-sac, would the fire trucks still be able to do what they?
I mean, they could pull in and they
It
could
just-
back out. I mean, it's not like your house is going to break.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
Parking for ADUs, like what
You're
I'm
not,
trying to say.
when you're backing a fire truck up, you're not backing a Corolla. I mean, it's a
Yeah, it's a
big
hassle.
rig. So.
Well, I didn't ask about backing.
No, I was just
He said
responding.
that, I said turning.
Yeah, I think the size of the rigs have generally maintained. In fact, maybe even got, the one we have on order right
And the
now.
maneuverability.
Yeah, the one we have on order now it's big. It's what we call a tiller, so it's actually a tractor trailer. So you've got a cab and a.
But that's more maneuverable, that's why they're getting that one, is what I was told.
It is more maneuverable, but it also is longer. So.
If you towed a boat, it's a hassle to back out of a cul-de-sac versus a straight street, right?
Yeah. So, I mean.
So there's no solution to the cul-de-sac issue of the ADU parking problem?
Well, I
They
think
can't pull in straight.
I think the problem is you change behavior by enforcing the code. And that's how, to some degree, you change it within a cul-de-sac and people continue to park illegally, then they get cited. And
And so then that means that the landlord can't rent out the basement because his tenants have.
No, but for example, there are landlords who want to, for example, create an ADU and they don't want to build capacity, for example, on the
Like
side
access.
of their house to.
The guys who built a big
Yeah.
complex with .66 and now they gotta find a solution. That ADU person has to find a solution.
And so, yeah, it's kind of, the onus is on them to find that solution.
Which I guess the solution is, they park in front of the house just out of the cul-de-sac.
Or, yeah, I mean, and they're public streets too, so
that extra lot.
we can't, if somebody is parked in a public street and they're legally
No,
parked.
and I totally get that, but in my neighborhood, it's like, I'm gonna respect the front of your house, the street in front of your house. Our neighbors, we're just kind of, that's being a good neighbor,
That's your
right?
space.
That's your
It's in front of
space,
your house.
right?
Yeah.
That's where my kids park when they come, that's
Yeah.
where my visitors park, that's my visitor parking, But I get what you're saying, that's not, I mean, that's the mentality, that's not the law, but.
And it drives me crazy when I see my neighbor, why are they in front of my house? Why don't they park in their house?
That's my visitor parking right there.
I had a developer tell me there is 8 parking spots in the United States for every car. County
your
road
roads?
parking,
Oh.
county road parking. But roads only two or
That's
three.
like-
of
We
You
don't
have the
include-
parking at the church and the school and the hospital and the, the sporting event you go to and the movie and the dinner and,
That's like BYU counting their parking lots for their,
Oh.
as for their resident dorms.
Yeah, and they're 2 miles away. That you have to
Yes.
walk your dogs.
And we typically, we're not, we don't count on-street parking as part of any calculation.
Rightly so,
Yeah.
yeah, rightly so.
So I've got a question on I've had a few people talk to me about their cars in their driveway and they're not licensed and the city made them move it. To me, if they're working on them or even if they're not registered, they own that property. I don't know why we're going to make them move a car. To me, that just is wrong, in my opinion. In my situation, if I'm working on a car, it's not registered. I'm not moving it in my backyard. So that needs to be changed or something. That's not right. Period.
So it's not on a public right of way. It's in your driveway.
In my driveway. It was a Honda Accord under the carport, and they didn't move, and the guy came and made them move it. And I'm thinking, that's a bunch of crap. If that's in the ordinance, it needs to be changed because it's my property. If I want to put a dang car in my driveway or my carport, I should be able to. I have a choice.
It's always hard to tell how you really feel.
No, I'm like, what are we doing? I mean, I'm thinking, private property rights, I'm thinking, the guy they made him move it. Or they were going to get ticketed. I'm thinking,
Did they say why they had to move it?
because it's not registered.
Oh,
I'm thinking that's a bunch of crap. So,
But I don't know
Then how do they-
for example, I don't know if state law requires if you have a vehicle for it to be registered. I'm happy to have.
I mean,
Go
I'm
back.
working on
I'm
a
not
car, but
familiar
it's
with
not
it,
registered. I mean, that Jeep I just got running,
It
it was
doesn't
over
mean
a
you have to go
year.
back
So
and
if I'm
pay
going to get a
for
ticket,
it.
I got to move it from my driveway.
The only law that I know that's similar is you can't park it on like grass. Or
Well,
landscape.
this is under carport, and the NPU officer came and gave him a ticket and decided they had to move it. Because it had to be registered.
On my issue, Mayor, earlier than when we started with, I'm not trying to go away. If, Jamie,
I'll bring it back.
if you took away the assignment that Steve or you will come back with some appropriate thing on how do we handle that?
So can I comment on that? So I think we're already doing that. There was a citizen that has multiple LLCs, and he had that same concern. I'm having to pay multiple $50 charges, and I put he and Steve together, and they've got it worked out now that he's paying one $50 fee for all of
The
those
difference
LLCs.
is and Steve told me about that, Jeff, that particular person had LLCs only in his name. But if I share an LLC with another person, each one requires $50 charge.
I think he has some multiples with, like one with the son,
Okay.
one with the wife.
I didn't understand that, so I could be. Anyway, bring back a solution if you would, please.
But also on that one lady, she said, I have an accessory dwelling unit. I don't rent it out, but I'm registered, and now I have an additional fee of sewer on her bill. And I'm thinking, so I think I sent that.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, so that lady, she's like, it's $11 or something. I'm thinking, I don't know, but to me it didn't
Well,
seem
there
right.
was one instance, I will just tell you since we're sharing the anecdote. I own my home. I own this home right next door. My kids stay in it, or it's empty. Right now I have kids in it. And I had, because it was in an LLC, that's why I got to, most of the time it's empty, but because I was on my mission, the kids live there. So I had to pay the
We
fee.
do charge we actually do have a provision within our utility department where we, like somebody goes on a mission and the house is vacant, we make a note of that in the account and we charge essentially a vacancy charge. And so if there is a situation where somebody's vacant, they're not using the house, we can't accommodate
Because he got the same threatening letters. He was mission president down in Africa. And he's like, oh, I'll take care of that when I get home in July.
When does that letter go out?
Seriously.
That seems like it.
So the letters went out when we moved to the new program. And then we did it, how many times did we do it? We implemented the program and then we had kind of a voluntary enrollment period and we got actually very good enrollment. And then we
3,
started
6 months, do we know what that?
Yeah, it was probably 6 months. So we got pretty good compliance and then they started essentially following up with letters specifically to property owners that are not registered, do not have a license.
Could it be a reminder letter before it goes to the
City prosecutor.
city prosecutor? I mean, it seems a little harsh.
Well, I do think it was a roll-up, but I'm happy to talk again to Stephen to see where we are with the blackout.
So let's go ahead and break, but just to wrap this up. So I think, based on Tom's conversation, we would like more in-depth look into an entire program and how we optimize it, how we make it meet what it needs to meet, which is the landlords, that the city knows who the landlords are. That's very important, but how we get there is, up for discussion. Then how intrusive this being joined at the hip with your tenants, utility bill.
Yeah, I made it specifically
needs
on
to
the
be.
back.
So if you could maybe.
And how to be more customer service oriented.
Yeah, and that's the essence of, that's that specific one, what Dave's talking about here. We get down into the ticky-tacky, this is what's legal, this is what's required, this is what the law is. But different law enforcement agencies enforce the laws at different levels. I mean, they have the laws and you can, be right on them, or you can be more relaxed. And I think with the goal of, like we've been talking to him, just to make the environment of the city be what people think it would be, the vast majority of the citizens. That's how I think we want those.
And we try and find that balance.
Yeah.
At the same time, we often hear from people who say, you have this on your books, this is state law, and you're not following state law.
Yeah.
Whether it's parking, zoning, noise ordinances,
Who says
all
that to
sorts
you?
of stuff. We get
From the state?
weekly, we get residents
Oh.
who say, in quotes, city code and state code, who say, hey, they're not supposed to be parked on the road if they're not registered.
And I agree with that. If it's not
Yeah, and there's
registered-
100 people driving, 50 down State Street, not every one of us.
Because I've been
is
ticketed
decided.
before.
And that's the dilemma we run into, though, is if we enforce, we have to be consistent across everything.
Yeah.
And so,
Well, but that's an unreasonable standard to give everybody.
but that's not the unreasonable standard that the citizens expect.
Right.
You've just been through a zoning process where we're not talking about the spirit of the law, we're talking about the letter of the law. And that letter of the law applies to a variety of issues.
Jim, I mean, they gave, I think it's Bear Stevie gave a presentation that had a car, a Ford, which I don't like Fords, but it was sitting in the driveway, he said, that's a violation of the ordinance. I'm thinking, it's in his truck. So, and to me, I understand parking on the street is not registered, give me a ticket, I've been ticketed before, we moved on with it, but
Or if there's
that
something
officer
like-
told that residents that they need to move that car behind the fence, and I'm thinking, that's true, we've overstepped our bounds, we need to change that ordinance.
Okay, so that issue is one where, like for example, our ordinance does require parking on hard surfaces, I believe. And so that's
this is under carport. The car was in the carport, and the running cars are in front of it. So to me, I'm thinking,
yeah.
So we need to look at
familiar
that
with
because
issue.
I've got cars in my driveway that don't run and not registered. I'm working on them, and you're going to tell me to put it in the back. I'm thinking, to me that's wrong because I own that property. Private property rights are key, and I should be able to park anything I want in my driveway. Now I understand on the grass, I wouldn't do that, but
So, and
as you know, I'm a little bit
Passionate.
passionate.
we couldn't tell.
Okay.
So anyway, that is a balance that we
Can
need
you
to,
change that on
that we need to reach.
City Council?
And one of the things that we talked about is, how you have with the police, where they've got the QR code.
Yes.
And citizens can give input on their interaction with police. I think we could expand that to other areas to gather more information from citizens all the time and try and help us get the information to make that balance.
We're actually in the process of doing that. We have a program in recreation, and we're also rolling out a program in public works too.
Awesome.
Well, also the Public Safety Commission hasn't started, right? So that might be a part that we look at that neighborhood, police officers and stuff.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and dismiss it. We're a little bit late, so we at 12:45. Why don't we meet back here 12:55? We'll just give ourselves 10 more minutes. We're
Lunch
getting
ain't late that long, but if we need to move it up.
So,
So is lunch at a certain location, or we're on our
Back-
In
back
the
to
same, the same room.
Oh, okay.
where we had breakfast?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Touche?
I don't have to worry about getting.
Yeah, I know the way to that.
Brad, you never say anything about Brad. You don't see.
So you're gonna have to get, see, we'll swear, you're gonna have to order some of this. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, thanks.
Yeah, that's a draft.
Trying to pull up our code.
Hi.
Readily available and that.
It's excellent, and it's always busy, so good to hear. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
So the lighting in Orem, I've had a few emails and phone calls, and I kind of overheard somebody else was talking about this earlier today. We talked about it a few weeks ago. Just some places that seem to have need of new bulbs, new lights going in. When we were at the inauguration, I noticed that all of Sierra's, their parking lot lights are all out, the block between them and the swimming pool there. But it's funny how when somebody starts talking about something, you start noticing. Anyway, so just I've had a few people asking about that. And then I wanted to ask, Jamie, your opinion. We get a lot of emails and phone calls from people with different random questions like lighting or traffic problem over by the hospital or whatever. How is the best way to handle that? Are you okay with us just forwarding that to you? I hate to send that to you. Do you want us to send it to a department head, or do you want us to send it to you and then you'll just forward it to the appropriate
Typically,
place?
what we've been doing is just, it's good just for central coordination, or, 311 is a good resource too, to funnel it through 311. And this is maybe something we can work on too, the narrative within 311, the system, is quite limited. And like, for example, the issue associated with the COVID lines along 800 West, I mean, he put together probably a 1,500 word email, and it wouldn't fit in the 311 system.
If I may, Terry and I don't live in the 311 code. We go to Provo because we're far.
I go to Provo too.
But what I mean is,
Just
that division, not
Oh,
My
gotcha,
cell
gotcha.
phone.
So we tried this software that was too confusing, obviously, for this council a couple of years ago. And it seems to me, Jamie, you're a pretty busy person. Would we be better to route those all to Peter or someone in your office, to Christy, who then? I mean, I'm happy to route them to you, but most of the time, all seven of us get the same email.
Yeah, and I don't know who's going to forward it to.
Christy is a great resource too. The challenge that Christy has is, like, she'll look at an email and go, I don't know what to do, so she'll come talk to me, and I'll say,
but there might be some that she says, oh yeah, Ryan can handle this, this is such and such.
Christy is a great resource that way.
Or we could send it to Christy and copy you on it? Or?
That'd be perfect.
And I never know which one of us is going to forward it. Dave's been pretty good at.
Yeah, you normally get it from a couple of us, I would imagine.
I do try to respond in a timely manner.
Yeah,
Once I get information and
You've been excellent, and Steve and Brad, you guys have been so responsive and so helpful that way. So, but I just don't want to burden you or anyone else. So, but if that's okay, I mean, we know that it will get to the right places, and then you're kind of in the loop too of what's going on. And then my only other thing was, any updates on, we had the talks about the police everything still on track with that moving forward and.
Yeah, yeah, in fact, tomorrow is the 9th of January, and that was when the new adjustments kick in. So we met, Carrie, myself, and Chief Adams met with all of the patrol officers. We had a briefing meeting at 7, a briefing meeting at 3, and a briefing meeting at 9:30 p.m. We went to all those briefing meetings and talked about it and what we were trying to do, and had some other meetings, and it was very well received. Obviously, it's something we have to continue to monitor, not just for police, but for all employees. It's gotten so brazen to the point now where we actually have cities that will directly call our employees and offer them jobs. I had a conversation with Ryan on Thursday where we had one of our communities here in the valley literally just reached out to our plans examiner and said, hey, we can't find a chief building official. Are you interested in becoming our chief building official? How much do you make? And we'll add more. And, I mean, it's just a very, very employee-focused market right now. We've got this issue addressed. He's going to stay with us. He's a 30-year employee and does great work. But I think one of the issues that we'll face this year is just making sure that we have competitive pay across the entire organization. And so I've asked Carrie to bring meets with her on a weekly basis to really stay on top of that. Our standard compensation program for our general employees has been a 3% merit type program. But I think we'll probably have to look at some additional adjustments, especially when the market itself and the inflationary pressures like we're talking about are driving costs right now.
Are you going to do a COLA at all?
We don't like to use that word because it builds kind of the general expectation that it's for everybody, and we prefer that it be targeted to the degree it can, but in these kind of environments, it's kind of tough to not do potentially something, at least something for everybody, to varying degrees possibly. Do you want to use them?
Much higher than they've done in the past. Because like every other employer, there was people.
Yeah, so it's
5 or 6.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's going to be something we're going to have to address. Now, I do feel like we offer competitive pay. I think we have spent the last couple of years trying to bring our pay up to market, but our market is only good as when we last tested it. And as we continue to test it, we may run into issues in specific positions. The way we've been dealing with primarily is on a spot basis, and to some degree you're only good as your last offer. So in this particular case with this plans examiner, we sat down with them and thought, well, we can keep them for another $4,000. That includes benefits and, well, $4,000 to keep somebody and not have to go through the recruitment process and training. 30 years of experience, and he knows the job, and he's got a whole bunch of work on his desk. It's probably worth it.
Oh, yeah.
So that's kind of the way that we've done it. It's a lot easier to do with single incumbent type positions than you have entire classes of employees. Our public works laborers, we call them our public works technicians. That has been a real challenge, but we adopted an apprentice program similar to the apprentice program we've adopted with our building inspectors. We had, Brent, 11 openings, and we got 42 applications.
Oh, wow.
And they hired 7 or 8.
Yeah.
And they will give them essentially a 6-month runway, give them an opportunity to kind of prove themselves that they can be good workers, and then they'll get slotted into specific functions within the department based on their skill set and based on our need, and then we will advance them and they will continue to earn additional money, and their salary will grow based on certifications and things that they get.
So that's actually turning into be quite a positive effort. We have 2 building inspectors that are on this apprentice program. They have to get 8 certifications. One of them in the 3 months since he started has gotten all 8.
Wow.
And the other one has gotten 5 of the 8. So it's turning into be a good thing.
Are you going to be able to keep them though?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's obviously the intent, and that's why I think, to Tom's point, people are probably going to be a little more aggressive with compensation this year than maybe they have in the past.
How did the benefits package for the city employees, how much that's driven by the city and how much that's driven by a state mandate?
That's a good question. You know, obviously, workers' compensation, unemployment insurance, all of those programs are mandatory programs. We're mandatorily required to participate in the Utah State Retirement System. So for general employees, that contribution is 18.47% of wage. For firefighters, it's almost 30%. And this is for police officers in Tier 1, Tier 1 retirement, it's 40%. So a lot of it is driven by state and other mandates. Where we have some flexibility is in health insurance and dental insurance, life insurance, long-term disability. We have fairly generic long-term disability life insurance programs. You know, it's your life insurance package with the city is 1 year's worth of wage, commensurate with what your wage is. Health insurance is probably the area where we have the biggest amount of flexibility.
Okay, I was just curious because I thought it went like that, but and this is nothing we're going to solve, but it just seems like from a city to a state relationship. I mean, in private business, all your retirement compensation is basically your golden parachute is designed to help you keep your employees and have them stay with you. But in the state system, where everybody's got the same high benefits, that incentive to stay at any particular place is gone because you can go to this city, that city. So your main incentive is gone, and it seems like that incentive should be tied more to individual localities so they could hold their.
Now, I mean, I will represent to you that I think we have a very competitive health insurance program. We have a high deductible health plan, so we have very high deductibles, but we also have a health savings account that's tied to it, and employees have the opportunity to have up to $4,000 annually contributed into an HSA account. Now, some of that is a matching amount, but a good majority of it, $3,600, if you're a family, is directed to them by the city.
Yeah, no, and I think the city's got great benefits that way.
Yeah.
I guess my main point, like I said, we're not going to solve this now, is just the state overlay on our retirement.
Yeah.
It takes away our opportunity to really hold.
You're absolutely right, and that portability aspect you're talking about, Mayor, is correct. I mean, you can go to Provo, you can go to Spanish Fork, you can go to Layton for all that matters, and you enroll in the same retirement system.
And they all pay about that same 18% something?
Yeah, they're all identical.
And it's all fully vested from the first time you give me $1.
4 years. So you have to be in the system for 4 years before you vest.
In the system, but to the mayor's point, not in Orem.
No, so you could do 1 year in Provo, 2 in Orem, 3 in Linden, and you vest.
Yep.
So it kind of takes away the retention purpose of why they have vesting schedule.
And that's why I've been on that call earlier in the week. We talked about putting more money towards retirement benefits. It's like I prefer we put more money in the pockets of people than put in the retirement, because I don't think we get the credit that we deserve for putting more money towards compensation if we do it in retirement.
What's in your pocket is always appreciated the most.
And after 4 years, the next contribution doesn't have a new 4-year wait. You're now fully vested. Every dollar is
fully vested.
So every dollar, 18%. If I'm making $50,000, $9,000 and change comes in every year.
And it's a formula-based system, right? In a pension, so you have full pension at 30 years of service at any age.
It's not a 401k.
No, at 2% a year.
Okay, gotcha.
So you contribute
So you can retire 30 years of service with 60% of the top 3 years of your wage, the average of the top 3 years of your wage.
So effectively, the allegiance that creates is to the state system, but not to the individual cities, and that's a problem for the cities.
How would you tweak that if you wanted to? How could you? Do you have any brainstorms? How to create an allegiance?
Well, my opinion is I think the more efficient way to do it is in a defined contribution 401k 457 type environment. I sit on the member advisory council for the Utah State Retirement System, and it's hard for me to represent that they're a bad organization. I think they're a good organization, but I think they run a pension system, and they're not really anxious to tweak because their foundation is pension. So I think a program where it can be more kind of employee directed and employees can assume a certain amount of risk if they choose, and they can put more money into a 401k account is I think a better option. But I'm also approaching it from a perspective where, and I don't consider myself to be an incredibly intelligent investor, but I'm keyed into investments in a way different maybe than some of our employees. So, I do look at the phone every day. Okay, how did the Dow do? How did the NASDAQ do? Because some of my investments are tied to that. The thing I feel bad about is we do provide our employees, because we don't participate in Social Security. So we provide an alternate to Social Security, which actually is a cheaper option because Social Security, you have an employee and an employer contribution. Employees are not required to make the employer contribution. We provide an employee contribution instead to Social Security. We provide it into a 401k for employees.
And what percent do we kick?
4%.
Less than Social Security would have covered.
Yes.
So is that a state decision or a city decision?
No, that is a requirement. Back in 1984, the federal government provided an opportunity for communities to opt out of the Social Security system, but they were required to put in place an alternative to Social Security. And the city's alternative was to put this contribution into a 401k in lieu of Social Security.
And do most of the cities in Utah do that, or are we unusual?
No, there are a good number of cities that have opted out of the Social Security system. So, Provo, for example, and they did it where they could do it in certain segments. So, for example, Provo Police and Fire opted out, but Provo General employees stayed in. In Orem, when this decision was made in 1984, all of Orem got out. Now, they closed that window a number of years later, so it wasn't available to everybody. But a good number of employers that had the opportunity got out.
So if I'm a new employee of Orem,
You're out of Social Security.
I'm not in Social Security. Okay.
Well, we have that for us, so you're putting
Yeah.
4% for us in it.
So the reason I bring that up is we have a lot of employees that get this 4%, and it just sits in a fixed income fund. And I look at it and I get frustrated because I think to myself, there are years where people have been earning 16, 18% in relatively conservative accounts, and they've been the proud recipients of 1.5%. And some of those employees ultimately are really going to need that money. So one of the things we did this last year is we looked at changing our retirement providers so that we could get more education with our employees so they could understand, the value of compounding and how paying more attention to their retirement accounts could really benefit them in the long term. And that kind of fiscal education is something that could be really positive for them.
So who manages the Social Security, the Orem's equivalent to Social Security?
Carrie in our Human Resource Department, she is the plan administrator.
Which outside group does your investments?
Oh, it's a company called Mission Square.
And they used to be called what?
The ICMA Retirement Corporation. And we've been with them for 25 years. And this year we are going to consolidate. We used to have
Mass Mutual, and then we had ICMA. We had about 25% of assets in Mass Mutual and 75 in Mission Square. And for record-keeping purposes, we're actually going to consolidate them. And we went out to a process, and we hired a consultant out of North Carolina to help us move through that process.
And are they in equities, or are they fixed income, or what?
No, they offer, they offer everything from, they have their own kind of set of investments, or you want to swing out and invest in the Fidelity Contra Fund, they have that. They have T. Rowe Price, they have...
So you can do that in your own Social Security equivalent fund?
Yes.
It's not the city says, this is the...
So can all of us have money in that, right?
Yeah. Or you can choose to keep it in fixed income, or we even have a rollout provision through Schwab, I think, where you can go out into the open market and you can buy stocks if you want. But I think if I had my druthers, I guess, to your question, I wish we had less focus on pension and more focus on defined contribution type programs, because it's more flexible for employees, and at the same time, I think the returns could be better for employees.
So Jamie, I'm just trying to get my wrap around this Social Security question, because the Social Security system that the government started doesn't work. So do we have the same obligations that Social Security does? That because that's not a good system. We want to be.
There's no liability to it.
So they just spend it until their money's gone.
Correct.
Versus Social Security.
Correct.
Okay.
So
although the state retirement is Social Security.
The state retirement is a pension, and there is a responsibility and requirement for the state to finance and fund it, but no. So if we give that 4% and you retire and buy a Corvette with it, and it's done, then you don't have that money.
Okay.
So there's no additional risk on our part.
Okay.
I can buy a Corvette, that's good.
I get towed out of here.
They get towed out of my...
Yeah, it'll be 15 years old with no maintenance, it'll be in your yard, and they get it towed.
Just don't park it on the grass.
Okay, so let's move forward.
So can I just ask one question, piggybacking onto him? At the time we were discussing the police compensation, there was a mention of 5 police officers that were looking.
Yes.
Is there an update on that?
So the 5 police officers that we're looking for, 4 of them are just from a grant that we just received
Oh, no, I mean,
a month ago.
They were looking
leaving.
for other jobs.
Oh. So 3 of them went to Summit County.
So we still lost
and
two guys.
we kept 2 of them. Summit County.
Was that a significant pay increase?
It was. They all,
Where are they from? Where are they driving from?
they're from here, so they're all going to communicate, or they're all going to commute. They're from Utah County.
Oh, well.
They're all going to commute to Summit County.
I'm not sure it was Orem or not, but.
So we did lose 3 of them.
So are we down 3 now, or?
So we are down 5.
5, okay.
We actually hired a couple of those slots we filled, and then last month we received a grant from the federal government for 4 additional police officers, and we're out to recruitment for those now, and then we're replacing that.
That grant goes on?
That grant is a 4-year grant, and the first year it covers 75% of the wage, the next year 50%, the next year 25%, and then the 4th year we're responsible to pick up the full freight on all of the officers. But we like that because we have traditionally been incrementally hiring police officers, so we're not necessarily breaking away from a pattern of hiring police. We might as well go for a grant and have somebody else pay for it in the short term, rather than us paying for it day one. We tried the same thing with the fire department and these 6 firefighters that I'm talking to you about. Unfortunately, we didn't get the grant. And one of the rules of the grant is you can't hire before being awarded the grant. So we had to wait to see if we got the grant before we initiated the hiring process. We didn't get the grant, so we initiated the hiring process. And I think Chief Sanderson said we had about 40 applicants for those 5 positions.
That's good.
Earlier in the week.
Okay. Can we do my list now?
Sure.
Okay, first, the 400 West sidewalk, or we better, I
Yes.
hear that's in the works, right?
That is in the works. It's a little more of a complicated project because there is an irrigation system that runs along the west side, and so we actually have to work with the property owners and gain easements, and we actually have to bury that irrigation system. So it's about a $450,000 project.
Okay. And then second one, just because this is a quick and easy one. So I spoke to at one of our meetings about sources of strength.
Yes.
Which, just to let you all know, sources of strength is kind of like Hope Squad, or it's kind of like a Hope Squad. It's a
Suicide prevention?
well, it's actually a whole mindfulness program. So the way that is best described is it's intervention upstream before they get to the waterfall, you know. So, so you're not just always trying to pull the kids out of before they go over the waterfall. You're teaching them the skills up here. And they train, it's peer training. They train, my daughter was actually a source of strength peer tutor. So they train certain kids in the school, and then the kids, they're influencers, and it was so successful that they, at Timpanogos anyway, they kind of started ways to have that training in the health class, so all the kids are getting that training. And it's a wheel of where you go when you need help, spiritual help, or to spiritual leaders, your friends, your parents, it's anyway. So I talked to Jamie about that to see where our alliances were as far as Orem City, what we supported, and if we could look into something like that. Because to me, that's, from what I've seen, and I've seen both of these programs, great programs, but just we had a lot more success. And we had instituted that in 2019, before COVID hit, the year before actually, 2019. And it really made a huge difference, that I think, that they had that, because how many people had kids in high school during COVID?
This would be in addition to our United Way, Everyday Strong. Everyday Strong, would be in addition.
Yeah, the missions actually are a little different.
Yeah.
But
so it made a huge difference because of the peer strength that was already in place, those programs. So anyway, I'd like whatever feedback you could give on that.
I apologize, but it was on my to-do list.
Right.
In fact, I looked at it this last week and said, I need to do something about that, and I have not done anything about it.
Oh, that's fine.
So I apologize.
Just if there's an opportunity or a consensus to kind of look into something like that, that's kind of what I know.
I was going to get with Kenna. Kenna does a lot of our community outreach type programs, and see if we could set up a time to sit down with you, and even a representative from the high school, and kind of learn more about the program.
Because you train the person, the leader, the adult leader. I think it's, I can't remember, it's 5,000 or 8,000. You train them, and then to pay for the program. And then the second year it's maybe 3,000. Third year you're on your own.
So would this be for employees to get strength, or is this a community program?
I think it would be benefit everyone, quite frankly. It is even when I went through it with my daughter, I thought, wow, this is such great information for any type of mental health. So anyway, that one.
Yes, I'll do that.
One more quick one, then I got a longer discussion one. I had someone reach out to me and say, back in the past, they used to be able to tutor kids in the senior center on reading. This woman called me and she says, I organized this. We did reading classes for kids who would come, but then they canceled that for some reason. I don't know if that was a function of what this, senior center needed, but that's just something. We kind of do that at Windsor Elementary. They have volunteers sign up, and they used to be on 2 tracks. So the before track, you would go in and you would be assigned a student, and you would help them learn to read throughout the year. And then after school, you'd have whenever you could fit it in your schedule. Adults, men and women, would go in. So it sounded like it was a lot of the same program. Were you familiar with what they used to do?
I'm going to defer to Brand.
I know that we used to do a literacy program at the senior center. I think it ended up moving over to the library for a little bit. I believe we just kept getting less and less participation because the school, the school district ended up providing it a lot more, and so it became redundant in terms of the feedback we were getting. And there's that additional school that's in between Geneva, well, now Parkside, that's right by Geneva Elementary.
Sunset, the old Sunset.
Yeah, I'm forgetting the name of that little trailer, but they, it's
Oh,
a 501c3.
Head Start.
Head Start also provides some of that literacy and kind of school preparedness or school support training too. So between those two things, my understanding is it kind of replaced what we were doing before.
So there wasn't really the need, is what you said?
That's at least what was represented to me.
Okay.
Well, then my wife's volunteered at Windsor for 20 years doing that, and I think there are other Title I schools that are doing that too throughout the city. And I wonder if they, stole some of the need for the senior center use.
Is that kind of what happened on that?
That's-
So this woman
that's what
that
I was-
called me, she reached out to me, she's like, I would really like to start that up again. So maybe I just need to direct her to some of these other areas that have the programs in place. Okay. Okay, my last one is just, we kind of talked about this yesterday, and this is really about transparency in the city from the development services area. We talked about the neighborhood meetings being maybe earlier in the process, trying to get the neighbors advised a little earlier. And then messaging and noticing, and for like the postcards, putting the links on there for the pros and cons of the development that's proposed. Kind of clearly listed so the public can understand. And I'll just give an example. One of the State Street Master Plan postcards was all about come have a luncheon and learn about what's happening. And yet that wasn't understood by those property owners, Catherine Christensen being one of them, as come see what we're going to do with your property. She saw it as, okay, great, things are happening in Orem, let's let them happen. So she didn't go to the luncheon, So maybe a little more clarity, a little more information. I really liked what Jason said yesterday, if we put it on a link, where people can know and maybe make it a little more important looking so they understand that this is an important document because you get so much junk mail, right, in that area. And then the DRC meetings, I still don't quite understand why those are closed. If they already have submitted their application, then that's public record at that point. And we don't necessarily need to get into that here if you don't want to, but that's just something I'd like to kind of get some more information on so I can report back. So I'm happy to meet with you later on that one too. That's all I have.
Okay. That was a long one? You said that was going to be a long one. Okay.
Talked a little bit longer.
Okay, Chair.
Okay, Monday. First of all, a comment about recruiting, which in the private sector, that's a good thing. If you have employees that other people want, Tom's nodding his head, that's great to know their success. So we shouldn't always be fearful of that. I understand we want to be competitive, but that's a compliment. People are looking at Orem City saying, this is where I want to get our people from. And we will lose a certain number of people, but we'll also have people get that Orem's a place to be.
And we do, one of the things that we are very proud of is many of our supervisors advance through the organization. So we obviously recognize that recruitment is going to happen. And as I've told those that have even worked in our office, well, the fact that you now go to our sister communities means that we have better relationships with our sister communities. But some of those key positions at key times, that's where it gets a little more challenging.
Like the chief in Springville and so, yeah. A couple of comments. One is, I think with what we just did, what we went through with the moratorium, and now that that's coming off, and with the change on the master plan of the city, it's really important that we do what Tom was talking about yesterday, that this team is the citizens, the council, and the staff. That hasn't always been the case. That during the moratorium, and I already brought this up, that a business owner had a problem because they wouldn't come in and inspect the toilet he had to build on his business because the message went out from the city, call your city council person, because they're the ones that screwed this up, and nothing is going to be done now on State Street. There's a moratorium. Well, that could have been a miscommunication, I guess, if I want to give somebody the benefit of the doubt, but it really was a shot at devising, making a division between what the intent was and what the staff took it to be. And so I think this is really going to be critical as we roll this out, that the staff's behind what's going on. Whether they personally or not, whether Ryan and Jason really believe the building should be right next to the street, it doesn't matter, because the city council's made a decision, and so now everybody needs to be on board. And I think that it'll do a lot of damage to the city and to the citizens if we're not all on the same page. Even if you personally disagree. I mean, there's things that happen I disagree with, but if everybody voted for it, okay, that's the way it's going to be. So I think the PR that Lene's talking about, I think that'll be really important. And it's a clear message, and the message is what the people of Orem want. It's been a huge, this election was loud and clear what the people want. So, and going along with that, Jamie, the whole thing with the rage with the police and the fire, I think was very unprofessional. Instead of me candy coating, I'll just say what I think. Because to have Josh be in a position to be sending out emails to members of the city council on private meetings that are being held without having a discussion with all of us on the city council. In my 2 years on the city council, I've never heard one word from any member of the city council not supporting our fire and police. I've just never heard that. And that's one thing we're all together on. And just to being told that we're divisive, I thought was a cheap shot and an unfair thing to do to the city council. And instead of, building you up, I think it was, like I said, I think it's very divisive, and even to use that word. So, you'll find I'm usually, I don't beat around the bush, I'll say what I think. So I think that was disappointing, and I think it put Mark and Josh in a bad spot. So,
Can you be more specific? Is this the one where we said, hey, should we meet on this right away, or should we wait on the police?
And this is where instead of us, we have plenty of work sessions. Instead of us sitting down as a work session and say, and Jamie brought this up, I think in September, that this might be coming, but then we hear nothing until we're hearing, okay, I need to bring you in and sit with Josh, because I can't meet with you all. I go, well, why can't we all meet together? So again, I think what that did is put the fire and the police at odds with us, thinking, and then we go around and meet them, and there's confusion about whether we can talk to the fire guys or whether we shouldn't. It's like, come on, we're all on the same team, and I don't see any divisiveness between any of us on the support. So,
if I may, I think the biggest concern that we had and why we broke the meeting apart the way that we did was because we didn't want to paint you in a corner and lay out a potential proposal that you didn't agree with, or that there were certain aspects of it that you didn't like, and therefore you wouldn't have had a chance to change it. If it was a concern to you, it would have put you in a perspective of, well, let's just say human resources and administration was recommending this, but the council didn't like it, and so now the council is being the bad guys. So it wasn't an effort to avoid transparency, but it was an effort to avoid a misunderstanding or having somebody listen or see that meeting and walk out of there and say, oh, I'm going to get X. When it formally goes into place, it's less than X, then all of a sudden they're looking for a finger to point. And that unfortunately does happen, where people build expectations not on action taken, but on things that they've heard. So I apologize if that is the, and I consider myself a pretty direct person too, Terry.
Yeah,
so
that's the best way. Josh
and his response was more direct than I wanted him to be. I didn't control that response. I saw that and I thought,
I talked to you about that
that's gonna hurt.
but if you know Josh, and I think you do, he too is a very direct person. And so what we have there is a lesson that we can learn from as staff that, in the future, there's some things that we're going to do differently when we have these kind of conversations with you. Not with you, but with the council. We want to make sure that the interests of you are protected, and at the same time that we protect the interests of the police department in this particular case.
Well, I think the response was Josh and also Carrie had a response to it in that. And in the 8 years I've been on the council, I've never seen that kind of response. So to me, it caught me off guard. I'm thinking,
well, and I think
directly it was directed to Lene. I think Carrie's comments, and then it was to you, not Josh. But
yeah, and like I said, I think we've learned from it, and we're not going to follow that same path again. We also were right in the middle of an election, and here we find ourselves in this awkward situation where we have an election going on, we have those that are running for office, and those that are leaving office, and those that are running for office are obviously wanting to tend to issues, but they don't want to, frankly, they don't want to jump into a huge issue in the middle of October because it's right before the election, and then when the election is over, well, then we have these lame duck, and I apologize for using that phrase, but then we have these folks who really don't have much beyond December to think about, and we're implementing policies that blend well into the new year, and so it's a hard time to have a discussion. And I'm not saying that's an excuse, I'm saying that's one of the, I guess you could say, aggravating factors associated with it. But it could have been handled better. I acknowledge that. I apologize for any of the offense that it had caused. And please know that I did have a conversation, and I continue to have conversations with Josh and Carrie about that, and we definitely will do it differently.
Part of it wasn't their fault, because you brought them in on a salary negotiation to use them as leverage for the city council. It's like, no.
No, they actually approached me. So they were the ones who were working on it. So it was us collectively, and the reason is I try to represent the interests of the staff to the city council. So I was the one who reached out and made communication because they wanted to respect the line of authority within the organization.
But then the emails we're getting from you, they're also CC'd in on the emails that are coming from you.
Because they were the ones who were putting the detail together, and they're the ones who have the specifics of the issue.
So I'm in agreement with, I don't know if they should have been on that email. I think they could have been notified by you that you had notified us, and this was the response you got, right? To me, that should have been a private conversation with city council.
Or we could have been more careful when we hit reply to take off staff if we didn't want them on it.
But why are they being copied in on something from Jamie to the city council?
Because they were saying, let's set up this meeting, is the
Frankly,
way I saw it when I read it.
I was still using my personal email, so I wasn't even in an Orem email situation to even do that. But the thing that was also quite difficult for me, and I'm new here, but in the meeting, it seemed like I was supposed to decide at the end of the meeting, and when I said, yeah, this looks good, with Josh sitting there, that was my evidently interpreted as my decision. Now, not that my decision would have changed, I don't know. But to me, that was an awkward, I'm kind of, we're Terry did, so I think of it that way. But that was kind of I always thought we'd get the presentation and then meet to talk about it and decide. That was the purpose of a presentation, was to help us understand it. And then you get to find out what's, in that particular instance, like that was how it was expressed to me, as it would be later. Especially, I had a one-on-one with Josh, and he basically said, we just can't wait till June. And I said, well, we've got this big moratorium thing we're going to be doing in January. I know we can't help you till February or March, and he was okay with that. So that's what I went into those meetings with the impression of. So then when everything just started moving forward, I've communicated this to you, Jamie.
Yeah.
I thought.
And it was a fast-moving issue. The very time we were having the conversation.
I would like to know then in the future.
This
is what your answer means.
Well, and I think too, again, Josh was in the meeting, but if it had been a public meeting, and it had been in a work session, you would have had Josh and members of the police department there, and it would be on record, and we would be having a conversation, and you would probably have been in more of an awkward space.
Right, but that's
to
not
say
necessarily
no.
the issue that I'm talking about right now, the issue I'm talking about, because we knew it wasn't a public meeting, but the issue is kind of what Terry's saying, is that he was there, and he had participated previously in that email conversation, so there was some passion and some emotion connected to that presentation already, from my interpretation, maybe not, but that was.
No,
my
I think you're right, I think there was passion, so.
And there was another issue too, as far as before we ever had the meeting, you know, the compensation meeting, you go through and bring us up to speed. I had like 3 or 4 different police people reach out to me and tell me all about what's going on. And then I had firefighters contact me, and they're upset because they're not getting a raise that I haven't even been in a meeting about yet, because I wasn't elected yet.
And that's what I mean, there's this awkward,
There's
this awkward in between.
But there was a big leak through the police and fire somehow, and really, from a management standpoint, that should be contained before we get to where we're going, you know?
I'm not sure how you contain it.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's just give them direct information, keep it completely confidential, that their management, this is the management thing. Don't run with it, you know?
Because they're also being told it doesn't really matter what the city council says because I already have it in the budget. So that was, you know, not.
Well, I don't think that's what I represent.
Not quite exactly, it doesn't matter, but I already have it in the budget, so I can get you the raise because it's already, I already had it appropriated. And so.
Well, I think I represented how to best address it with the resources that we had without having to amend the budget and having to ask for more money.
So I guess my main thing is in the future, we keep, this word being transparent is always a great word, but I think that's key. So don't, you know, poor Josh gets blindsided. I told him, you're being played, my friend. Don't have Josh send me an email thinking I don't support the police.
Yeah, he shared with me some of the details of that meeting.
Yeah, because after his, he texted me, said, no, let's meet in person, which is what I think we should do as a city council and city management. Let's sit down in a room together, go ahead and record it, and we'll sort this out and do what's best for the city. That's my thing.
Okay.
The rest, that's good. Yeah, I did more than my time, so.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay, and Tommy, you're good with?
Are we going to discuss the agenda items for the next meeting? There's a bunch of proposals that I got on there that I didn't know anything about. I think you're the author of them or the supporter of them. And I think you talked to some members of the council. And I really hope, I mean, we've come together. I would hope all members of the council would hear about it.
Absolutely.
And I don't know enough about it, and I'd rather know now than Tuesday night.
Right.
So that if I disagree, we know it here instead of there. So I'd like to know more about what our intentions are on that.
Okay.
So that's the only other item I have.
Okay, perfect. And we're going to run into a little bit of time unless we just keep going. But, so Dave Spencer disappeared. He had something that he wanted to go over, and then what I wanted to do was to go through those different resolutions that I'm proposing.
You still
bring that part down, planning on that.
Did you have anything?
Absolutely. I just made sure that there were
Hey, can I say one thing about the conversation with Chief Sanderson, and maybe see if you've heard this or where you are, but because I was, I won't give the background, but anyway, it was about following the chain of command with complaints. And I had a discussion with him about that, and evidently some comments that I made that made him think I was supporting that. And we came to an agreement which I thought I have always respect that desire for the chain of command. Wouldn't want to put any firefighter in jeopardy for his job because he didn't do that, and that would be an expectation on my side too, that you do go to your manager first. That's what you always do. But my thing was, the reason that I think these comments were made is because of some things that happened in the past with other people involved. But we reached an agreement where it was, if they go to you and you don't chief, and then they are not okay, and they go to Jamie or you go to Jamie, you know, and still not satisfied, is then it okay for them to approach the council and ask city council about it too, and see if there's another way to work through that issue. And he agreed to that. He said yes, and I said, well, will you let your firefighters know that too? so everyone knows. Are you in agreement? Did he talk to you about that? or
No,
anything
we
like that?
didn't. But, you know, I think the only thing that I ask, and I think it's consistent with what Mark asks, sometimes, you know, we'll hear things from you, and this is the first time that we've heard about them. And we can't fix problems that we don't know about. And so I think what Mark's intent is, if there is a problem, then allow Mark, allow myself, for example, an opportunity to respond to those issues. And if we're not responding to them, then yeah, I do think that they have that opportunity to go to.
You're not insubordinate to do that?
No, and I think I think the reason that the chain of command is important there is because if it sends a message that if they're not willing to follow the chain of command and to go the other way, then it undermines the ability of the manager to do his or her job. Because if Mark knows about an issue, then Mark is going to take action and try and solve the issue. But if he doesn't know about it, then I think I think he too is on his heels, and it's not fair to him either.
Sorry, Jamie, I thought you hit it, period. This is a unique, if you will, board of directors over other boards that some of us may serve on, in that we have staff coming directly to the board before they sometimes go to their chain of command. And sometimes the board goes directly to the staff without going through their people. And so it's unique because it's not a true board of directors. I get that. We're elected by the people. So it's unique, and it's bound to have some of these kind of challenges from time to time,
Yeah,
just because of the setup is so different.
And for example, on the fire ground, and we're talking about police and fire, which are essentially paramilitary organizations. Mm-hmm. They follow a very structured chain of command. If that chain of command is broken at any level on an incident, for example, then people could potentially be in harm's way. Mm-hmm. So that's why they are so passionate and so rigid about it, is because in some cases, if they don't follow that chain of command and if they make decisions that are outside of the chain of command, then people can potentially be hurt.
One thing, if I can say, I agree completely that the chain of command needs to be followed. I mean, you know, from city management to all areas, and especially police and fire, the most important. But where I think it gets confusing maybe for the city council is we're used to listening to the citizens. And so we have all kinds of random citizens approaching us, calling us, this, that, and the other. So that's the mindset. Now we've got a fireman calling us. So I think there does need to be a clear delineation and a clear, that fireman definitely has to go through his processes. And I don't know, and it should be probably a defined process at what point they can reach out to the city council, because they're not necessarily treated as citizens, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so if we define that, then it'd be like, okay, you've done what you've got to do, and at some point, possibly you have the option to reach out to city council if you have, but it's different than our citizen relationship. But then at the same time, we're over them. Yeah. So anyway, so that it just needs to be defined, I think.
Yeah.
The citizens are our shareholders, if you will, right?
Yeah.
And the fireman is our employee, and it's just unique.
Right.
It's different than traditional board governance.
Absolutely.
Well, I'll make a comment on that because, I've been taking popcorn balls around for over 9 years. And I know that irritates some of the management that I've got word from, but the point is I'm not fishing on any information from anybody. It's appreciation, it's a thank you, period. I did talk to Mark Sanderson and Josh Adams. If somebody comes to me, I will say, hey, you need to talk to your chief. And I will also call chief and say, hey, this is maybe some information you might want to know. It's probably coming your way. So that's the chain of command that I told them I would respect their title and let you know what's going on.
And I think and I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that you say, hey, you know what, thanks for talking to me. Have you talked to Chief Sanderson about it? Are you okay if I talk to Chief Sanderson about it? Right. So that there is that circling the loop, going back, and because sometimes, for example, we'll go through this, and I would do this with Mayor Bruns. We say, well, I had this conversation, and this is what the department needs, based on the input of an employee. And then I would go to the manager and I would say, well, this is what's being represented. He's like, well, yeah, this is a need, but I have 15 more ahead of this need. But the expectation then at that point had already been set that we were going to do something about item number 16, and what about number 1 through 15? So I appreciate the fact that you're saying, hey, yeah, thanks for the comment and the input. I'll be sure to take it back to Chief Sanderson in this case.
Yeah, so I mean, it's, you know, in the past with certain chiefs, you know, the men were really frustrated, right? So it's a totally different game now, so.
But they're still gun shy. I mean, they're, you know, they may still be, but so I think the confidence in that there is another option, but this is the chain of command.
Come stand by me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so my,
Yes, and let me put in context where we're at. So we're 5 after.
I'll probably be 5 minutes.
Okay, and then we're gonna go through these resolutions. Then we still got goal setting.
It's really at your, if you want to do that today, or we can do it at a future time too, it's at your discretion.
Okay, well, we'll just see how the time goes.
So, I've had quite a few people ask me about the water and the tier.
what?
The water, the tiered pricing, and I don't know if we want to relook at maybe the tiers instead of 4, maybe take it down to 3 and up tier 1 or something. I don't know what that does to our revenue, or you know, but it's more on the senior side. I think those that struggle for, you know, paying their bills on fixed incomes and that type of thing. So maybe we can look at that and have some kind of relief.
No, it's me and you. We're seniors on a fixed income.
Oh, absolutely. Wrong fixed income.
Wrong fixed income.
Okay, Social Security.
I couldn't hear him either.
So something like maybe we can look at that. I don't know if I agree. I wasn't here when we voted for the 4 tiers, and I thought that 4 tiers was too high. But I understand the 20% deal was on the 4th tier, and nobody really goes there, so it was more smoke and mirrors. But maybe we can look at that. And but I know we have very inexpensive water, but.
And I don't know how many people hit 4. I hit tier 4 occasionally. I have a big enough lawn. I keep it green. And perhaps most of you don't even know. I mean, I had a shocking experience when I talked to a citizen. He said, when I was in paying my utility bill, and I said, stop. You go in and pay a utility bill? That was just, I didn't know people did that. So I went through that process. How do you do that? It automatically comes out of my account. I don't pay any attention to it. But when I do look at it, I do know it's a couple months in the summer I hit tier 4. But it isn't like it's a giant revenue producer. And if you think that would appease some folks, but we do have cheap water, so I'm okay either way, just to support
It's almost
Terry.
like, well, let's give the
Terry.
cheap water benefit to some of the residents, you know. if we do
Say it
that.
again, Renee, please.
So let's give that benefit back to some of our residents,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
If we have our cheap water.
The state law is requiring a tiered conservation system, but it's not requiring a specific number of tiers.
4 or 5 or
So
6.
my thought is if tier 1, maybe from 11, maybe it's to 15,000 or whatever. And then, you know, you just spread, I don't, but, you know, the key thing is with bonding for the, you know, for the infrastructure, we just make sure that we are paying, you know, we're not going backwards. So I've had many people, because I deal a lot with the seniors, you know, on the senior commission. So,
I heard that a lot,
Yeah.
knocking doors too.
So, you know, and I will say, I mean, infrastructure costs, and so
Yeah.
we need to build a system that will build the necessary infrastructure. How we allocate who pays for what, I think, is what we're talking about.
Okay.
And we have more of the tier 2 people pay for the infrastructure, or, you know, pay more there than the tier 1 people. It's the bill's going to be paid
And
somehow.
maybe we looked at also maybe a circuit breaker that said, hey, you know, if you're on this poverty level on the base rate of sewer, you know, storm and water, that you have a $10 discount because you're on poverty level and your circuit breaker because you're state.
I don't know if we can do that as a city via welfare.
No, but I think South Jordan or West, I think somebody said that they do it. I don't know. But we can look at that. That's just.
Dave, couldn't we just move the tiers so that the people, you know, that fixed income person is just trying to water their quarter acre, if that tier was moved up so that they stayed longer than first
In one
tier,
or two, right?
and yeah, just slide this.
But the base rate, you know, the base flat rate that's whatever it is, $40 for all three services might be something that, you know, I don't know, we just need to look at it. But that is the gist of saying, hey, from 4 to 3 might help.
Slide,
Might help.
slide the
Yeah.
tier.
Yeah.
Okay, next one is wiggy wash. Now, this has been an issue for many years, and we've kicked the can, we haven't really done anything,
We
right?
shot ourselves in the foot on it.
Right, so I think we need to,
Yeah.
I think we need to come and see if we can, as a good faith effort, say, okay, here's some soundboards, you know, with Wiggy Wash, I know they changed ownership, Brent's a manager, but it's a new owner, but maybe there's some technology or something that we can help pay to put up some panels, just to say to the citizens, hey, we're hearing your, you know, we feel your pain. It's a bad situation because you live there and it's 70 decibels in your in your bedroom. But I think we need to do something. I think, you know, if it's 15, 20 grand, I think it's money well spent, in my opinion, because it's not getting any better; it's just getting worse. So
If we set reasonable expectations, because it won't make it quiet.
absolutely no, but at least I think it's a good faith effort, meaning we're trying. This is the technology. And then, because you can't have the doors open. I go through Wiggy Wash and you're going, there's no way you can have opening doors because it's too busy.
Yeah.
I mean, so I talked to a guy, matter of fact, I'm bringing in some skateboard jumps for him, but he works in that industry and he's saying there's a lot of good stuff that they have now that they've done on their washes. So I'm going to talk to him, maybe get some ideas and just see. You know, just something.
I don't think the representation has ever been that the city is not willing and wanting to do something.
I agree.
The last meeting we had with Brent,
He
at the time, he was the manager, and he said, I'm going to take it up with my management, who I think was in Georgia or somewhere. And they just said, no, we don't think we have to do anything. We don't even want your help because we are fine.
So and I think, I mean, if we went to them and said, hey, can you see if we can help somehow? Would you allow us to do this? And if they say no, then we can go to the citizens and say, for the neighbors, say, they're not being friendly, but
I agree.
And maybe, yeah. So if we could put that as an item or something to look at, I'll talk to Shane about different sound components or whatever. But I know Mayor Brent sent me some stuff on a company out of Florida, but they're having the same supply chain issues, right? And they're stuck on a boat, and then we'll be here for probably 90 to whatever 120 days. So that's one way.
It was my understanding that the owners didn't want to do something, but Brett was willing. If we make this peace offering, do you think that Brett would go for it?
Well, he used to own it, I think.
Oh, he doesn't own it.
So he doesn't own it.
He doesn't own it anymore. So it's a new company, but Shane knows that company well. So I'm trying to get the contact information, and then I'll just see.
Okay, so we'll make a good faith effort to see if
That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
If it's a dead-end street, then see, Tom and Terry are glad that I had the brownies brought in because the ladies were willing down the thing like, hey,
It'd be nicer now.
Yeah.
Those were actually one of the galleries.
Okay.
We're good.
All right, so I already talked about the land use thing about that. Okay.
And as far as that Wiggy Wash thing, I don't know that much about it, but it seems like the owner of the Wiggy Wash, and the city, if we come to some kind of agreement, you know.
Well, what happens is we paid for a sound engineer to come out of the city, wasn't it?
Yeah, we did. We had a sound study done, and essentially we got with, at the time, Brent, and said, we think we should do this. And we kind of ran, some of the neighbors wanted it, some of the neighbors didn't want it. And then Brent said, well, because there's really no clear defined definition as to what a nuisance is, I don't really have to do it.
Well, the older lady is deaf, and she didn't like the wall because she didn't want to block her view to the moon. So, you know, but
She was deaf.
yeah,
She's deaf.
So, but I mean, I was up in Chris Ronald's bedroom with the fans going, and it was.
You were doing what?
He showed me his room.
But ideally, what I'm saying is we use some leverage with the property owner, so we're going to help, but we're going to.
Well, you have to build to a good faith, being a good neighbor.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that
Oh,
California has tons of
that's
these car washes, right? Wouldn't they have a lower decibel requirement for the equipment used in those car washes? that maybe that's California
Well,
red.
and aren't the fans just turned the wrong way or something?
Well, no,
That's part of it.
part of the issue is there's no clear, in state law, there's no clear definition as to what is a nuisance. So there, and you would expect on a commercially zoned property to have some degree of noise, and you're in closer proximity to Center Street, which is a busy road than other roads. So there is it's more of a subjective opinion and determination as to what is a nuisance or not. And that's one of the things that we ran into was, well, we think it is a nuisance. Well, we don't think it is a nuisance. Tell us where it is a nuisance in the code and in state law.
Well, so that's just the code,
Yeah.
being behind, right? Because we didn't have all these car washes.
And I don't think the sound engineer really made it.
Well, about 3 years ago, pre-Terry, pre-Jeff, pre-you two, the Wiki Watch at that point was willing to spend up to 25 grand, some X dollars. And the citizens said, we want more than that. And pretty soon Wiki Watch said, well then,
Bag it.
stick it, we're tagging, we're not gonna do anything.
Yeah.
And they didn't have a legal way, so they tried to play more poker than they had chips for, and they ended up losing it all. So this is why we're in a position that Wiki Watch said, hey, I came to this table once, you didn't play, now it's all on us, and my concern is, we're gonna have citizens push back, and will we have met whatever their goal is? Because the goal is undefined. The goal line, we never knew when we were gonna get.
But if we could approach them and say, for example, look, we have $20,000 or $25,000 that we want to put towards this problem. Will you work with us to find some solution? And perhaps, that's a solution from the guy that you're talking to.
Yeah, so I'll talk to Shane.
Or maybe they have a solution.
Yes. I mean, he showed me a bunch of stuff that he was doing on the sound things, and I'm thinking, okay, so I just need to get more information, and I will circle back.
But I do agree with Tom to some degree. Is it may be the solution for one or two of the residents. There may be others who
wanted view instead of sound.
Yeah, exactly.
If we did a good faith effort, and we spend this money, but with the doors open and the blowers going.
Yeah.
Is it the blowers, the vacuums, or both?
No, it's just the blowers. The blowers go right into their backyard, and that noise goes.
And it's the last, you go through a car wash, it's the last thing, and it happens to be to the south of the whole structure.
And the car wash near your home has that hard turn out of it, so that kind of blocks a lot of it.
Yeah.
And even
but
then,
to put something like that in now is pretty pricey.
it's blowing out onto State Street rather than onto Fourth West.
Yeah.
So.
But I will say, I have little ear things in my car, so when I go and vacuum out my car, because if I don't, when I'm done, my ears are ringing and that.
It is allowed.
Damage.
It is allowed. I can't, I go through the car wash. I can't hear my ring liquids.
And they do about, I asked the guy, they do about 1,000 cars a day.
Yeah, I mean, it's over 70 decibels in their house.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I've got just a couple more. So we have the Walter C. Orem Award coming up.
Yeah.
Walter C. Orem Award.
What month is that? We do that?
So I was thinking that I don't think our postal workers ever get any credit for what they do. Delivering packages in our mail every day. So I don't know if there's something we can do there, or maybe we just honor them. It doesn't have to be a Walter C. Orem Award. But
I'd actually like to even see, I have someone I can comment.
So
how do you do that?
The Walter C. Orem Award is really at your exclusive discretion.
How often we do it, who we do it to, right?
So we have, obviously during time of COVID, because we weren't having in-person meetings, we kind of hit the pause button. We've done it in certain years, we've given 2 awards a year. In other years, we've given 1 award a year, or you have given 1 award. It's really, and we can provide you with a listing of past recipients. And really the criteria is individuals that you feel have contributed in a significant way to the city of Warren.
It hasn't been uncommon to do prior leadership of the city.
Correct.
I think Mark Seastrand got one after he left office, maybe Karen McCann.
Adam Robertson with Sierra has been a recipient. We've had
Kenna, before she worked for us, got one.
We had Kenna. We've had the CERT program, members of the CERT program. George Seepel, who's done a number of paintings for the city.
So I just thought that I don't think the mail carriers get any kind of credit for all the what they do for delivering our mail or our packages, so I just thought
Are you
that might be
thinking
something.
just the post office or like Amazon, UPS? I mean, where
No,
where you?
just the post office, I mean, that's sort of ambiguous.
So would you give it to the Orem?
Just the Orem post
postmaster?
office.
So, for example, in that kind of situation, we could contact the postmaster at the post office and say, this is what the city council would like to do.
And maybe have some, like, my mail carrier.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was sorry, I was just thinking of the main one on Center Street. But
Well, and I was actually thinking, when you said that, thinking about this person who started the literacy program 20 years ago. You can
Oh,
wonder how
you
lives
talking-
has that one touched, right? She's been.
Sheriff, Sperry. Are you
Well,
still
it was
Sperry?
actually, Steve Bond's wife, I can't remember her first name, that started it
We
all.
can get more than one.
actually, I think Steve might have been, he's the former superintendent.
Right.
I think he might have been a recipient, I'm not sure.
But we normally do it twice a year, don't we?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, just a food for thought, I thought that, I don't think they get any credit. All you did, everybody just complains, and I think maybe that's a thank you to the city of Loma. Okay, next one. In our legislature Zoom call, Senator Bramble brought up, I was just talking about the Alpine School District, and he's talked about, well, maybe do a feasibility study. So I think the city of Orem needs to do a feasibility study. And I think it needs to happen now, not later, because if they're gonna be bonding at the end of the year, I think we need to have that, and what's gonna cost our citizens, and maybe we put it on the ballot or something, I don't know, but.
How much money do you think it will cost to do a study?
And I'm gonna reach out to.
Probably about 100,000.
I'm reaching out to Todd Peterson, see if he might fund some of it. But.
So there is there's actually 3 specific ways that you can move forward with the school district split. All 3 of them involve feasibility studies.
Yeah, I want a feasibility study to see what's it gonna cost, because if it's gonna cost X amount of dollars per citizen, it's not gonna be worth it, right? So that's the key component, is the feasibility.
So
I'm not saying let's move.
Would you allow me to research, because I don't want to initiate a feasibility study, and then per state law, they say, well, once a petition, for example, is filed, then you need to start I don't want to prematurely start a feasibility study. I want to start it according to state law.
I just think that it's smart.
Because I think it would be wise to add those other cities we talked about.
Yeah, I just think that, Alpine School District, it's a great school district, but it's huge.
Okay, so.
And all our money is going out west.
If you do,
How do you do it?
it's different. It's different if you do it Orem specific.
Yeah, I don't think
Then you take action. If you do it, like say Linden and Orem, then you actually have to enter into an interlocal agreement with Linden and Orem, and then you initiate the study, or Vineyard or Pleasant Grove.
So we said, okay, Orem, Vineyard, Linden, Pleasant Grove, and America, or whatever. Okay. So we have to get that interlocal, and then we go from there. I just want it for information purposes to say, what is it going to cost? That's the bottom line.
And we don't know what the best, it might be best if we did Vineyard because of the GPI or GPUs, or it might be best if we did Pleasant Grove.
Yeah.
We don't know that until we do the study. The study might come back and say, Orem by itself would be this, Orem, Pleasant Grove, American Fork would be this.
So could we do the study and to find out that who we want to partner with?
Well, I think we typically have worked with our financial advisor. The last one we did in the city of Orem, we had our financial advisor, who actually does these studies also, do it. We could sit down with her and say, does it make sense for us to do some preliminary work for Orem specific to Terry's point as it relates to Orem, and then involve the other cities, or do we approach the other cities first? Or
yeah,
we can get
to me, it would make the most sense to figure out from an Orem perspective whether or not we want to add on the other cities, right? Okay. Once we know the answer to that question, then we could do a further study where we go deeper.
I just don't want them to keep closing schools and then they just sell the property.
Well, and this big bond coming up is what's kind of pushing this now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what I hear Jamie say, Mayor, if I may, is let me do a little background work before we really kick this off, much like we're doing on the building.
Absolutely, but I think it's got to be sooner than later, because feasibility studies don't.
No, my bet is it probably takes 6 to 9 months.
Yeah, so I was thinking, so, the deadline would have to be September. I don't know how you put it on the ballot. You have to have it by when?
It doesn't have to.
I thought the citizens had a vote on it. No?
No, there's 3 ways of doing it. You can actually, as a city council, one way is you can put it on the ballot if you choose.
Right.
If it's a city petition initiative, then it's actually signature gathering, and the county is the one that puts it on the ballot. And based on who initiates it is who votes on it. So if you go through a petition process and the county initiates it, then those within the district, the new district, and those outside the proposed district get to vote on it.
We don't really want that.
No. That's what I mean. That's
Okay,
what
so
I'm saying.
we
is
can
there
do
are
it,
three.
so
The school district, a citizen petition, or you.
But the deadline to put it on the ballot is October?
I'd have to look at the state
Okay.
law.
So I'm just saying, because the feasibility, it has to be complete, because that'll tell us what it's gonna cost every citizen, and then if it's a good thing or not.
But I'm guessing that if you were to go with other cities, let's say along the east side of Utah County, it's probably gonna take you a couple of months to have meetings with them and to get their support. Maybe the best thing is just to initiate an Orem study and to have it be Orem-centric to start. And then try and bring the other cities along at the same time,
Well,
and then
verify
potentially
that-
amend the study.
Verify that it's feasible for Orem in the first place.
Yeah, I think that's the way to
Then
do
we
it.
build up from there.
And I don't have a problem going to talk to other cities if need be, say, we're thinking about this, we're doing this, what do you think, or whatever.
But I think we study it from Orem
Absolutely,
specific
absolutely.
first. Once we know the answer to that, once we know which other
All right.
communities would make sense to add in, then we add them in. I mean, at that point, if we go to them and say, hey, we'd like you to be part of this, I mean, they can pay their share of the study or whatever.
And I know that other cities are having this thought and conversation, because the Alpine School District is actually going around. And I've actually we've talked to the superintendent, and he wants to come and have this conversation with you. When Mayor Brunst, his retirement party, the superintendent approached me and said, hey, can we come? So that's how I know they're having this
They were
conversation.
doing a
What's that?
two-way and a three-way split, and they did a feasibility study just recently on those two I saw.
Maybe that's why he talked and said, we want to come and present
And
it
show
to
what
the
they did,
council.
yeah.
But didn't they say their feasibility study would take like 8 years?
No, that's when they want to implement it. Well,
I'm sorry, they publicly said 2030 they're going to split the district. So
Yeah.
the problem that I'm hearing though is between 22 and 30, how many more schools in Orem do you close?
Yeah, that's
How many
my
more
thing.
things do you, I mean, they closed a high school and 2 elementary schools in
By high
Orem.
school, you're just talking about that. all
Polaris.
Yeah, hilarious.
So,
we can't
How
afford
many
to
more
buy all
bonds
the
do we pay
properties.
for?
Yeah.
You know,
Well, the way that it works, and to the mayor's point is bonding, whatever is outstanding, we assume a certain amount of that responsibility. So
Well, and to that point, I don't think this city council has ever taken a position of, hey, we're not gonna vote in favor of this bond. I don't think, we've been silent on that.
I wouldn't vote, I'm not gonna vote on it.
I know, but all I'm saying is we haven't made a public statement. If we could kill the bond, that would delay that, and I don't know enough yet to kill the bond, I'm not suggesting that. But the study may say, hey, we ought to oppose every bond until we have our study completed. And we ought to tell Alpine that's what we're doing. if we're doing
That's
it.
why, yes, I agree.
I think hopefully we're all in unison, say if we can move forward and what's the best direction.
But to say Alpine's bigger, I mean, the United States is 330
No, but I'm
million
just
people
saying-
now. It used to
I'm
be
just
2
saying
million
that-
people. Utah has 3.5 million. It used to have a
Alpine
million
is
people.
one of the biggest, top 30 school districts in the country.
Yeah, but, yeah, I understand.
The problem I'm seeing is we're building bigger and bigger elementary schools, and kids are getting lost, and people are having depression, and it's like, stop it.
But I don't
Even
know,
though
kids
bigger
have
is not better.
depression, it's not that big your school is. This is a tough
I'm
one.
talking about you're losing touch because the schools are so.
It could be.
But
There's
we're
too
not,
many
we're not,
variables.
we're not saying split the district, we're saying let's do a feasibility study to see the numbers. That's all I'm
Yeah,
hearing.
which I think we all.
Let's just see the numbers.
All right, so if we can,
And we want to do our own study because we want to make sure they're not biased.
Absolutely.
and then, just going back to we buy all these police cars, maybe we can look at the fleet lease program, maybe that saves us money, I don't know. Instead of buying.
we look at that annually.
Okay, so, and then Gina Burleson.
Yes.
I talked to Carrie Scruggs about her.
Carrie Ruggs.
Sorry. And she's gonna talk to Bryce about her position, but I think, not that she's saying she's leaving, but I think people are coming after her. And I think
Coming what?
Coming after her. I think she's priceless on what she does for the
Who are you talking
seniors.
about?
The senior
She
citizen.
does.
Oh, okay.
So I think, Carrie's already addressed it with Bryce, so I just want to bring up that you know, we don't want to lose good people.
Yeah.
She's just been, I don't know even what her face goes anymore, if it's an hour or what, I have no idea, but.
It's an hourly.
So, we need to maybe look at that and see if, because what she does for the seniors is just unbelievable.
Well, she loves her.
Yes.
Carrie brought me into that conversation earlier this week, and I think there's a path forward.
Yes, and she's going to reach out to Bryson, I think, but we just need to make sure we take care of the people, you know, that she's been here a long time, and the seniors, that senior center is because of her, you know, I mean, just her just enthusiasm and wow.
I agree.
I think that's all I had.
Is she not a full-time person?
No, she is.
She's full, just now.
When you said hourly, I just assumed part-time.
No, she's not
She's
not an exempt employee, she's a non-exempt employee.
That Thanksgiving luncheon was just priceless.
He was there, he just walked out.
That was so
And
good.
their little Grammys, they made it so fun. He's still acting mayor pro tem.
They dress like movie
Yes.
stars and they give out their little
The Grammys.
Grammys.
Oh.
Little graham crackers.
Yeah, they make little, to their little people.
Boy. Those people were complaining about no chocolate milk though that day. I was handing out milk.
He was the milkman.
Where's the chocolate milk? I'm sorry. I wish I brought some Nestle Quick with me, you know?
I wanted a scoop of ice cream on my pie, and you wouldn't bring me one.
No, but we have a lot of good things in Orem, it's good
that's
to live in
great.
Orem.
Mental note. Chocolate next thing.
Okay, Dave, I'm done.
You're done?
So it's your turn.
That was the shortest 5 minutes I've ever heard.
Let me see.
Well, you gotta convert it to dog years.
Okay.
Dave, stop.
Dog years.
All right. So, as far as what I've got all kinds of things, but probably the most pressing thing is the resolutions that you were asking about. Let me just give a kind of history of how we got here with resolutions. Jamie, I think you were mistaken as far as that email that you sent out, where you said that we've been working on this for 3 months. Because now it's been pretty much the first time I ever really talked to anybody about it was the day of the Christmas lighting.
That was just what Jesse said, so.
Yeah, no, it
I
hasn't.
don't know who Jesse is.
So Jesse Riddle is a
Oh, is that a he or she?
It's a he.
The he in question in this document.
Yeah, so it hasn't been 3 months. It's just been since then. And then as far as any of the council knowing anything about the resolutions, that's just been literally in the last couple of weeks. So.
I saw them last week.
Right, in the last couple, you saw them last week, and you probably saw them maybe a week and a half ago, type thing.
And I guess Debbie and.
I didn't see them.
Right.
They were the only ones you didn't get to?
Yeah, I didn't see. Right, I hadn't talked to these guys yet, and
No.
as far as why I hadn't talked to these guys yet, I've been working, from 7 in the morning till midnight.
You have a
every
day job as well,
I
yes.
have a day job. It's just
Well, I've been
that-
doing the orientations with him, and I don't have a day job, and I've been swamped, so I just don't have.
Well, I've only been the mayor for
Since Monday, right?
Right, since Monday.
But he talked to Jeff and Lene and Terry and myself, and then.
My biggest concern there is, we didn't support each other through the candidacy, but we're on the same team now, and I'm all in.
Yeah.
And I don't want this to be what Provo was, for no more, and have a bunch of backroom deals to go in with the people who did support you, so that I'm a neutered member of this council. I don't want that.
Right.
And I'll be a pain in the ass if that's what becomes of me, right?
That's right.
Because it's not the way to run the city.
Right.
Whether we agreed with each other or not, we both took an oath of office to say we're going to work together. And I didn't want this to be indicative of, I'm just going to talk to my buddies and get everything passed.
Right.
And so that I could be the Hans Anderson, a no vote to everything. But that's not a productive way of running a city. And from what I do know about you, Mayor, you don't want to do it that way.
Right.
And so I was more worried about what I was seeing behind the scenes than maybe reality. So you can correct me and I'll stand corrected and won't worry about this again. But I don't want that to become the way things are done.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Right.
so I'm good. And now we can talk about the issues now that I let my the ancillary things we discussed. Is that
I'm
okay,
the same
Mayor?
way, yeah, we're all on the same team, and I just want to be also be included so that we can, work together.
Right, and that is the intent, that's the way it will be going forward. This has just been on such.
Yeah, it's on a short burner. It's a short fuse. I get it.
And what's been driving the timeline is just, okay, you get elected, we've got all these different issues, just normal issues. But to me, the biggest issue is the State Street Master Plan, and that we've got to get that right, because we have this moratorium that's coming off. We went through that all yesterday. That was extremely.
Although we made phenomenal headway on that yesterday.
We made great headway.
Yeah.
So we're in a very good spot that way, which takes a lot of pressure off. And we've got, pretty much the best way to sum up what you're going to see out of me is when I ran, I didn't run for any reason except to make Orem better. And so the things that I campaigned on are what you can expect out of me.
Hopefully that's true of all of us in the town, as well as the employees.
Right. So anyway, but I agree completely with what you're saying. That is my intent.
Okay, great.
So as far as what we've got right now is we've got 5 resolutions. Some of them, I don't know where you want to start with the easy ones first?
Sure.
The only one I had real problems with is the cronyism. We're going to pick someone without posting a job, without interviewing other candidates. We already have a person selected. I don't think we ought to be engaged in any of that. We ought to post a position. If we have a time need that we need some of this person's skills, who I don't know from Adam, we can hire him as a consultant in the short term. But even consultants normally are, hey, we have an open bid like we're going to with the architects.
Right.
Who are we going to hire? Okay, we get 3 bids in. That's normally how we have to do things in state government. I didn't know if we could legally short-circuit that method.
Yeah, my understanding is that we can.
Okay, I don't know that.
That's just what I've been told, and they've decided different things and all the rest. And this is not a normal thing that we would do on a short timetable, but we're not in a normal situation. And so, I've been involved in those government processes. I've got the island of Samoa that started an RFP process 2 years ago.
Right.
And we're still going through it, And so, but this is a pressing issue. This is something we need to address right now.
And can you explain the pros and cons of this legal? I'm not sure why it's even necessary.
My question also on that is why we're.
And why is this pressing?
Why is it necessary? I didn't get the document until the morning yesterday morning.
Yeah.
I really haven't had a chance to dive into it. But for me, and I'd love to hear why we're doing it. Because for me it feels like, I don't know. Well, I'll let you explain why we're doing it, and then that'll make sense.
Okay. Sure. And so I'm guessing you're all talking about the
first one, the legal.
Yeah, just creating, essentially in simplistic form, having the city council have legal representation.
Right.
That's really all we're talking about is,
And that's been talked about before in this body.
Yeah, and this, just like Provo does.
Yeah.
Provo's got the city council has their own legal representation, the mayor's office has legal representation. It's something that's supported in the Constitution, Utah State Constitution, that if we want legal representation, we can have it.
Is this person an attorney?
Yeah. So the person that I'm talking to, and the whole reason for, taking the fast track on it is just because I've talked to this person about the concerns that we have, what we're trying to accomplish, where we're at, and they are very capable of proportion for making that happen.
Are you feeling like this council hasn't had because we've had good relationships with, Steve, Heather, I can call them, and I haven't felt like they haven't represented it or been responsive to me. So I guess I'm wondering, where do you see the gap?
Well, and there's other people that feel like there has been a gap as far as there's other people from people I've talked to that have had a concern about the city wants to do something one way, the council wants to do something another way, and the city attorneys are more, they're not supposed to be in theory, they're supposed to be representing both sides, but they're more directly aligned with the city than they are the city council necessarily. And where that goes to is essentially we have no control, no allegiance, no anything to, from a financial standpoint, to the city attorney. The city attorneys go under Jamie, and he's their boss. And so that, I mean, if you want to just take everything out of it, if there was any questions of we want something versus the city management wants something.
But couldn't we just hire outside attorneys at our own discretion without having to create an office? Can we say, okay, on this issue, we'd like to get outside counsel and then pay a 10 or 20,000, retainer? I guess I'm wondering why can't we do that if we don't feel like we're getting represented?
We can. We just have. I mean, one of the key issues we've got right now in front of us is this lawsuit by Right Development, and it's coming against the city, and the city council as well. And there's a huge question as to whether the moratorium is legal or not. From a city council perspective, we want to make sure that we've got full representation.
But I think we have hired outside counsel on that. Am I wrong?
No, we have.
Right, but we're not really in the loop of driving that relationship with that outside counsel.
So you just want more communication with them? Or more part of picking what the outside counsel was? I guess I'm trying to figure out where the breakdown is.
I want to make sure that we've got, from a city council perspective, as opposed to a city perspective, I want to make sure that we fully understand all the legal issues and that we're using every legal avenue, in this case, to beat this lawsuit. And that's just one piece.
And is this a full-time post you're suggesting?
Yeah, this would be a full-time post. And they wouldn't just do this, they would do other things to represent us. There would be different issues that come before the city. We'd be involved in the posting of what goes in the city council meetings. I mean, we can run through them if you'd like, as far as there's a dozen different things that would be part of this legal counsel's responsibility. That's all kind of being meshed up with the city attorney, because there was some overlap and some different things, and so they're trying to figure out how that would best work.
Can I make a comment about
Yeah.
that? So the 400 West, 1600 North issue, I think it's tough if you're the legal counsel for the city, Jamie's your boss, and you've got the guys from the planning and from development giving you directions on what the background and how we'd like to have things go. And there was some miscommunication going on. It would be really nice to have someone say from the city council side, let me go talk to them because actually that's not state law, or actually that's not code. I'm a part-timer. I don't know what the code is. I don't have anybody saying, Terry, let me give you another opinion about this. The development office is talking to the city attorney, and that's what you're hearing. But that for me would be really helpful, where they're not beholden to anybody. It's not like I just like a second set of ears, and even the right development would be another one where we have the attorneys we would hire would be ones that always represent cities and these kind of things. I'd like to have someone else look at that and say, here's something else. I think that's well worth it for me just to.
I'm questioning whether it's a full-time need or some retainer need.
Yeah.
I don't know the amount of need, and I hate to hire a full-time employee before I would rather have a rent to own, a rent and see if we put this, assuming I don't know this man from Adam. If he walked in, I don't know. So
Right.
I have no allegiance to him or opposition to him.
Right, and I just met him.
But
7 weeks ago.
So is he a 4-year? Are we signing a 4-year contract with him, or is it?
No, to Tom's concern, what we've talked to him about, if he were to do it, is to do a 6-month contract or a 6 month.
As an employer or consultant?
He'd be an employee. So a 6-month contract, where he would, we could probably structure it as a consultant as well, but it would be a 6-month contract for him to take this role with the city council. At the end of the 6 months, we would vote as a city council, have a conversation, decide, does this add value? Is this worth it? Is there a better way to do it? We'd have that conversation, and then we decide whether or not to renew that contract.
I'd be much more okay with a contract versus an employment, given how much employment is often harder to unwind versus an X-month contract at X dollars a month, etc.
I don't know if Jamie would know more than I would, but I don't know if it would be that hard to unwind if we set it up that way as the initial contract. that,
And I don't want to step in the middle of this conversation, but since it does dramatically impact me and impact my staff, are you okay if I make a couple of comments?
yeah,
So, obviously, I learned about this on Thursday, and the relationship I have with Mayor Young is quite limited, but he has been good to work with, responsive. My intent is not to do anything but continue to build trust with him. And as I've been pondering in recent days, the last couple of days, what this is about, I really think it's about trust. I really think that at the core of this is you are looking for a trusted advisor as a council, and you're looking for somebody who can provide you advice and feedback like Terry is talking about that is not, as has been potentially suggested, not jaded by the relationship they have with me or jaded by whatever. My biggest concern with this discussion is I think you should have that advisor. Previously, staff and our city attorney's office, I thought had a trusted relationship with you. In fact, that's their biggest concern is they're wondering, I don't understand why we need to have this additional person. I thought they trusted us, and so now we're in this spot. But I don't disagree with you needing to have somebody that you can bounce stuff off of. But I think the scope of what we're talking about here is well beyond that. I think the scope blurs lines between the duties and responsibilities of this office of legislative counsel and the office of the city attorney and who has jurisdiction and responsibility. Me personally, when I look at it from the perspective of a provision in here that says that, the city manager is directed to send each city council member the schedule of city meetings called or attended by the city manager. The mayor and members of the city council and director are permitted to attend any city administration meetings. And I'm thinking to myself, well, does that mean I have a chaperone everywhere I go? Does that mean that I have to let everybody know of, do you sit in on the meetings with my department directors on a weekly basis? If I have a meeting with somebody outside the city, do I need to notify you of that? To me, the message being sent is you don't trust me and you don't trust our staff.
so let me back into that.
And I want to, and if I may just finish my thought. And the last thing is, if we want to do this, then let's take time to do it right and let's hire the right person. With all due respect, Mayor, Mr. Riddle has no qualifications. He's never done anything associated with local government law. Although he asserts that this is something that we can legally do, we haven't even had the time to research it. And frankly, I would put the opinions and the experience of our legal team at a greater strength than Mr. Riddle, because I don't think he's qualified to do what is in this specific office. And so if it's about trust, then please give us as staff an opportunity to earn your trust. For two of you, you're 5 days into this experience. We want to do you a good job. We're not trying to keep stuff from you. If you want a trusted advisor and you want outside counsel and somebody you can bounce ideas off of, I understand that. But trying to create a different form of government within the existing form of government, that to me is a challenge. It blurs all sorts of administrative and legislative lines. But that's my thought here.
Okay. As far as something like that part that you read about the city meetings or whatever, that's an example of a more convoluted than it needs to be statement, right? The essence of that was, and this came from, like I said, I haven't been in this, but it came from people wanting to be city councilors, the mayor, wanting to be involved in the city executive meeting. And not even be involved, but just come to the meeting, be a fly on the wall, just being more aware of what's going on in the city. And I'm being denied that opportunity in the past. And so when this was written up, it's more expansive than that. It doesn't need to, the way I was reading that was, they wanted you just to define, these are some of the executive meetings that are out there, and not like on every week or every month, but like, on an annual basis. These are like standard meetings, like an executive council meeting or whatever.
And I provide, for a number of years, I provide a weekly update as to what we've been doing, and a good number of the things that are in there are the very conversations we're having. I'm happy to send all of you a copy of the weekly agenda that we have, so that you can actually see, okay, these are the things that we talked about. And
so the goal, however it's worded, however it's set up, is to have the opportunity to have members of the city council or the mayor be involved in those meetings, if they would like to be. So
the reason that I look at something like that, the awkwardness of that is, if we're in a meeting, and I've worked in 3 forms of government in the state, but when you have the mayor and you have a city council member walk into an administrative meeting, the dynamic of that meeting changes from the perspective of, well, who are we taking direction from now? Are we taking direction from the city council, or are we taking direction from the city manager? Well, the answer is yes. You're taking direction from the city council, but it's through the city manager. And so that's to some degree why we keep those lines separate. If you want to come and attend a city council meeting on occasion, or excuse me, a city staff meeting on occasion, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, you're welcome to come.
Yeah, that's all we're really talking about.
But are there notes taken? I mean,
we have not taken notes. Actually, I've thought about taking notes and making them available. They're more informal. It's not a meeting that is required to be a public meeting because it's an internal staff meeting.
Right.
But I mean, we could put together a series of minutes from the meetings.
And I'm not even saying, I'm saying that person, if they were to come, they would have really, from my
That's more information, what you think.
Yeah, they would not have the right to be interjecting into that meeting, talking in that meeting. They'd just be like a fly on the wall, seeing what's going on.
I mean, I just do it.
Just when I was first elected, there was a compensation meeting with the police. And one of the policemen called and said, "Would you come to this meeting?" I don't know if you remember, because
I do.
You walked in, you're going, "What the heck is he doing?" Anyway, you didn't say that. I was sitting on the front row.
I was surprised to see you there because it was an administrative meeting. So yeah.
But you know what? It was interesting. And as you remember, I said nothing. I didn't have anything to say. I was just sitting there observing it's really cool for me to be with all our first responders, all our police. And I got several calls about that, thanking me for coming. I didn't say anything. It was just a show of support. It's just a member of the city council sitting in that meeting, listening to the presentation you gave on income salaries. And so I thought, you know what, I think that was a good thing. It was just good to see their support from, there is support from the city council. They are involved. They are aware of what's going on. It's just not like they go sit up on their little stand every 2 weeks and they don't care. So I thought that was beneficial. And again, I didn't have any critique of what you said. I didn't have. I just was there for support. Support for you. Support for the representative from the city council. So I think that's more what I feel out of 10 is. I mean, if someone's sitting in on the water board meeting, I think they would probably appreciate it. Say, "Wow, thanks Tom for coming," even though Tom didn't do anything.
But I think part of, at least the way I've read it, Mayor, it comes down to trust. And I think that there are several of you that don't trust staff, that don't trust me. And I obviously would like an opportunity, we as staff would like an opportunity to earn that trust and to show you in direct ways that this is not an us versus them, this is us collectively. And we want to represent the interests of the city. However you may disagree with what the legal department has done as it relates to the issues associated with State Street, everything that they said would happen has happened. So the advice that they gave you, while I don't necessarily love all of it, it is pretty consistent, and they're representing the interests of the law. And if you told them, like you did, let's impose the moratorium, even though the recommendation was we don't think it's something legally that can be appropriately defended.
This is still being recorded.
Yes.
Because we're talking legal now and we just
Oh.
mentioned it. You know,
But-
that's our concern.
But they went forward, and Steve drafted what I think was a very good response.
Yeah.
So, and from my perspective, I feel like, and I don't know what the rules are with recording, so I don't know if I should say anything. I feel like we absolutely are on the right side of the moratorium, and I believe that we can be that legally. And so I don't want to walk into court with any attorney that has any doubts. You know what I mean?
Well, then, I guess my request of you is let's set up a time for you to go up to Salt Lake or to meet with these attorneys and with our attorneys and to lay out, okay, this is what we think are the strengths of the case, this is what we think are the weaknesses of the case, or we can schedule a closed-door meeting at a city council meeting, we can bring them down here, and they can walk you through where they are. They're more than willing to do that.
This is the outside staff that we.
Yes,
Council,
this is
yeah.
Snow? Is
Snow
it Snow?
Christensen and Martineau,
But-
yeah.
I
So-
guess, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. But this man, if I'm looking at the right Mr. Riddle from Lehigh, ran for mayor, right? He's primarily done multi-level marketing. He's also worked with Comcast, but I don't see anything for government work that he's done. Is that a fair assessment from what I'm looking at? I've spent the better part of 3 minutes Googling him, you know, so.
No, he's a high-level attorney.
Yeah, oh, I know that. It just hasn't been, I'm not questioning
Well, but
high
you're
level. It's
saying
been,
multi-level marketing.
well, that's where
is
he's
just on
focused most of his practice on.
No, that's where his legal practice is.
That's what his legal practice has been in. 10 years in direct sales industry, former general counsel to 2 network marketing companies, formal double dimer earner in Latin America, so he's also practiced multi-level. Nothing. I'm not judging that. It's just that he doesn't have a whole bunch of government law. And, you know, I'd rather have someone from Snow Christensen advising you directly, or X firm that has a lot of, or Brady Brammer who does a bunch of legal work for communities. I mean, there's other people that do this that
Right.
I would feel better about.
And so the issue is, as far as legal representation, and this is something we can work through, as far as legal representation, if we outsource it to a law firm downtown or whatever, I mean, we're probably going to pay
X dollars, yeah, more dollars, yeah.
We'll probably for 1/6 of what we would be charged over 6 months as a contract employee. That's what we do.
What's his rate?
His normal rate's right at $3.50 an hour.
And what's he thinking about if he does a 6-month contract with us?
He would be right in between the 2 attorneys in the city as far
As far as compensation,
As far as compensation.
130, 40, 50,000 a year-ish, half of that, 75 grand or something. Gotcha.
So, and essentially, as I mentioned, it would be a 6-month contract.
Yeah.
Where we could basically we're walking into uncharted territory, and so it'd be a way that we can get these questions answered over the course of 6 months. If it adds value, if it doesn't add value, if it's necessary, if it's not necessary.
Then we gamble next dollars, is what
That's right.
I think you're saying.
Right.
Well, and I've been managed lawsuits for State Farm, and, you know, you can get all kinds of legal opinions and legal perspectives, you know, so I don't see a problem with having a second opinion on things.
No, and I don't either, and I agree. And as we were talking a couple of days ago, some of the bigger concerns I have is language like represent the city, the mayor, and the city council in filed or threatened litigation relating to legislative matters, zoning, development, city ordinances, including the defense and resolution of such claims. Well, that's why we have a city attorney's office. And I have city attorneys that are focused in on property matters. I have city attorneys that are focused in on grandma issues, and not to mention the fact that we have 2 city prosecutors who are public, that are focused in on criminal. So when there's a matter of litigation, then in the short term, who's going to manage that? Is that going to be this Office of Legislative Counsel, or is it going to be the city attorney's office? Assist with the, like provide advice as to zoning changes, development agreements, the Orem City Master Plan, the State Street Master Plan.
I'm okay with the advice. You want a trusted advisor. I understand that, but it's words like representing or having jurisdiction over that I think are problematic. That's where I think it blurs the lines. And the mayor has talked with me and said, hey, this can be an iterative process. We can make tweaks and adjustments, and I'm fine with that. I just have a whole bunch of city attorneys up in the city attorney's office who are going to say, well, drafting an ordinance, that's not my job. According to this, that's now this new person's job. Or we need to draft a resolution for Utah Lake. Well, technically, that's not my job anymore. That's this guy's job.
Right.
And that's what I want to avoid.
Right, and the way this should play out is that they work together in conjunction and matters that are of a legislative, I mean, we're the legislative body, so matters that are related to that, you'll be more directly involved in, everything with the executive office.
And
the city attorney would be involved with, but there would be crossover. There'd be plenty of times when, he would work with the city attorneys collaboratively.
But
so they shouldn't be on the opposite team.
Yeah, I mean, if there's an understanding because Steve was here yesterday. Steve he's our land use attorney. He drafts the amendments to the State Street Master Plan. If this individual wants to review them as your advisor, by all means.
And that's what it would
let's do it.
He would not replace the land use attorney. He would just be an advisor looking over.
But, prepare and submit to the city council on an ongoing basis a compilation, revision, or codification of municipal ordinances. I mean, that's what we have the city attorney's office do. That's what Heather did last year when, in fact, we do it every year. We go through all the ordinances and we update them. And so again, I'm not suggesting that it's inappropriate for you to have a trusted advisor, somebody you can turn to. I'm looking at the mechanics and logistics of it and trying to figure out, okay, how does everybody stay in their lanes, and how do I manage an organization where, for example, somebody else is here and saying, well, that's kind of my lane, and you can't jump into my lane.
So, and what would happen if if this advisor came to us as mayor and council and had a recommendation or multiple recommendations that we didn't agree with, or that we were split on?
Yeah.
Then we'd go with the majority?
You're right.
Yeah.
Right. He's just the idea is he's giving you more insight and giving you the information, doing a deeper dive in the research of it, and then we're making our decision based on, what we found out and additional information.
Or if we completely disagreed with what he's saying, and obviously we'd go with that.
He wouldn't have a vote. He would just be an advisor.
Right.
Mayor, if I may, my hand's over here.
Yes, sorry.
The idea of having, this guy's a bargain right now because he's in between years. He was going to maybe be Lehigh mayor. He had cleaned up his work, so he has time to dedicate. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment.
And willing to take it at, let's face it, a bargain rate from someone who's been practicing law, right?
Right.
So I'm probably more concerned about how much words we put into the resolution that may cause conflict in Jamie's world than I am in hiring this person for a short-term basis. Okay? Whether it's easier to dot the I's and cross the T's on a consultant versus employment. If he needs health insurance or something, I don't have a big deal with that. We can work that out with our HR director. But I would like to be more clear. The resolutions seem to be oversweeping and maybe causing conflict, which I didn't know about till Jamie's just talking about here, and I want to avoid that.
Yeah.
But as a new council and with a mayor with a new idea, I'm willing to bet 75 grand on the mayor and his new idea. I want to make sure that we don't cause a degree of distrust and concern, and having him, it's a him so I can say he or she, since we're not going to bid on the general. I'm okay with him going in and taking counsel primarily from you, although he works for all 7 of us, if I understand correctly. But you have more, you've taken a little more time dedicating to this, and we are all part-time people. Even you are not full-time. You have a day job, you have other things you do. So I'm more concerned about what the resolutions might be saying to our staff and to the outside world. So if we can clean those issues up and make it a much more simple document, I think I could be supportive of you. not because I'm all in favor of this, but because I'm wanting to do all I can to support you in this new role, Mayor.
Yeah.
Well, and do we even need a resolution? Why can't we just?
That's what I wonder, if we could make something a little more simple, that we hire this person and have a much more simple consulting agreement. And, I mean, I'm willing to try on the new gym shoes, even though I've had these kind of hair for 10 years, and I've learned to run and do them. But if you want us to all wear Nikes for a little while, I'll wear Nikes with you to support you.
Yeah.
If you want us to all wear New Balance, I'll do that for a while.
Yeah.
But I think some of these resolutions may be a little overreaching that would cause me to not likely vote in favor of them.
Okay.
But if we can clean this up, and I think most of the time, like today, we work towards a new building. And if you would have told Terry and I 3 months ago we would have had a 7-0 vote on that, I think Terry and I would have both thrown the flag. Right, Terry? Is that good? Yeah. And Jeff too, perhaps. And so I don't mean to exclude anyone, but I think Terry and I were pretty vocal. There was no way I was voting in favor of this. But we got the information, presented in such a way, supported by staff, versus, you know, the cocktail napkin, here, see, we can afford it, and that never gave me the comfort level I needed to vote yes.
For sure.
So if you're willing to back down on the resolutions and make them more simple, or a consulting agreement, not that we need to keep Jamie and his staff happy, but I don't want to unnecessarily throw salt into their wounds or cause waves that we don't need them to have.
Right.
If we can make that simpler, and we bet on this for 6 months, not that you need my vote, it sounds like you already have votes, but in a way of working together, I could be supportive, and you might walk out of this with a 7-0 vote and a more harmonious step forward.
Right.
Now, I've said all I need because I don't think you need my vote, and you can say, hey, we're going to go Provo way, 4 no more, and you'll be able to do that.
Right.
But those are my concerns as I read through some of these resolutions, as I see a man with limited experience in our world, but plenty of legal experience. So I'm not questioning that. Anyway, I've overspoken, but that's my thoughts. Did you gather all that? And I hope you feel support, Mayor, not opposition.
Yeah, I totally appreciate that, and that would be my intent as well. That, I mean, like I said,
You spent a whole week on these resolutions.
Right, exactly. So this is not a 3-month project. And so what we talked about in our meeting was Jesse and Heather were supposed to be communicating back and forth and trying to clean this up to something that wouldn't work.
To simple, hopefully 1, 2, or 3 page document and done.
Yeah, just to simplify it and.
Well, and I don't know.
And then the other thing we talked about in that meeting was to simplify this, get it more like what you're talking about, but then also understand that we may have to tweak it as we go along. So it is, and some of the things that are driving this right now, you know, may not be an issue in 6 months. But right now.
It may give Jamie and his staff time to prove trust.
Yeah.
That Jamie's looking at.
Right.
But we're going to trust but verify, I think, is the old saying, right?
Thank you, Ronald.
My first presidential vote.
Yeah, I appreciate everything you're saying and agree with
And again, I'm supportive. I understand. I've lived in enough circumstances where we face a leader and we sustain, right? To use analogies that we might not use in city government. But I want to be supportive of the overall idea, but not this level of detail.
Okay.
Okay.
And I would also be comfortable with Tom. I feel like I'm willing to give it a try with less burdensome, you know, make it a little more loose, and someone who can give us some feedback, which I think is valuable. But I do have sensitivity to our attorneys. I've called them numerous times. Can you explain this to me? And so I feel a lot of trust with them, and I've never felt like they've ever done anything that they were trying to convince me or sugarcoat. I mean, there's always been a give and take, and someone like Steve, I mean, I've called him a million times about this issue or that issue, and I appreciate his 20 plus years with land use, and so, like I say, if we want to have someone that gives us a second opinion, a fresh perspective, I'm okay with that. But I do hesitate on an employee and someone who's going to come in and, you know, shake it all up. I think in consultant, someone who can bounce ideas, I'm more comfortable with that.
Okay, and the only reason we're going on the employee/consultant path is because it's much less expensive than to do it on an outsourced basis.
And I'm okay with that as long as Carrie, Sorry. As Carrie tells us, yeah, this is a 6-month contract, and we hire people in other worlds where you know up front it's a short-term deal.
Right, right.
Then we don't have someone saying, well, you told me I'd work here forever and get, you know.
And that's the intent would be that probably 5 months in, we would have this conversation.
Reevaluate and renew again.
Is that a good idea or not? So,
And are we pulling this from general funds or some of our contingencies? I mean, I don't know where the money's coming from.
Well, I haven't had a chance to sit down and figure that out.
Will we take brownies and cokes because
We got a few.
we have a few, right? And those brownies are worth a lot, aren't they, Terry?
They're good, but they're not that good.
So,
I mean, I'm happy to do the legwork on that and to figure out costs. I do, Mayor, from what I understand, you're okay if Heather were to go in and to focus on this individual being an advisor to the mayor, an independent advisor to the mayor and city council, and to have this kind of job description reflect that, rather than some of the language in here where we talk about, like I said, the idea with representing the city or representing them in lawsuit, more the language of assist, advise, provide advice, provide legal counsel. Rather than provide legal counsel, could we say provide counsel and support to the mayor, city council, city boards, commissions, committees? So there's not a suggestion as to, no, he's the legal representative of the city, but he's an advisor to the mayor and city council.
no,
Is that fair?
yeah, no, that's, it's the office of legislative council, so it's.
I mean, could we
Council for the
package it as a, and I don't know if this is the appropriate term, but a deputy mayor or a special advisor to the mayor and city council, or senior advisor to the mayor and city council.
You probably don't need an office of this, probably just a.
I don't know if that's
I don't know.
I'm comfortable as a senior advisor. That sounds like it gives this man some power.
I think that's the key, really, is whatever.
Establish
has
some
to
legitimacy.
Establish legitimacy
Right,
between
so
the staff and forum,
So if he needs to
and
talk
between the
with,
resident.
the city attorney, the Steve attorney, anything he needs to work with them needs to be facilitated.
With the understanding that he would be under your supervision as the mayor, with the support of the city council. So
everything would be with advice.
He would be on the legislative side of the discussion.
Yep.
So he works for us and.
He does,
And
or he
he would
would.
report to us and we would be the evaluators, we'd be the person.
As Jamie does, with Jamie's primary contact being you.
Right.
But you can't tell Jamie what to do that diverts away from the majority of the council.
Right. It's just really a way to solve, as far as, like you say, with that form of government,
Or
you're responsible mayor and city council, but then you're.
But for example, given your busy schedule, I mean, maybe the very regular contact that I have is with this individual, and then with you as well when time allows.
Yeah. Right.
So it's not I always need to talk directly with you, but I can talk to an individual who says, this is what we got coming down the line. Can you please let the council know? Can you please let Mayor Young know that this is an issue? To hopefully avoid some of what Terry and Lene, we were talking about, for example, with police compensation, so that you feel like you're in the know.
Right. It's just a way to more tightly integrate everything. But. Any other questions about that?
I just want to say one more thing about that. Thank you you've obviously put some thought into this. And so thank you for being proactive in bringing this together. I wish, and not to backtrack, but I felt bad that I almost felt a little blindsided.
Mm-hmm.
The way that it happened, and with my schedule, my work schedule, because I'm a full-time guy too, working, I wasn't able to really dive into it ahead of time. But I just want to say thank you for being proactive in doing that. And I just want to echo also that my personal experience with Steve and Heather has been nothing but professional. I've heard things that other people have said. That has not been my experience. And so for me, it's almost like someone's coming in and, I've been dating this really cute girl that I really like, and then someone comes along and says, well, you shouldn't date her anymore because I've got somebody better. And I really like the relationships that I have. So that was my comment to you, is I feel like this could be divisive, but I feel like what we're talking about now, if we're all in harmony with this, I feel like it could be a good thing, and like you're saying, bring and build that trust so that, we move forward in a very positive way. But I've always appreciated the opportunity to call Steve, because there's a lot of legal issues that I don't understand, in fact, most legal issues. And he and Heather both have been very willing to take their time to express and to give it to me in layman's terms, pros and cons. And so I've been very grateful, not only them, but every member of the staff, because there are so many things that I don't understand, and there's always been some good for that. So, having said all of that, I can support what you recommend in this regard.
Do we need a new resolution that would be different than?
Yeah, that's what
We're
Jay
gonna
said,
change
bring it up based on.
Okay, so we would see that Monday?
Tuesday?
The resolution is you're doing 5.
Well, there's 5, and we can back up on some of them.
But one would affect 2.
Right.
The other ones are separate.
They can be independent. Well, there is the planning commission one I'd like to get through.
No, but I mean, that's I don't think that's directly tied into 1 and 2.
No.
It's more of a separate issue, so.
Right, and it is a separate issue, but as far as passing them, we would do 1, 2, and 3 initially, and then we could hold off and do 4 and 5 over the next few weeks. And what they are, just to give you ideas, I mean, we've got maps of the legislative council, that's the main thing we've been talking about.
Can I say one thing? I just want to say I never saw that intent in this. I never saw it as a divisive intent. So I've never felt anything understanding towards any of our city attorneys. In fact, it was almost an augmentation and a second verification or opinion or understanding or viewpoint on some of these major issues that we're dealing with.
And as Mayor would attest, the initial conversation was met with
resistance.
I think
I don't know how you present it though with that. That is going to be the initial, right?
In fairness, it doesn't matter how we think it feels, it matters how they think it feels.
Right, and that's why you talk about things, right?
Yep.
So.
Because there's no one smarter than all of us.
Right. It seems to me though, I was going to say, I think after everything settles down, if I was the city attorney, I wouldn't mind another. With the stuff we have going, I don't want to say it on a recorded line, but we have some issues with some big developers on State Street currently, future development, and I would love to say, what do you think?
Well, and I guess I would represent to you that I think that's how this kind of position could be used.
Yeah.
Because they would approach, our attorneys are going to approach it from one perspective. This advisor would potentially approach it from a different perspective, and he may say, well, yeah, Steve or Heather or Jamie, have you thought about it from this perspective? Well, no, I haven't necessarily thought. So I think that collaboration could actually be very, very helpful.
Yeah, I agree. And the 75 grand you're talking, or whatever, I think we take that because we're talking millions and millions of dollars worth of property and developments and major decisions, that litigation, and so, yeah.
Well, you won't work that cheap, will you, Terry?
Oh, 75?
Yeah.
A day? Or?
An hour. Well, we are already.
Carrie just told me I'm making 15 cents an hour at this job. She's like, yeah.
How come she's getting more?
Yeah, how'd you get that? That's a cost of living adjustment.
If we go back to the 1600 North and they had their legal counsel, and in the council meeting, I asked him, Dan McDonald, his perspective, the legal counsel they had from...
Oh, the gentleman in the audience?
And Heather Schreiber jumped down my throat saying, we have 24 years experience. I'm thinking, I just try to need another opinion. So that's the whole thing. I mean...
Yeah, and I respected her comment then, but I'm happy with getting another opinion from someone who's still on our side. That guy's opinion wasn't on our side.
Well, but we were on their side.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna differ with you on that one.
That's
we'll talk
okay.
about
But
that.
That's fine. So that's why, I mean, it's
They
not that
weren't
we don't have
hired by
trust.
Orem City. This person would be.
So,
I know.
and I think the message would be saying that, you know, look, this is somebody that we are asking you to work with. So it's very clear at the onset that this is what his role
That's
is.
right.
This is what the expectation is. That night in the council meeting, she was probably not expecting that, and so she was probably taken back.
Playing defense.
Point taken there.
And I look at it, and I look at this, and I know we haven't always agreed on everything, but I read this and I think to myself, well, I guess they don't need me anymore, because a lot of what I do here is here, and that's the way I took it as well. So this is a very emotional time I will represent, and elections are never easy, and people say and do and hear a lot of things, and I think it serves to undermine trust. And my hope is that we can earn Councilmember Millett and Mayor Young and all of you. I hope we can continue to earn your trust as staff, because we want nothing but the best for the city, and I know that means that we're not always going to agree, but at the end of the day, we work for you, and we represent your interests. And, you know, Dave and I were talking just briefly about
What did you say, Dave?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Spencer.
David.
We were talking about his cars in his driveway, and in fact, we do have an ordinance in it. And there was a time where it was probably an issue that somebody wrote that into the ordinance, and now he has concerns, and we're going to work towards changing it. And I didn't say, well, hell no, we're not changing it. But it's an iterative process, and it's something that I hope we can continue to do.
And I think on the trust thing is, just my opinion over the 8 years is, I think we're given this much information, and we pass something, and then the city's like, well, talk to the city council, they passed it. I'm like, you guys set this up.
And that's not the appropriate.
Right, and that's
not the
my
appropriate
thing.
path.
It's just like with the 600 North, I'm thinking, you know what? Jason, you need to come clean and give us all the freaking information instead of this much. You know, don't lead us down this path. That pisses me off because it makes us look bad. Give me the information and I'm good. So I think this is just, it's a 6-month thing. Let's try it. If it doesn't work, it's over, right? We move on. But I just think...
I don't think we should be pushing each other under a bus.
Absolutely.
No.
Jason or us or anyone else.
Yeah, or me to you, you to me, Jason to you.
Your executive meetings, Mayor Brunt said, he wasn't allowed to go to your executive meetings. I don't know why. But my thing is, if we can get information from development services, somebody's putting in an application or they know something, maybe we can get ahead of it instead of, now they filed an application and we can't get in front of it. I mean, we should know, when you guys know something, we should know it. Period. You know, I mean, if it's a development or whatever, I mean, and who knows what the city or development staff was doing behind the backs to get this development going. I have no idea. But if they were doing something that's wrong, because they wanted to push that agenda to have high density on State Street. So we know that.
I don't think it was an agenda. I think it was, they were approached by a developer, and they said, this is the plan, this is what you need to do.
But how long ago was that approach? We should have been, hey, there might be something, we could have already stopped it, and it would have been a lawsuit, right? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. But just more information, probably the better, instead of give us this much and we feel good about ourselves.
In truth, you give us a heck of a write-up every week about what's going on in there.
And I read every word.
You're good. Some of us don't. There's a lot of information. And so part of the challenge of being on a board, again, for getting into the corporate world, is you don't find out that postage is going to be $2,400. You find out that some big thing's happening, and it's hard to know which little thing's going to turn into a big thing. So
Well,
I
then
think,
that's on us for not setting our responsibilities that are.
but they
our
sent out this
responsibility.
weekly report that you can go into as much detail as you want. It's just hard to sift through which one of these are an extra roll of toilet paper versus which one of these could blow up into a lawsuit or.
But I do agree with you, Dave Spencer. I do agree that we need to respectfully work together and communicate and be open with each other. And I think there has been some fear and apprehension, because during this whole 1600 North Forest West discussion, for example, it's
Not been smooth water.
no, it's not been smooth, and staff feels beat up and bruised, and they don't want to share anything because they don't want to get beat up again. That doesn't mean they're trying to hide things, but it's been a rough ride.
Okay, I'm gonna add for residents too in there.
And residents, all parties.
10 months of my life.
All parties.
Right, you know, and that's.
Hey, you're making more than when you were a resident.
And I will,
Same cost,
you know,
now 13 cents an hour.
Lene and I have had a number of conversations about 1600 North, for example, and as I've talked with her, I've better come to appreciate what she was grappling with from her side of the fence as a resident, a neighbor, somebody who's directly tied into the neighborhood, much different than me as a manager on the other side of the fence. So we need more of that. And I think we can get there. And I think that there is an opportunity with this position to improve the back and forth.
Well, I feel like the conversation that we had yesterday, the dialogue that we had yesterday was huge. Between Jason, Ryan, everyone, legal, and
Including a couple
and citizens. And I don't know who this person was, but it was
That's Lene.
Keep rattling.
Well, not this person.
Jill.
Anyway, I felt like that was probably one of the best discussions that we've had regarding the State Street Master Plan, zoning, and pretty much anything else. It felt really good.
Okay, good information.
And the other thing that maybe I'd suggest is, and I'm not trying to fill your calendars, but maybe we need to do more of this, not in the same Zermatt type of format, but maybe we need, instead of a council meeting on a Tuesday,
Do a Saturday morning work session.
do a work session and allow you an opportunity to say, look, I'm really concerned about this, or I want to see us move the needle here.
With brownies and
drinks. I think that would be
with brownies and drinks.
I'll bring the brownies.
These are good.
I think that would be great, but also, like Dave was saying earlier, maybe even that, they can say, hey, here are some things that are in the pipeline, just so that you're aware of them, so that.
So when you start
we're
getting the
kind of
emails, you're ready, yeah.
Yeah, we know what's
Because
going on.
in the past, when we first got on, I said, I'd like to have information before the agenda comes out on Friday, and then we have 3 days to go talk to people. We need to have something pre, and then that's when we moved the study session from 3 to 3 o'clock. I'm thinking that wasn't my intent, but Brent didn't want to have another meeting or whatever. So I have no problem having a meeting anytime if it can move us forward and we're all on the same page and we get the information we want. I mean, the one thing with the development services is, they make a zone change or what for State Street, and it's like, who's it benefiting? So now I have to ask, why are we doing this? Who's it benefiting? Is it a contractor we're trying to make it better? That's the kind of information he should be giving us, like the pros and cons.
And I'm just gonna say this, there was an ordinance that was passed in February last year that was directly written up for a development up in my area because it would have crossed the core and the edge zone, and so they recognized some deficiencies in the State Street Master Plan. But that was not identified. How did you become aware that this ordinance needed to be, well, we just thought that this would happen? No, the response should have been, this proposal was made and this is why we're doing it. Because actually you're creating an ordinance for an individual, for their development project.
Yeah.
And to me, that's inappropriate unless you disclose that.
I don't remember that, but I do think that you're right, that if we are going to amend let's say the ordinance, then we give you the history, because oftentimes when we do have these conversations and we do amend things, it's to accommodate a specific.
Yeah, and I can understand that in some instances, but it needs to be disclosed, isn't it?
So on these, so they're gonna tweak them, make it more friendly on all 5, or we're not, what's the plans? I don't.
Yeah, essentially Heather's going to communicate with.
So number 1, I think I'll task Heather to kind of work on the first ordinance.
Yeah.
The second
resolution.
It's resolution. The second resolution relates to Mr. Riddle, and the hiring of Mr. Riddle. So I wrote down, Mayor, that this would be a 6-month contract, and he would be essentially a contract employee, eligible for all the same benefits as any other employee.
Yeah.
And that
It'd be a 6-month contract.
6-month contract
Renewable
with an
upon
opportunity
approval of the city
to
council.
renew at council discretion, mayor and council discretion.
Yeah, because if it's not working.
Is that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would like to have limited.
And, yeah,
So you can do that by resolution, or you don't necessarily have to do it by
You don't even
resolution.
need to do a public resolution, do you? Just-
No,
No.
the mayor could execute the contract and
Just
I
hire
don't think you need it.
you would be done.
okay.
And
You probably.
you don't even need a resolution for the first one, but you could have an approved listing of this is what this individual is going to do, and you have a copy of it, and I distribute a copy to staff so they understand this is who this individual is, this is what the mayor and the council have charged him with doing,
Yeah,
and as a result, when he calls and asks questions, and we work with him.
right. Well, and like I say, my vision of this is it would be seamless as far as him working with them. There really wouldn't be, it wouldn't be adversarial, it'd be, they would work together, he can report back to us.
So I don't think they're, in my estimation, and the other thing I don't want to do is we've already had calls from Janelle Pugmire about this, and I don't want this to become an issue.
She's called about what?
How did she get it?
Because they're publicly noticed, and we send the notices to all the newspapers. Yeah.
I got you.
So I would like to say,
Can we continue?
no, not even continue. My recommendation would be, if you all agree, let's create the framework, the job description, the expectations, let's create the contract agreement for work, and let's not have a need for the resolution.
Drop it from the council.
Yeah, drop it from the calendar and say, well, we don't have to do that. Now, you may choose otherwise because you want people to understand that you're now hiring an advisor, and I'm fine with that
I
too.
would prefer to do a resolution on the first one. The second one, I don't think we necessarily need, that's just an employment agreement.
Okay, so we will proceed there.
A modified first resolution.
A resolution, for example, a resolution to establish the position of senior advisor to the mayor and city council. Would that
Senior
work?
legal advisor, do we need that?
No,
I don't want to say legal because then it
Then that.
blurs.
Okay.
And what about the planning commission?
That's the third one.
That's the third one, and I would like to get that one through just because we're in the thick of this.
Yeah, because that one we need to do some changes immediately.
And that would require, I think, a change to the ordinance. So you pass the resolution, and then thereafter would come changes to an ordinance, I think.
What's that timeframe look like?
We would have to notice it, and it would be a public hearing. And I don't honestly know if it needs to go through the planning commission, since it involves the planning commission. I don't think it does. But I would probably say it's probably something that would require 3 to 4 weeks to get done.
So you think it'd take that long?
But at the same time, though, I would represent and pledge to you that
Our advisor
I'm not
is gonna be
gonna-
working.
I'm not gonna, oh, you're talking about the advisor or the planning?
No, the advisor can still be working while
No,
we're working with the plan.
And I understand the direction you're going with the planning commission, and I pledge to you that I won't make appointments to the planning commission, or bring them forward until we get all this worked out.
So can we just do this? That works through its normal, whatever it takes. But in the meantime, we just make those changes, the plan commission with your approval and council's approval? Because then we would have.
What changes are we?
Hey, I don't know the
planning?
changes.
I don't know the details.
No, yeah,
We're just having the plan commission determined by the city council.
Oh, instead of nominated by you.
And basically, we're taking the planning commission, which is more of a legislative position, and we're putting it directly into the city council.
rather than under the city manager. And I don't know statutorily what needs to change to do that.
But in the meantime, you're on hold on announcing.
But in the meantime, I'll represent you, I won't bring any names forward.
Could we place the names that these guys want to put on the planning council? Yeah. I mean, that would have the
Well,
same.
is it
effect.
changing who's
Well,
there now, or waiting till they're,
Well, we're getting ready to get covered.
Well, we're not yet, right? We're not doing that today.
No, we'll do it soon.
But
So what I'm saying is.
no, I get what you're saying, and I
There's
agree.
definitely ideas of where they want to go with through some of on the planning commission, and so they want to have the city council do that. This ordinance would give us the full right to do that. We're saying this is going to take too long, so let's just do it quickly.
Yeah,
So
I don't have a problem with that.
Right?
I do believe there is value in, and as you accept this responsibility, I do believe there is value in getting a cross-section of the community to represent.
So we would be
Planning commission.
reviewing the applications and all of that stuff?
We'll still collect applications, but ultimately it's your decision. So, how you do it?
Which it always was, even though you gave a recommendation, so.
I think changes need to definitely go to the planning commission.
Because right now, it's not a good cross-section. You've got 3 people in the real estate development side.
Transportation.
And, yeah, transportation.
Doesn't know what
So-
CCNR is.
So they were supposed to vote in December on the new chair of the planning commission, and we talked about that, postpone that a month. So we do need to make a change. There's one person who needs to ask not to be renewed. I think we were all in agreement with that before, but that hasn't happened. It's got put on hold during the election and everything. Is that still?
You two are gonna have a
Copper's been there.
conversation.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the case anymore.
He's on the
Planning
planning
commission.
commission, so he was gonna head it, and then if you wanted somebody else to go.
And I'd like to have someone else go with me, so, you know.
So I mean, I can go, but Lene said she go.
Okay. Okay.
I'm fine with you, yeah. And are we gonna get new council assignments? And have the mayor, have you had a chance? Because usually the mayor is giving us a sheet of paper that says where our assignments are.
Right, I haven't had a chance.
I think you're just gonna status quo.
Are you gonna say stay on until?
Status quo until you say otherwise, Mayor? Okay.
So if that's okay, if everyone's
Yeah.
good, we'll.
But we ought to know who we're replacing him with, shouldn't we?
So, well, first of all, it'll be done in a nice way. You know, the guy served, good guy, he's ran for office a lot in the city. So we'll do it in a respectful way, but just ask him, we're not going to renew his next year.
But he's coming up he still has another year.
He does have another year through.
So we'll ask
He's
him
gonna
to
ask him to step in.
Yeah. And there's some history of that, which I prefer not to publicly say, but, you know, I think all of us know some of that. It's just, we just probably need another face for the chair in the future.
We have some very respectable people on there.
Yeah, there are some great, you're right.
Ross is great.
I think Ross is a great guy.
I do too.
Yeah, Ross.
Ross, Hasten's another good one.
Yeah, but he's new.
Yeah, Hasten.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
I know our time is, do you know our priorities, or do we need to go through the areas?
Or
of
can we do
focus?
that in a breakout session?
Could I send you a message and have you, for example, identify your top 5 priorities, and then I will put them together and see if there is consistency across, and have it be something that you do electronically rather than spending more Saturday doing
No,
it?
I think that'd be fine. I mean, I'd be fine.
I'm good. I mean, I think you kind of know
Or we
some
could do a
some
Zoom
of our
meeting.
priorities.
Or a Zoom meeting?
I think a Zoom, then you can talk back and forth.
Let's have the list go out first, and then we can Zoom discuss it.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay. And I think you do have a fair amount to work with as far as goals and priorities going forward.
Yes, sir.
I wish there was more substance the last 2 days.
I was hoping for more issues.
So on Tuesday, there's gonna be two resolutions.
But we'll get the modified
Hopefully
sometime.
at some point.
Tuesday.
Oh, yeah. I'll call Heather tonight and we'll get going on it.
Are you gonna run your Sunday, huh?
Maybe some Saturday.
Someone's got to do it.
So that's both of them speaking, Jesse and Heather, because,
Yeah.
you know, there might be things he says we won't need to work with that arrangement.
So we can talk more.
Okay, so then.
Okay, so in summary, I really appreciate all of you coming. I appreciate all of your input. I think we've made a ton of progress. Everything that we're doing, you know, if you can try and back into where we're going, I'm trying to do things that will create a lot more transparency in what's going on. And then my biggest thing is one of the things I ran on, which was I always thought, I mean, because I've been to city council meetings, I've been involved in different things, but I always, and there's been a lot of adversarial type city council meetings, and I thought if you can align the citizens with the mayor and city council and with city management, and they're all on the same page, we could just come to these meetings and seem kumbaya, because we would all be in the same general agreement. So that's where we're trying to go, and that's what all this is about. So,
Kumbaya.
yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Someone's praying on.
Thank you, everybody.
We need to adjourn.
Thank you.
Move to adjourn? Yes.
So moved.
So moved.
Third.
Aye.
Got that part.